Hello, hello, everybody. Good morning, good evening. Happy Thanksgiving to those that are on my side of the world. I know it's a Thanksgiving for you guys tomorrow in the States, but don't worry. I reckon we'll get to give you a happy Thanksgiving tomorrow as well. Um, Tyler, welcome back. Yeah, it absolutely is ridiculous that I got banned from Twitch because of a couple snowflakes, but it comes, I'm unbanned as of tomorrow, and then I don't really particularly care. I kind of did deserve it. I thought I selected 3 months? What are you talking about, 3 months? Also, why is my chat not coming up on screen as it should be? Uh, Maybe now? Interesting. YouTube chat should be coming up on stream. Hey, Stalin. Them right-wing snowflakes? Yeah, legitimately. Now, why has this happened all of a sudden? Oh my god. Give me a second. This was working literally last stream. What is going on? Yep, it goes through, it goes into my chat, and then it shows up on screen now. That's weird. Oh my god. 1 second, guys. Just a second. Sorry. Literally worst timing in the world, but I will be right back because somebody is bringing me a fan, considering my office is ungodly hot right now. And I just gotta go run and grab it. Sorry, guys. This was supposed to happen way earlier. You gotta switch around all your settings after you get your account back. Yeah, I'm well aware. Right now it's fine on here, but I'll definitely have to switch everything around once we get back on Twitch because it already fucked me over once we lost Twitch. Be right back, 2 seconds. Just gotta grab a fan. Woohoo! No longer have to die of heat stroke. Whew. Sorry, I'm out of breath. I just sprinted to make that happen as fast as possible. I was supposed to come in like an hour when I could have had a video playing and then run downstairs, but no. Okay. Oh, by the way, Tyler, me and, yeah, definitely got fans. Got fans in person, got fans in here. Got like 3 fans in here now. Stalin and I will be debating either in 2 weeks, next week, something like that, regarding the importance of revolution when it comes to establishing socialism. So that'll be fun if you want to check it out. Now, we got a lot to go through today, including obviously tariffs, which is kind of the title of the stream. Whew, catch my breath. So, including tariffs, we got a lot of stuff to go through. But first, I just want to have a little look at this. We're not going to go too deep into the topic of Israel and Lebanon. As we know, yesterday we had a ceasefire officially instated as of, I think, 4 a.m. today, Israeli time. But I just want to have a look at what exactly was Israel doing immediately after agreeing to a ceasefire? Ah, no, it's okay. Everyone's a little naughty sometimes. I enjoy it. So this is Beirut, immediately following the announcement of a ceasefire. Now, obviously, some of those booming sounds are explosions, but some of those are actually just planes and drones flying around, continuing to carpet bomb the city of Beirut after saying, all right, you know what, we're done. We're not going to do this anymore. They just continue. Again, can you just like take a minute and like appreciate the fact that this is a city? This is not a village. This is not a small town. Not that it really particularly matters. I mean, this is horrible to do anywhere, but this is not Gaza. This is not, the middle of nowhere. This is the closest we have, or had rather, to a westernized country in the Middle East. Maybe it's a bunch of stoners celebrating the ceasefire. Yeah, maybe, except I'm not sure how much pot you need to smoke to produce billows of clouds this big. So, I don't know. Like, obviously, this ceasefire is now in place. Who knows how long it'll last for? I don't particularly think it'll last very long, and I don't particularly think that even with the ceasefire in place, this means a cessation of hostilities. I don't think it matters at all, considering, this was moments after agreeing, and they kept this going until, like, the very minute the ceasefire actually begins. I don't tend to buy that it'll last very long. Just want to get some unserious stuff out of the way first. This is trending right now. Now, apparently, as you know, we covered the UAP hearing in the US, but people have been losing their shit about aliens. If you go on TikTok, there's people telling you that aliens live in the ocean, et cetera, et cetera. However, every time we get any kind of footage, it's always this blurry bullshit. So this little ball is apparently a UAP. This is the highest res image we can get of it. This is the video. Every single time we get anything that's evidence of UAPs, it's literally nothing. Hold on. Feel like I need to move my chat box in the other window somewhere more visible. I mean, look, this is nothing. There's about 50 different images of this. This is from a video game, I'm pretty sure. I think this is actually from like a Star Wars video game. And then there's this UAP activity near Duke Energy's nuclear facility in North Carolina. Again, blurry bullshit. Bro, what is that? It's a fucking plane. Or a drone. Oh my god. It's 2 different colors. There's 3 lights in the sky. What could it possibly mean? It's literally like the fact that these people are freaking out at night over this is, I mean, like, it's funny, yes, but holy shit. I mean, how dumb do you have to be freaking out about UAPs when this is all we get to see? We've never seen anything that isn't this blurry of an image. Now, obviously, like, they had the hearing in Congress, and we had those grifters talking about how we have uncovered like alien biological material, this, that, and the other thing, but we won't show you because, it's a national security risk. And oh, well, do our enemies have anything like that? Oh, well, we don't know. That's also a national security risk. We can't tell you. I don't believe you, motherfuckers. I bet they keep unarmed soldiers in southern Lebanon. I bet they keep armed soldiers in southern Lebanon. Part of this this ceasefire, actually, let me pull up a map for you. Part of the ceasefire deal involves the Lebanese government, not Hezbollah, but the Lebanese government, seizing about 5 miles of this border and holding it and not allowing Hezbollah in. Hezbollah owns all of this zone. They're not letting that happen. Hezbollah objectively won this fight. This is about as much like progress the Israelis made into Lebanon, and like even over time, go back to like October, I don't know, 15th, nothing. Oh, sorry, not nothing. Very little. So from October 15th till today, they made that much gain. Not really all that much. Hezbollah won this war, but regardless, the ceasefire is now enacted, and because of the ceasefire in place, technically the Lebanese government is supposed to control like most of this border, not allowing any Hezbollah in. However, they're like, you know, a part of the government. They're an elected party, and also they are stronger than the government of Lebanon. And Israel, no, Israel's just going to keep soldiers there anyway. You think that they were not going to? You think that Israel, even throughout this ceasefire, isn't going to continue to try and make like incursions into Lebanon? Of course they are. There are no rules anymore, guys. We should know this by now, that the rules for engagement in war, engagement in diplomacy, those are all out the window. In fact, actually, a good tie-in to our next segment, they've been enshittified, if I may. Now, speaking of enshittification, this is now the word of the year, enshittification. What does enshittification actually mean? Well, I mean, we can open the Guardian and read the document. However, I don't really think we need to. Enshittification, as it sounds, is things that are normally good becoming shit over time. It is the case with video games. It is the case with social media. It is the case with television. Everything has been getting shittier. Why? Well, I mean, profit. Why have games gotten shittier? Because game companies need to make more money. They need to spend a lot more time making these games, because obviously making games has become more difficult. And shittification, yes, that is the word of the year. Making games is more difficult, so it takes longer time to make them. However, the people in charge don't really prioritize the quality, just really the speed. We saw this in something like Cyberpunk 2077 getting an early launch when it was objectively not ready to launch. We see this in TV shows that, like, Game of Thrones is a really good example here. Seasons 1 through 4 were some of the best television ever made. Season 5 started to get shittier, and then as we continued through the process, the enshittification process continued onward. Enshittification. There's a lot of words of the year, actually, and a lot of them are decently funny, but this one, I think, applies to a lot. Twitter is another example. Twitter was always shit, and now it is more shit. It's been enshittified by Elon Musk. It has been enshittified by the increase in bot accounts. Hey, what's up, political understander? Welcome to the stream. Enshittification is just a really simple way of saying that for whatever reason, oh, hey, it's PPG. I figured it might have been you. I just wasn't sure. But really, this refers to, for whatever reason, generally for the sake of the profit motive or for control of degradation is a word, and this is kind of similar jumbled up. It's not the same, though. Degradation is a whole other thing. Degradation implies that the entire experience, the entire product, is degraded into a worthless form, whereas enshittification implies that the product is still usable. Twitter is still usable. I use Twitter. It's just become shittier over time. Dead internet theory is a obvious part of why parts of the internet are becoming enshittified. But I think some of this video, we're not going to watch this entire thing. In fact, internet traffic being human, I don't care. Content generation, here we go. I want to jump to AI. This is going to come in handy for the next couple segments we have anyway. But this is part of where the enshittification process comes from. Tyler, right now I'm on TikTok, Kick, and YouTube at the moment. Did they give you the day Twitch will lift the ban? Well, technically it was a 7-day ban, and it happened on Friday last week in the middle of stream, so I imagine midday tomorrow I'll be unbanned. So we'll have to do stream this way again tomorrow, and then Monday we'll be back on Twitch. Unless, unless it's lifted at exactly midnight. Yes, Kick, Tyler. Not a big fan, but as many places where I can host my stream, the better, considering I expect more and more censorship to be a problem as times go on, especially with the policing they want to do of tech companies, the infrastructure of how live streaming is done is going to be affected pretty heavily by a lot of the new legislation they want to pass. Partially one of the reasons that I want to actually start my own domain and host my stream from the domain and host it out to these sites from there is because of this, actually. But back to inshitification. By the way, please don't do that. This is so bad for humanity. Hey, whoa, whoa, whoa. Why did it skip around? Yeah. Don't make AI generated slop for the internet. It literally harms humanity. It's not even just like, oh, if you don't, watch it, then it doesn't matter. It's not even, oh, well, people will watch it and they won't actually get anything from it. It's literally physically harming the brains of people that are looking at it. This is evil. I fucking hate AI so much. Is my Nightbot not working? Which, just so you guys understand, a lot of the content that you see, whether it's on TikTok, whether it's YouTube Shorts, whether it's even just long form, like 10, 15, 20-minute YouTube videos, clips on Twitter, a lot of it's just made this way. Everything you see from the right is essentially made this way as well, minus obviously their big named streamers and political commentators. All of the like little bullshit that you see on Twitter is done exactly like this. There's no creativity, no thought that goes into it. It's just a robot slop. Blech, vomiting on you. No, I did not know the video is muted. The video isn't muted, but thank you for telling me that. Now, after we've been sitting here watching it for a second, it is not the video muted. It's my settings getting fucked around with again. Let me fix that. Sorry, guys. Stop audio. Blame Jeff Bezos for this. This is literally just Twitch's fault, that the fact that this is happening. So I guess we'll have to jump back over here.
Here's the blueprint to go from $0 to $10,000.
I don't know why Nightbot isn't working on YouTube, by the way. Sorry, guys.
Here's a couple of examples. Quote, anyone can make $5,000 to $10,000 a month running AI TikTok accounts. Unfortunately, most people aren't aware of this. Here's the blueprint to go from $0 to $10,000 a month. End quote. What we see here is a collection of AI-generated TikTok videos using tools like ElevenLabs for the voice, ChatGPT for the script, Midjourney or DALL-E for the visuals, etc., etc. And the total viewership is in the hundreds of thousands. Sure, just one example, and yeah, that's relatively small in the grand scheme of TikTok especially, but what's missing is that this is now a burgeoning cottage industry. Here's another one. Quote, lazy AI setup kit to make $10,000 per month. CapCut for editing, ElevenLabs for voiceovers, DALL-E, AI images, story blocks for stock clips.
Anyway,
ChatGPT,
you understand the
Feed Brain
concept.
ID.
This is what inshitification of content looks like. This is what it looks like when essentially people want to make money rather than make art or content or really care about anything.
Of the year being crowned from all corners of the
But I just want to look at the other words of the year, just to have a little fun. It is Thanksgiving for me, so I want to take this a little less seriously than I normally would, especially because we have some heavier topics to go through when we get to the tariffs. Let's have a little fun.
Dictionary world. Today we have another word so perfect and so lewd that I'm only allowed to say it once. So kids, it's time to put on those swearing earmuffs that Orny Lorna minute for you.
What?
And
Damn, we really are a nanny state here in Australia. God damn.
for its 2024 word of the year.
Whoa, no. Do not copyright me for that music. Ah, the most famous clip.
Or pertaining to be arrested midway through a succulent Chinese meal.
This is Democracy Manifest. Get your hand off my penis!
So what have we learned?
If no, actually, hold on. We have to watch that video now. If nobody has seen the get your hand off my penis, let me enjoy this succulent Chinese meal. This is Australian culture. Unfortunately, this guy passed away this year, actually. But holy shit, this is one of the funniest ever news clips that I've ever actually seen. Here we go.
Investigator followed a man he thought was one of Queensland's most wanted to a valley restaurant.
Police surrounded the China Sea.
Information was there was an armed and dangerous suspect in the restaurant.
The diner denied the charges. Police decided to take him in. Easier said than done.
Under arrest. Look, I'm under what? Gentlemen,
This is Democracy Manifest.
what is the charge? Eating a meal? A
Succulent Chinese meal.
We're supposed to be living in a democracy, and here they're dragging me out of a restaurant after enjoying halfway through a succulent Chinese meal. But I thought, well, gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest. Democracy Manifest.
This is an Australian hero. What he's saying is that you're arresting me while I'm eating a succulent Chinese meal. I haven't done anything wrong. They got the wrong guy when they were arresting him here. His reaction is just incredibly funny. This is English with a very thick Aussie accent.
And he didn't appreciate the way he was handled.
See that chap over there? Get your hand off my penis!
What erupted was not just an arrest.
Yeah, okay, so that's a bit of Australian history for you guys. But back to some of these words. Well, you know, we got... They're gonna play music throughout this entire thing, aren't they? Well, and shitification is the #1 word. Raw dogging is also up on the list. Sigma, which is the cringest word on this list, even cringier than skibbity, which I still don't actually know what it means. I'm pretty sure it doesn't actually have a meaning. Waffle stomping. What the fuck is waffle stomping? Hold on.
Don't agree with it? Start your own dictionary then. And here's to them discovering my suggestion for next year, waffle stomping.
Actually, I think the word of the year should be resilience. Screenager, like...
Okay, I guess you're not going to explain waffle stomping. Obviously, the rest of the world is out here having fun, while us on the American side are not doing all that great. Did you hear that Caitlyn Jenner might be running for the governor of California? Now, I've also seen rumors that Kamala Harris is also going to run for the governor of California. So this will be a really funny loss for Kamala Harris if she runs against Caitlyn Jenner and loses, which she would. She would absolutely lose against Caitlyn Jenner, and it's pretty sad, but still. Neologisms for the sake of obscenity, I suppose. Is that what you meant by OBSC, by the way? Obscenity? This is fucked up, man. Is that actually what waffle stomping is, Tyler? Ew, Jesus. It's just, the entire government has fallen to these people, and they have no idea what they're doing. And nothing we do is helping. Like, for example, Oklahoma has made it so religion is like necessary in school, which they're going to do everywhere anyway. But this nonprofit created an opt-out form against the state superintendent. Essentially, the point of this is to give parents the right to opt their kids out of the religious classes. They're not going to be able to continue this. Remember, this is a nonprofit. And what did we look at last stream? The nonprofit killer bill that is likely going to pass. The bill that would make it so nonprofits such as this can be labeled as terrorist supporting organizations by one guy with no evidence. He doesn't need to provide anything. He just needs to say that, let's say, this nonprofit who's called Defense of Democracy, creating opt-out forms for parents, is actually working with, like, I don't know, one of the drug cartels in the southern border to make Americans less Christian and make them do drugs. That's literally all this person has to just make up, and suddenly this nonprofit is no longer able to function, get government money, is now heavily scrutinized. Obviously, the aims of these kinds of legislation right off the bat aren't to shut these things down. That takes a much greater amount of power and influence that needs to be consolidated. What this does is it creates a discourse around these. It makes them less valid. The idea of a nonprofit being able to affect change throughout the United States will be seen under a new lens of scrutiny, under whether or not they should be allowed to, not whether or not it's right. It's a process we're going to continue to build up to as we go on. But we were just talking about AI created content a moment ago and how it enshittifies everything. And I've been warning you all that they're going to start doing more and more and more with it. A new publisher called Spines aims to disrupt the industry by using AI to publish 8,000 books in the year 2025 alone. Now, first of all, let's just cover AI generated content is slop. It's not art. It can never be art because art requires a soul. It requires emotion, feeling. It requires introspection. It requires relation to the world around you. There is no AI that can produce art. It can only produce amalgamations of others' art because obviously, remember, we're not talking about AI. AI doesn't exist. Well, we have our large language models. Now, particularly regarding this book industry AI, is very fucked. There is still an ongoing lawsuit from authors who've had their content stolen. Hundreds of thousands of pages of content, years and years worth of books. A group of authors sued Anthropic, accusing it of training its model on pirated books. Here we go. We've covered this in an earlier stream. There are a lot of authors involved in this, including authors like George R. R. Martin, Jodi Picoult, Michael Cabone. Several other authors have also sued OpenAI. Beyond this, however, they're also stealing YouTube videos. They're also stealing TikTok videos. They are gathering all of the information from wherever they can on the internet, no matter whose property it is, no matter whether they have the right or not, and they're teaching these large language models to learn how to write better. And they're going to create 8,000 books that are going to be trash, that no one's going to want to read, or some idiot is going to pick up thinking that this is accidentally a real piece of like art made by a human. I'm stealing this video for AI. Is that cool? I mean, this video is Creative Commons, so you are allowed to take the video and do whatever you want with it. I think that AI is disgusting and that it shouldn't exist outside of very targeted ways that would apply to specific industries with a lot of oversight, but you can do whatever the hell you want. I mean, I'm not going to sue you or stop you. That's why I make my videos to be Creative Commons. But besides these terrible books that will be coming out and will be flooding all of the industry, how's that right wing? Creative Commons is the idea of like collective ownership. That's very left wing. Now, beyond this, Elon Musk also wants to make an AI game studio. Now, I can imagine that all of you know how bad this will turn out. The books, I can see someone picking up one of these books and, you know, reading them and thinking it's a real book. An AI created game, that's just going to be, I mean, shit is not even a qualifying term for this. In shitification doesn't come anywhere near close. Could you imagine a game like, I don't know, Tears of the Kingdom, but made entirely by AI. It's horrible. I mean, you can try, Tyler, but all that's going to do is get the right-wingers to come here, and then I can tell them that I'm not right-wing, and then they're just going to slur me until I ban them. Now, what else do we have here? This got taken down. I was looking for the Pete Buttigieg just absolutely annihilating Elon Musk. Whatever, can't find it, then we shall skip right over that. I don't care enough to look for it. I suppose I really should get into the tariffs, considering we're going to be on this topic for a little while, and we'll have plenty of time for more chill stuff afterward. It's just him saying AI baseball stadium, AI rascal, AI shopping cart. Literally, yeah, they'll say AI everything, and it's all going to be trash, and none of it actually means anything. Hey, Poetry Fan, welcome back. AI reality? I mean, Zuckerberg also already tried that with his metaverse idea, and everyone thought it was trash. So, what is going on with these tariffs? Well, as everyone is aware, thousands of people are pouring through Mexico and Canada, bringing crime and drugs at levels never seen before. This is factually untrue. Right now, a caravan coming from Mexico composed of thousands of people seems to be unstoppable in its quest to come through our currently open border. Also not true. On January 20th, as one of the first of many executive orders, I will sign all necessary documents to charge Mexico and Canada 25% tariffs on all products coming into the United States and its ridiculous open border. The tariffs will remain in effect until such time as drugs, and particularly fentanyl, and all illegal aliens stop this invasion of our country. That's not how any of this works, but okay. Both Mexico and Canada have absolute power and right to easily solve this long-simmering problem. We hereby demand that they use this power. Until such time they do, it's time to pay a very big price. And by time to pay a very big price, he does not mean Mexico and Canada, he means you. We'll get to that in just a second. I've had many talks with China about massive amounts of drugs, particularly fentanyl, being sent into the United States, but to no avail. Representatives of China told me that they would institute their maximum penalty, that of death, for any drug dealer caught doing this, but unfortunately they never followed through. Just to pause here for a second, wasn't it George Carlin, like 2 decades ago, who said, if you really want to stop drug dealers, giving them the death penalty isn't going to do anything? Drug dealers are not afraid of death all that much. It's not a big disincentive. If you want drug dealers to stop, put the death penalty on the bankers who launder the drug money, and you'll see drug dealers go away real quick. That's 20 years ago from a comedian. Still accurate today. I honestly wish that I could just show you guys a full video of George Carlin talking, because that man was prescient. NAFTA was trash anyway. We got rid of NAFTA a while ago, Teller the Flower. Trump's replacement for NAFTA also, by the way, doesn't allow him to do this, so he's going against his own deal that he made. So, these are the tariffs explained. Mexico, Canada, and China better not gang up on the US to crush those tariffs. Well, here's what's going to happen. And yes, by the way, we are returning to regional poverty, unfortunately. So first off, let's talk about fuel prices. A lot of Americans voted for lower gas prices at the pump. One thing I need you guys to realize. Now, yes, first off, we produce quite a lot of oil and natural gas in the United States. We are actually the largest producer of oil and natural gas in the world, I believe. If not one, then at least the other. And definitely through shale fracking. Now, most of the gas prices you see at the pump, however, don't actually have anything to do with us drilling. You know, drill baby drill isn't going to bring down your gas prices, because the gas prices you see at the pump are related to imports of crude oil that we bring in from other countries. We have the best refineries in the world. We can take shitty crude oil from other countries, purify it, and put it on the market, which is what we do, by the way, with Canada, which is the source of a vast majority of our crude oil. In 2019, it looks like 3.6 million barrels a day worth. Now, a 25% increase on the tariffs to Canada would result in at least a 20 to 25% increase in fuel prices at the pump, depending on whether they decide to ease this down using some of the national stockpile and some of maybe transferring where our drilled oil goes to. They could probably limit this a little bit. However, don't know that they're going to be able to do much else with everything else. I just continue. However, we've been importing more and more and more crude oil as time goes on. All of this will now be significantly more expensive. I heard Canada cuts it with maple syrup. I mean, even if they did, our purification centers are just that good that it could get all of that maple syrup straight out. It's not even all that sticky. Whereas the reaction we're getting on the right is this doesn't matter, that trade wars should not be really on your state of mind. This was in response to Claudia Sheinbaum's response, the president of Mexico, which we're about to read, Sheinbaum rather, threatening to reciprocate these tariffs. Now, obviously, this is a Trumper saying this woman is an idiot, raise it to 50%, thinks that U.S. is dependent on Mexico. These people don't actually know what they're talking about. Now, obviously, a trade war between the United States and Mexico is going to negatively impact Mexico quite a bit more, but you do have to understand that Americans are privileged. We're not used to difficulty like Mexicans are. We're not used to austerity. We haven't had to experience this level of poverty before. Now, first of all, let's just blame all our problems on Canada and Mexico is a thing that we've been doing for a long time. But let's hear what the president of Mexico had to say to Donald Trump's tweets. This is the English translation, obviously, because I can't read in Spanish. Dear President-elect Donald Trump, I'm writing to you regarding your statement on Monday, November 25th concerning migration, fentanyl trafficking, and tariffs. You may not be aware that Mexico has developed a comprehensive policy to assist migrants from different parts of the world to cross our territory en route to the southern border of the United States. This is also a thing that a lot of Republicans fail to understand. Mexico is not like allowing as many migrants as possible to come and flood through the border. Mexico has gone out of their way to actually help us reducing the amount of people crossing the border, as well as helping police the drug cartels. The only issue is, you know, they don't have full control of the country. If the U.S. hits Mexico hard enough, it'll create unemployment, but that's fine because the cartels are hiring. You're thinking with your thinking hat, Sid Shroom. As a result, and according to data from your country's Customs and Border Patrol, encounters at the Mexican-United States border have decreased by 75% from December 2023 to November 2024. Again, this is from U.S. Customs and Border Patrol. 75% decrease. However, you know, half the country thinks there's an invasion of migrants. And again, I will blame nobody but the Democratic Party for allowing that mindset, that belief to take root, for not fighting back against it when Republicans, including Trump, originally started making that the talking point. It was never true. We just allowed them to do it, and now most Americans believe it is true. Moreover, half of those arrived do so legally through a scheduled appointment under the United States. Again, none of this really matters. Reality doesn't matter anymore. This is really just a warning shot to us. Boots on the ground in Canada and Mexico, Tyler the Flower. Just wait, we might actually get boots on the ground in Mexico at the very least. Even so, it's clear that we must work together to create a new labor mobility model that's necessary for your country, as well as address the root causes that compel families to leave their homes out of necessity. If even a small percentage of the United States allocates to war were instead dedicated to building peace and fostering development, it would address the underlying cause of human mobility. This is absolutely true. Just even 5% of the military budget could fix quite a lot of the world's issues. People still believe the let them eat cake line. Yeah, that was never said by what was her name? God, holy shit, I'm blanking on her name. I should know this. French Revolution, what was her name? Who is the lady that everyone thinks said let them eat cake but didn't actually say it? The tip of my tongue right now. Politics is all money, honestly. Just say you'll fix the economy, 90% of the time you'll win. Ah, yes, thank you, Marie Antoinette. And yeah, well, I mean, Flynn, it's not even money, it's vibe. It's whatever they believe. The reason that Donald Trump won is economic populism. He did lean into the money, but also he has the vibe, he has the riz. And it's not even really about the reality, considering he ran on economic populism, but he's going to cost you a ton of money now. It wasn't true. It was the vibe that got it. Not only did she not say it, she was very concerned about increasing poverty and thought it would lead to bad things. Yeah, exactly. Marie Antoinette was not on that side of like history and all, but again, reality doesn't matter. Facts don't matter. People just believe what they're told. Which is why, by the way, it helps to have like visuals like this, because this does increase the ability for someone to actually engage and learn something and believe it when they can see it with their eyes and they hear it. But also, I've played clips of Donald Trump saying that he was going to use the military on protesters and had people argue with me that that wasn't going to happen. So how much reality actually matters can be... On another note, and for humanitarian reasons, Mexico has consistently expressed its willingness to help prevent fentanyl epidemic in the U.S. from continuing. This is, after all, a public health consumption problem within your society. So far this year, Mexican armed forces and prosecutors seized tons of various types of drugs, 10,000 firearms, which, by the way, most come from us. We sell our guns to Mexico, considering that's one of our largest exports. Furthermore, the Mexican Congress is in the process of approving a constitutional reform to classify the production, distribution, and commercialization of fentanyl and other synthetic drugs as a serious crime without bail. However, it's publicly known that the chemical precursors used to produce this and other synthetic drugs are illegally entering Canada, the United States, and Mexico from Asian countries. This underscores the urgent need for international cooperation that we will not be having. However, let's get to the end of it here. Obviously, this is her saying you're an idiot. Please don't actually do this stupid thing. For every tariff, there will be a response in kind until we put at risk our shared enterprises. Yes, shared. For instance, among Mexico's main exporters to the United States are General Motors, Stellantis, Ford Motor Company, which arrived in Mexico 80 years ago. Why impose a tariff that would jeopardize them? Now, we're going to get into U.S. car companies being hurt by this in a bit, too. Even Elon Musk is pointing that one out. However, it's not just about shared companies. This is, however, the president of Mexico saying, tariff us, we will tariff you back. Which, by the way, is based, and I'm in favor of. Now, what do we get from Mexico, besides from, some of these cars? Well, fresh vegetable import volume, 77% in 2020 of our vegetables are peas, peas, beans, lentils. All of these come from Mexico. Avocados come from Mexico. Much of the produce you'll see in the supermarket, some of it is grown in the United States. Most of it comes from Mexico. Now also, if we're going to deport the people in the United States that grow the food and also tariff the places where we're getting our food from, do you really expect to have lower grocery prices? I need more mac and cheese bites. I'm still hungry. Well, get them now while you can. Also, by the way, that like tequila, for example, alcohol, stuff like this all come from Mexico. Now, again, remember, why did Donald Trump win the election? What did the people voting for him see as a priority? Lowering the prices of goods and services, 79%, which, by the way, this alone is kind of sad, considering prices don't go down. Have you ever seen grocery store prices, like, actually go down once they go up? Maybe, like, maybe there'll be a sale or something, but when the price of pasta went above $1, it used to not be, how long ago? So has Coca-Cola ever actually properly gone down in price? I want to see this. Coca-Cola pricing USA last 20 years. Let's see. I want to see. Retail pricing. Retail pricing. Average price of all soft drinks in US on average per 2 liters. as you can see, it went up a bit, and then it eased off a little with inflation, but it's never going to come back down here, ever. Nothing ever will. Do you know why that you can't lower food prices? Do you know why the idea of I want cheaper things at the grocery store will never happen through tariffs, through even regulation of corporations? The only way you will ever get to be able to buy food for cheaper is for your wages to go up. These things don't deflate. Inflation brings prices up, but they will never go back down. This is what I'm telling you. People only vote for the person who yells louder, they'll fix the economy. Well, you're correct. That's also why people voted for Adolf Hitler, was because of perceived economic benefit, Poetry Flynn. However, this is not only incorrect and stupid, but also it's about the vibe. Kamala Harris also said that she would make the economy better for you. And yes, she wasn't as loud, but her vibe was also off. Resetting capitalism, all prices back to zero. Yeah, sure, that's how that works. So in 2023, we approximately imported $475 to $480 billion of goods from Mexico. What is 25% plus 480 billion? Can anyone do that math for me real quick? The US purchased 422 billion in manufactured goods from Mexico. Again, Mexico has factories. We exported quite a lot of our manufacturing here, such as vehicles, auto parts, equipment, electronics and appliances, crude petroleum, also the same with Canada, musical instruments, alcohol, plastic items. We get a decent amount of textiles from here as well. All of these are going to go up, but remember, the most significant is horticultural imports. Mexico supplies 63% of the US vegetable imports and 47% of fruit and nut imports last year. So yeah, add 420 billion. I know that that's not the correct number, but I like it, and that's what it is. That's how much more this is going to cost the American people. $69,420 million. This is factual. Don't look it up. Doesn't matter. Now, let's have a look at how some of the other countries are reacting.
You want to allow drugs to come through our southern border? We're
Yes, let's start with listening to the idiot of idiots. Okay, well, my internet is not happy right now. What's this? Why are you not happy? I don't even have all that much open. Hello? Try that again.
You want to allow drugs to come through our southern border? We're going to tariff you. You want to allow them to come through Canada?
Why don't we use this money for free healthcare? Oh, because the rich hate you, Stalin. That's why. They want you to suffer and they want you to die. They just want to take all your money first.
We're going to tariff you. We are going to cost your countries, your economies. We're going to cost your businesses billions, hundreds of billions of dollars.
That was Eric Trump, the son of President-elect Trump, defending his father's promise to impose major tariffs on goods.
I just want you to realize that everything he said here towards, the countries that he was pointing at are actually just going to apply to you if you own a business here. Also, what's not happy because Australia? I didn't understand, Sid Shroom.
You want to allow them to come through Canada? We're going to tariff you. We are going to cost your countries, your economies. We're going to cost your businesses billions, hundreds of billions of dollars.
American businesses, to be clear.
Trump, the son of President-elect Trump, defending his father's promise to impose major tariffs on goods from the United States' three largest trading partners. The president-elect has justified this position as what he believes is an effort to curb migration and the flow of fentanyl into the United States. He's been making that case publicly. Trump is now threatening to add 25% on tariffs, 25% tariffs on goods from Canada and Mexico, plus an extra 10% on goods from China.
It's really, when I say I'm in Australia, we're actually in a studio in Los Angeles. It's not NASA.
He was already, I believe, based on our reporting, proposing 60% tariffs on Chinese goods. To discuss all of this in the economic and political...
Oh, yes, I forgot about that. It's not just 25% tariffs on, everybody flat out. He wants even higher tariffs on China, which, you can imagine how this is going to turn out for the rest of us. We're going to be so poor, guys. We will talk about Australia for a second after this because I have a video on how this will affect Australia, and I don't actually know, and I want to learn with you guys.
Parker joins us now. He is a Bloomberg News managing editor and focused on the economy and government. Let's begin, Mario, by looking at what the Canadian leader Justin Trudeau had to say about all of this.
I had a good call with Donald Trump last night again.
One Australian that I've ever met, Sarah Hanson-Young, the MP.
We obviously talked about laying out
For
the
now,
facts,
Stalin.
talking about how the intense and effective connections between our two countries flow back and forth. This is a relationship that we know takes a certain amount of working on, and that's what we'll do.
You know what would be like incredibly funny is if well, because you know Canada's going to fall to the right very soon. But what if like Donald Trump being instigatory to Canada gets Trudeau to like grow a sack of balls and behave in a way that actually wins him the next election? That might be the best case scenario for Canada, and also incredibly funny.
So you hear Prime Minister Trudeau. Do you believe Canada, Mexico, China will retaliate on these tariffs, or at least these promises, come next year?
Of course they will.
From Prime Minister Trudeau was a little bit of muscle memory there, right? He's gone through round one with Trump. He sees how this has gone before. In terms of his rhetoric hasn't been as tense as, say, the Sheinbaum's has, right? Where she surprisingly, yes, the Mexican president, where she said that essentially no one wins in a trade war. However, expect some tariffs and pain to be.
Yeah, Stalin, like I'm being serious when I say this, and I'm making a joke, but never, ever, ever underestimate the ability for the libs to fail you. And also, no one's ever gone broke over like underestimating. No one's ever gone broke imagining that the general public is fucking stupid. Usually, if you imagine that everyone is pretty dumb and you come to your conclusion of the likely future from there, you're very likely going to be correct.
Inflicted on both sides. And then, of course, China with its rhetoric saying that, again, similarly, no one wins in a trade war. But we've seen the tit-for-tat trade war between Washington and Beijing that marked Trump's first term here in Washington.
What's notable about what Trump is saying, if anything, on China? I mean, he's already proposed sweeping tariffs. What do you make of the escalation?
Well, I interviewed President Trump over the summer, and it was remarkable just how much he thought that tariffs were the panacea.
Oh, just so you guys understand, I fucking hate these pundits, and we're gonna hate them quite a lot more. You can see this already, no matter which one you're watching, whether it's Fox, CNN, NBC, all CBS, all of them have bent the knee or much more inclined to give conservatives the benefit of the doubt. This is gonna get a lot worse. Most media is now fully right-wing, and that includes independent media. There's very few non-right-wingers out there at left. I make things better, other guy evil, is the stupidity you have to stoop to for the American electorate. Kinda, yeah. And honestly, take that a bit further. Like yesterday, I started a very large argument with a bunch of Nazis because I said that one's brain had the neural activity of Peanut the squirrel after they took him away. And honestly, just that squirrel mention made a bunch of people lose it. That's how stupid the electorate is.
For anything that he has to confront him in terms of geopolitics, right? We saw whether or not there were mixed results from the first trade war, right?
What did he say to you?
He talked about that tariffs are a way to level the playing field, that he's been able to avert wars that we don't know about or conflicts that we don't know about due to the threat of tariffs before, how tariffs are, the American people or economists have it wrong, right? This is what he's saying. Economists say—
Guys, you do realize that like he did also do tariffs in his first term, and they did very little to alter the economy. All they did was make shit more expensive for you at the time and did not actually draw in much revenue for the government. This is going to be worse. There's a reason why, like, we don't tariff the shit out of it. This is not a good way to make revenue for the government. They don't know how to govern. They don't know how. Fascists have never known how to govern. They're going to fuck this up. Once we get to Elon Musk, you'll see how quickly they're going to fuck this up. They're right now The people on the right, people like Elon Musk, like Lindsey Graham, like Russell Vaughn, they're all like seeking Secret Service type protection because they know that everyone's going to hate them the moment this shit goes through. I feel like tariff is the only political word he knows, so he's repeating it. True. Yeah, let's move on to better pundits, because this is fucking CBS, and I mean, to be fair, they're all going to be shit from now on. Don't expect anything good from these people, but this is really important, and we got to understand it, so let's try our best.
Between the U.S. and two of its largest trade partners after President-elect Donald Trump said on his first day in office he will, quote, charge Mexico and Canada a 25% tariff on all products coming into the United States and its ridiculous open borders. Trump went on to say the tariff will remain in effect until such time as drugs, in particular fentanyl, and all illegal aliens stop this invasion of our country. Well, the fallout pretty much immediate. Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum responding to those threats in a letter to Donald Trump.
Right, we got past this bit. We don't need to Yeah, let's go to you.
Had warned that this could really result in a tit-for-tat tariff war.
It will.
That could potentially undermine the economy. I know you have warned against
this. Happened last time with Europe as well.
A 10% tariff back in February. Is Mexico prepared for potentially these tit-for-tat tariffs?
Thank you very much, Erika, for having me. And you know, I think that we have to see our relationship as it is. It's a win-win relationship, because we have been in the...
True, Stalin, but you also have to remember that most Marxists are also idiots, because the average person is an idiot. How many times do I have to tell you guys? Statistically, 75% of the United States of America cannot read beyond the 6th grade level. That's where we are. 75% of the United States of America cannot read beyond a 6th grade level. That's where we are. So we need to keep that in mind when we're talking about, like, politics.
Free trade agreement for 30 years, and what has happened is that both economies really grew up because we are exchanging each other and producing together. We are so intertwined in our economies that it's not just that we buy and sell, it's that we are producing together. Right now, we buy about 16% of everything the US sells. And if you take into account...
Oh, look, the benefits of a globalized economy. Now, I'm not a free trade person. I'm not even a market person. However, I as a human being, understand that working cooperatively with other countries in an economic fashion is generally better for not only you, not only for your country, but for the world at large. Where the 25%, if you're a Marxist, you can read unless you can watch a lot of theory videos. Also, I wouldn't watch all that many theory videos. When you get too deep in the theory, it kind of numbs your mind. I don't know. There's a reason why I haven't read all that much theory, and I don't really care to. You can get to the proper, like, end point. You can develop your theory by communicating. The theory is supposed to be a starting guide, which is why we're going to start, like, reading Marx on this channel once a week, which I'm going to start tomorrow because it's Thanksgiving for you guys. I'm sure a lot of you won't show up. And you can go back and watch that as a video. However, as I talked about this the other day, I think it was in the Discord or was it on stream, but you can't one-to-one take Marx, for example, and then apply it to current day. You need to look at these ideas in their historical context and adapt them to the current context. And that's a thing that a lot of people can't even imagine how to do. Want to be a good noodle? You are a good noodle. Exhale.
Let's say Japan, Germany, Great Britain, South Korea together, they buy less from the US than Mexico. So Mexico is part of the solution, not part of the problem.
So what then, too, given the relationship that currently exists, what happens, in your view, to the United States-Mexico-Canada agreement, the USMCA, if Donald Trump moves to impose these tariffs?
You're all good noodles today. I think adhering to soul ideologies is the political equivalent of religion. I agree. I don't think you need to. I think Well, in fact, like I've been thinking about talking about my own political ideology as a whole, but I'm going to save that for next week when we go through the list of political ideologies. I define them for you. We get an understanding, and then we can build one together. Because I don't necessarily fit into any of these boxes.
Well, what we learned from his message was that he wanted us to act much more deeply and widely in several issues like migration, fentanyl trafficking, and security. And that was not a surprise for us because that was part of his campaign message. But what I think is going to be a very, very good news for all these negotiations is that Mexico is already doing a lot in terms of reducing the flow.
Essentially, what this guy is saying is this is going to benefit some countries at our expense. Oh, cool. Okay, so if you're in my Discord, which again, sorry, I don't know why yeah, I gave you the cone of shame. What's your name on Discord? The cone of shame is auto-assigned to you based on what you pick when you're answering the entry questions. I'm a theory head. I'd rather read a guy who came to the conclusion so I don't have to and then use their conclusions to modernize them. Well, I mean, like, there's two very different, like, thought styles there, Stalin, but they're both valid. In fact, I think having both and creating an idea from both is an even better, like, way of getting to the point. Like, you and me are going to debate next week. Yes, or maybe in 2 weeks. At the end of that debate, considering both of our like theoretical ideologies line up pretty closely, minus a few differences, at the end of that, we'll have come to a place that sits in a middle. You know, I don't expect like it to be one or the other. We need nuance. Everything is a gray area. I don't know. Who knows? We'll figure it out. I like discussions.
Discuss. We have our panel today.
Aha, here we go.
Women. My favorite.
My favorite too.
I'm going to start with you. We just heard the Mexican ambassador. He was laying out a number of things that he feels Mexico is already doing when it comes to stemming the flow of immigration. Donald Trump does like to use tariffs to get other countries to the table. Is tying tariffs to border security going to be as effective, given we also heard from the president of Mexico saying, look, this is something that requires shared understanding and cooperation, not a tariff?
That's the hope Donald Trump is aiming for, is a shared understanding and cooperation on being able to secure the southern border. These were two of his top political promises during the campaign season, both securing the borders of the United States and implementing tariffs. He's bringing the two together.
I think you'll be surprised, Stalin, but we'll wait for that one.
We've seen with Mexico in May of 2019 where Trump threatened to impose tariffs unless they were coming to the table to talk about securing the southern border, and they did. And in June of 2019, he...
I don't want a violent revolution. I want a social revolution. We'll get into it. Like, I've been developing what I want to say a bit more and developing it towards, you know, the conversation that we've been building towards. So you're going to be a little bit surprised because things have changed, man. At this point, I'm against violent revolution in general. However, at this point, I don't see a future in which there isn't some sort of violent revolutionary action that just occurs naturally in the United States within our lifetime. I don't see how that doesn't happen. Which side it comes from doesn't matter. I just see something like this very likely to occur, and I have ideas around it. All right. Who has a chiseled face? What are you guys talking about? Oh, her.
Removed that threat of tariffs.
She kind of looks like Melania to me.
Saw the numbers begin to drop about people coming across the southern border. Donald Trump is doing exactly what he said he would do. He said he would secure the southern border of the United States, and he said he would use tariffs as well. And all of a sudden, we're all so shocked that Donald Trump is doing exactly what he said he would do.
I don't know if everybody's shocked, I will say, but there's certainly a lot of discussion about it.
There's certainly a lot of vapors.
Well, the only people that are shocked are the people that didn't pay attention during the election.
A very real reality.
Karen, there you go. Karen is not shocked. But in terms of, and so when we look at tariffs, not shopping, right? Because it has happened in the past, right? The threat has happened in the past as a form of
She is definitely prettier than
as
Melania.
Aaron noted. In terms of tariffs, President Biden...
Also, thank you, Papillion. Mysterious. 25% of 480 billion is 120 billion. So these tariffs will increase the cost of imports from Mexico by $120 billion a year. average based on the cost of last year's total imports from Mexico.
Biden kept tariffs on China from Trump's first term, even added some of his own. Is it smart, Karen, to let this negotiation tactic play out at this point?
Well, it's dangerous. I mean, particularly at a time when, inflation has come down quite a bit, but there's still farther to go. And I thought was interesting.
Jesus, hold on. My chat just like all loaded at once. Oopsie. Oh, I didn't give you that role to mock you in contentious chat. Are you Marxism is theft exhale? No, I didn't give you that role to mock you. That's just kind of assigned. Derek Jensen's how to change a light bulb. True. She's prettier Melania. True. Your internet isn't happy because Australia fucked the internet installation here. Yes, true. Fucking NBN. My internet should not be lagging at all. I have the best internet that I could possibly get. Like, it's unreasonable how much my internet costs and how, like, actually slow it is. You do realize the average Australian can't get internet faster than like 50 megabits download and like 4 or 5 upload. Captain, yes, I gave you the cone of shame just because you're our discussion this morning, but that's okay. And supermodels bug me because they look different from other people. Poetry Flynn, come on, that's a bit of an antisocial statement there. I think you got to work on that. First of all, we don't know she's a supermodel. She's, a talking head, probably a bit of a ghoul, but it's not the idea of them looking different. People looking different than you shouldn't bother you. You got to maybe be a little introspective about that one.
The president-elect made this announcement is he tied it more towards the fentanyl crisis.
Yes, no, I did give you that cone of shame. I'll take it off you in a couple days.
The election where he tied it to, he said, well, with tariffs, that's how we're going to bring jobs back and we're going to lower costs. And so he sort of shifted his message a little.
Yes, okay. Now, that was important. Let's hear that one more time before I fully break it down.
Way he talked about it.
Because, this video doesn't have subtitles because CNN's an asshole.
The election where he tied it to, he said, well, with tariffs, that's how we're going to bring jobs back and we're going to lower costs. And so he sort of shifted his message a little.
Okay. The idea that these conservatives have with these tariffs is that the tariffs get put on products. The companies that produce these products don't want to pay said tariffs, so they bring manufacturing locally, domestically into the United States. They want to manufacture here so they can sell to the American market without having to pay the tariffs. However, the issue here is there's a couple conflicting ones. One, they want to deport quite a lot of the labor force. And they think, in their mind, hypothetically, this is even better because a lower amount of possible labor, a lesser supply of labor, and a high demand for labor by all of these companies moving manufacturing into the United States should theoretically produce them higher wages. Now, that's not going to happen. They're going to get more jobs, but their wages are not going up. Their wages are actually going down. Not mathematically. I'm sure some of them will get decent wages. I'm sure some of them will get even a little bit higher wages than they do. However, the reason things cost as much as they do is because it costs less to produce things in other countries. A t-shirt that you buy on Shein costing you $5 would cost $35, $40, $45 made in America. And they're going to make these things in America. Your wages are going to stay pretty much stagnant. They're entirely annihilating labor unions. And so therefore, even if you do have an increase of jobs, which by the way, we don't actually need because our unemployment rate is perfect. We have, I think, 2.8% unemployment, which you need some unemployment in an economy to keep it running anyway. This is going to make everything more expensive, and it might get you a job, but it will likely actually lead to lower wages. They're going to get rid of unions. They're likely going to get rid of the minimum wage, and companies have full power to just do whatever the fuck they want to you now. They can just fire you. Remember, Donald Trump will take away worker protections in general. You kind of just are the slave now. Shouldn't we give Americans stimulus checks to counteract higher costs? Well, I mean, theoretically, if you actually cared about Americans, you could do that. There are ways to do things like this functionally. This, like, for example, the tariffs here. If we're really thinking about it from like a socioeconomic, geopolitical landscape, all the multifaceted outcomes, this is a protectionist policy. The idea is to encourage domestic production. And if this was being done from, let's say, a capitalist system that is functional in a way that doesn't just want all of the money to go to the rich. You could do this in practice, not exactly the way it's being done, but improve some of, I mean, realistically, even, let's just take the entire plan. 25% tax on, tariff, but tax on you, for imports for Mexico, China, and 50%, Mexico and Canada, and 50% for China. You could do this without crashing your economy. There's no point to it. If you wanted workers to come back to the United States, there's, other ways that you can incentivize companies coming back into the United States that work better than this. Tariffs are kind of, crude and primitive, but they could work if you at the same time ensured higher wages for American workers while you're making sure that companies are coming to manufacture in America. You want to be able to afford those products that they manufacture here, which are going to cost more. So you would increase wages. You would increase revenue that comes in through other methods. You would possibly cut defense spending and subsidize these businesses here so they can pay their workers more and sell their goods for less until the industry is built and establishes itself in this country. There are ways to do it. This is just not one of them. Re-entering the Gilded Age, except the Gilded Age for them.
A little bit. And obviously, if you want to stem the flow of fentanyl, there's a lot of other things that would need to be done and a lot of cooperation.
Fentanyl has dropped off in how much this has been coming into the country lately, but it doesn't matter. How about we make company towns, but with trailers? Look, honestly, the way, first of all, I don't like private companies. I'm anti-private property, so I don't really want companies. I would rather have worker collectives or cooperative ownership or social ownership of the means of production. Or I don't even really want state ownership of the means of production. The state can own it and the people, and it could be collectively run. There's various ways that you could do that. But company towns sounds like a bad thing, but I've given this idea for Australia, for the energy industry, in a way that could be beneficial to not only the people that live there, but the entire country. It just wouldn't be a company town. It would be a manufactured town for a specific purpose, like creating energy farms and housing people that are looking for houses in the cities where there's no housing and there's a housing crisis, where, we're abolitionists. I kind of am an abolitionist. I feel like I lean a bit more into anarchism than socialism in some aspects, but I am still a socialist in most aspects. That's why I say libertarian socialism fits me the best, but even that I don't necessarily agree with. Libertarian socialists, for example, are anti-electoral.
To be done with Mexico and other countries, and there's already an agreement against the precursor chemicals coming from China. So this feels like a setup. We've seen Trump do this before, where perhaps there'll be some small compromise that comes early next year and he'll just declare that's a win.
I'm sure that the master of the country might give us a little bit of a Christmas goose next year, just so we're not starving to death. That's what she's saying. Nice. I'll be right back. Just gotta grab some water real quick, and then we'll continue on with these segments. You're welcome, by the way, for not making you sit through every bit of all these people talking. You guys know as well as I do, most of it's meaningless. I gotta figure out a way to use this water bottle without it exploding on me every time I open it. It's happened twice now. Richard Quest, my favorite token Englishman. Really? That's your favorite token Englishman? Interesting.
Conversation, but it's going to be very difficult as I read the Trump's tweet for
I'm sure it will be.
Or Mexico or China to convince the US president that they've done what he wants them to do.
Absolutely. And
I will. I just like, it's a waste, you know, it's a water bottle. You buy it. It's nice. It has all like little lines so I can see how much water I'm drinking because I don't drink anywhere near enough water but your cup in another cup. Well, it's not that. It's when I open this after, because I only drink cold water. I'm weird. I can't drink water that's not cold. It tastes bad. You can disagree with me all you want. I understand not everyone has this like problem. However, when this water bottle is cold, it's fine. When it sits here next to me while I'm streaming so I can drink from it and it warms up, if I pick it up after, I don't know, the condensation has dissipated, a stream of water just flies out from the top. There's a clip of it on Twitch. It's hard to see, and you won't be able to see it now anyway because the profile's banned. However, I don't understand the physics of it. I feel like, so there's definitely condensation of water coming out, but I have a feeling that there's like this material might be shit enough that there's a form of osmosis actually happening rather than condensation, and then the lack of water inside from the osmosis is causing like a pressure difference so that when I pick it up, the pressure like launches the water out of the straw. That's the best like theory that I have on the subject, or the Chinese are doing it for me. The Chinese think cold water makes you sick. So do the Turks. When I was a kid, I wasn't allowed to drink water with ice in it. My mother told me it would give me cancer. Turks are really terrified of air conditioning. I remember like it was like a 95-degree day. I'm in the car with my boss when I lived in Turkey, and she won't turn the aircon on because it'll make you sick. It's just superstition is really wild sometimes.
Negotiating strategies at this point. I mean, the Trudeau government's posture so far is to take this very seriously, even though, as you just pointed out, Richard, it would be incredibly disruptive for all those economies, not just Canada and Mexico, but obviously the United States as well, if a 25% tariff were to be put on all imports into the United States. But that's not the point.
Please, Sid Shroom, explain in more detail this siphoning effect of like the water flying out when it's not even when it's just sitting there. How is it siphoning it when I just pick it up? And why does it only happen when the water has gotten warm instead of staying cold? Could it be possible that the straw is being compressed, encouraging the water to enter the pressure vacuum? Probably, actually. And again, that's why I think there's a form of osmosis happening rather than condensation. The actual design, the plastic might be too shit that some of this water's seeping out, creating this pressure vacuum inside of it.
Right? The point is, what is the negotiating tactic here? And as I said, Canada taking a completely different approach. And one that may remain controversial is whether or not, despite the fact that there's a little bit, about 2 years left on this current trade deal between Mexico, Canada, and the United States, do you just say, bye-bye, Mexico, Canada, the U.S., we're negotiating our own deal, and we'll see what kind of terms we can come to, and Canada and Mexico can negotiate their own afterwards. The one change here, Richard, which I really want to make clear from speaking both to business leaders in Canada, people in the government of Mr. Trudeau, but also to Trump aides after he won, that this is different. This is not bluster. Perhaps the 25% figure is, but no, they want to negotiate, and they are very serious about negotiating, and that might mean that targeted tariffs will remain in place, and the Trump administration wants to go forward with those.
Okay, Anna, let's ponder the Chinese thing. If you look at the top imports from China and the range of things that we are talking about, there's quite considerable tariffs. You've got all sorts of manufactured goods that come across, huge. Same with Mexico, same with Canada. Clearly, nobody wants there to be massive disruption with problems to economies.
Yeah, so let's tackle China. What's interesting here is actually 10% additional tariffs isn't actually as bad as President-elect Trump had threatened during the campaign. It was at one stage up to 60%. You also have to remember that there are already tariffs.
This is, yeah, not fun, guys. That makes sense with the heat because cold air will sink and hotter. Yeah, that makes sense. And then once it starts moving, it'll pull a lot more with it. Hey, we figured it out. Look at that. Science.
Imposed on Chinese imports at the moment, actually dating back to the first administration. Some of them were even increased under President Biden. For instance, electric vehicles from China have a 100% tariff on them, so you can't really increase that. More interesting, Richard, of course, is Mexico, perhaps the biggest trading partner, the neighbor here. And of course, this will impact, as trade wars do, not just Mexico, but obviously the US consumer with cars and so on.
Paula, is anybody worried, or, I mean, constitutionally?
Constitutionally?
Essentially, Donald Trump has already starting to run US foreign trade policy before he's taken office.
Absolutely.
In essence, that conversation he had with Trudeau last night was a negotiation when he's not even president.
Yes.
And very openly here, Richard, there are ministers of the government here in Canada that in the last few hours have said, we've got 2 months to negotiate. It's been as if President-elect Trump is actually already president.
Yeah.
They're beginning to negotiate the terms right now, and this is the way they're going forward with this. Perhaps this is because they've seen a Trump administration before. They feel more comfortable with going forward, and I'm saying that in terms of the cabinet picks here. I don't know exactly how this is going to turn out, but I do know that the Canadian government is ready to negotiate today, this afternoon, this evening.
With who?
Anytime
Yeah, with
the
who?
president-elect wants to.
That's a good
With
question.
The president-elect and anyone that will speak to them. You can start with the Canadian ambassador with the U.S. ambassador to Canada that's already been appointed.
TikTok, by the way, sorry about the layout. I'm trying to make it work, but like you guys with your landscape, not working for me.
And you can go right to the next Treasury Secretary as well. They will take all comers in terms of conversations. I agree with you, Richard, completely unprecedented.
Look, guys, Trump already wielding power, classic. Dems need to keep an eye on that. Dems can't do shit. The Dems are weak. The Dems have bent the knee. The Dems are all pretending like, okay, well, we'll try again in 2026. We'll manage it then. Like, fuck you. You're not gonna do anything useful.
Mexico's president having a very different approach here, saying that, frankly, Mexico could retaliate. We could see tariffs from both sides. It will impact jobs. It will impact inflation for both countries. Not backing down, a very different, quite dangerous strategy, I would say. And what's so
quite dangerous for us. Again, Americans are not used to austerity. Mexicans are very used to living without, access to large amounts of funds and living with less. Americans, we get everything. We want everything all the time. All we do is shop and eat.
interesting, I think, about these tariffs particularly being announced.
Mexico does have some balls, yeah.
Trump becomes president. This is negotiations. Will these tariffs really be imposed in January?
Okay, no one wants to take the risk, but to both of you, start with you, Anna, then to you, Paula, pick up off the back. The reality is, how will we're talking between now and January. You're talking about migrants crossing the border and the flow of fentanyl and illegal substances across borders. How will you even know if it has been successful?
You guys do know that, like, the vast majority of drugs smuggled into the United States from the southern border are done by U.S. citizens, not by undocumented immigrants, considering, U.S. citizens face a lot less scrutiny when crossing the border than Mexicans do, for example. It's a lot easier. Almost all of the drugs that are brought in are brought by U.S. citizens, legal Americans.
In such a short period of time, essentially 8 to 10 weeks from now. So, Anna, what is the barometer by which the achievement of success will be?
I think you'll have to ask the new administration that, Richard. I think what would be helpful, for the negotiations would at least to have an appreciation from China and Mexico that they will work on this area. But in terms of real proof...
For example, this is just from October. This is a federal indictment of 68 defendants accused of being or associated being with a criminal gang driven by race-based hate. They were Nazis. However, they were smuggling 97 pounds of fentanyl into the United States through the southern border. Like, literally, 97 pounds from 68 Nazis. These are the Trumpers. This is the right doing it.
Is down. That's according to new data from the FBI. In its annual Summary of Crime in the Nation, which was released yesterday, The FBI reported that violent crime dropped nationally from 2022 to 2023. Overall, violent...
Well, I mean, drugs are made everywhere, but we are the largest consumers of illicit drugs in the world. Americans love to get high.
Crime was down roughly 3%, with reports of murders falling more than 11% year over year, the largest single-year decline in 2 decades. Property crime also down, with burglaries dropping more than 7%, although reports of car thefts went up by about 12%. During a campaign stop in Pennsylvania yesterday...
Wait, are you not going to cover the goddamn Nazis getting arrested for smuggling fentanyl? I hate when sites do this, where they embed a video at the top of like their article that isn't the article being discussed. That really pisses me off. However, yeah, like swastikas and all, full-on Nazis. Take Trump's claim that Tren de la Agua took over the apartment building. No, it's the Nazis. It's always the Nazis. It always comes back to Nazis.
Proof and statistics as to whether they will reduce trafficking of drugs.
Poetry Flynn, that's impressive and good. Probably don't do drugs. You don't need to.
Well, that's a bit different.
Paula?
Money, commitments, things in writing. Donald Trump talks about executive orders on day one. They will want to see agreements, at least in principle, put into place with both Canada and Mexico on day one. And that includes actually putting more resources perhaps on the border, talking about innovative ways. Although I will say that some leaders in Canada have said, look, putting us together with Mexico is not fair. We are infinitesimal in terms of the issue.
You guys see that that video of like 50 Cent, the meme of like, I woke up and I saw this motherfucker talking shit about this, that guy, and Fitty, and I'm like, what did I do? Literally Canada. The socialists for smuggling drugs over the border would be really bad faith right now. Yeah, it would be. It would be. So maybe don't do that, Stalin, because they haven't made that argument. All right, well, let's have a look at the data that these people have. Although, before we listen to their data, I just want to show you some of mine. It's Thanksgiving tomorrow. We're going to finish this because this is very important, but I really just want to touch on this. According to Frank Luntz, the average cost of Thanksgiving dinner is estimated at $58.08 for a 10-person gathering, 5% down since last year. I don't know about any of you. I don't think $58 is going to be enough food for 10 people on Thanksgiving, period. However, like, let's have a look. Here's a guy who went shopping for Thanksgiving after seeing this. And let's see how much food he could get for $60.
So, I read an article.
And that's today. Again, this is pre-tariffs, pre-anything. Do you think anyone will go to Kamala's Thanksgiving dinner? Probably her family. Why is your sound so bad?
10-person gathering is $58.08 according to the U.S. Farm Bureau. So we're here at Walmart, here in beautiful Newfoundland, Texas. We're going to put that theory to the test. Come along with me. So we've got 1 gallon of whole milk. Price is $2.47 per gallon. That's where we're going to start.
You Americans have no fucking idea how good you have it. $2 and like $2.50 for a gallon of milk. Do you know how much like a liter of milk costs in Australia? I mean, to be fair, I'm sure a lot of you can't tell me how many liters are in a gallon, but like, Americans have no idea how little they pay for their food. You need milk to make things like mashed potatoes. You need milk to it is part of the rest of the meal. It's not like you're buying milk for everyone to have a glass of milk at Thanksgiving.
Half pint or a pint, I should say.
It's 3.5 liters in a gallon.
Great value brand, heavy whipping cream. Okay. We've got pumpkin pie mix, 29 ounces. Remember, this is for 10 people for $2.22 going in the cart.
Fucking 10 people with that can. No one says shrimp on the Barbie here.
We have a 16.62 pound turkey, $14.62. Keep that tally going.
First off, yes, you're correct, Papillion Mysterios. It depends on whether you want the home brand or the branded. Most of us probably get the home brand because the branded shit costs more for like no reason. Very few things are actually worth buying the brand name for. food-wise, not much of it. But in general, like, things cost very little for you guys. Also, Poetry Flynn, the fuck do you mean you dislike mashed potatoes? Mashed potatoes are amazing. If someone makes shitty mashed potatoes, I understand it. However, like, you know, you gotta put some effort into that. The turkey alone in Canada is probably like $50. Yeah, it's like about the same here. It's said when we're making fun of Americans making fun of Australians. It's sad when we're making fun of Americans making fun of Australians. Yeah, it is sad.
Carrots, 98 cents per pound. Okay, now just remember though, based on this article, half a pound of carrots. So half of this bag.
Half of this bag of carrots for fucking 10 people.
Based on this article, half a pound of carrots. So half of this bag for 10 people. Okay, still tracking with me? And then celery, again, 98 cents per pound. Again, half of this bag for 10 people, just so we're very, very...
Stalin, you might have been right with the 200 calories per person. I think you might have been actually dead on here.
12 ounces cranberries, $1.78 for 10 people. 3 pounds of sweet potatoes for $3.18.
Now sweet potato I don't like.
Potatoes, but you know what? You don't care about your health that much, do you? A dozen dinner rolls.
Yeah, no, honestly, if I would ban you, Flynn, if you were really serious. But I know that if you had like good mashed potatoes, you would not say what you just said. Just the mashed potatoes you've had are shitty. I gotta make you some. Put some cheese in there. Put some garlic in there. Make it smell good while it's cooking. But yeah, no, this is fucked, by the way. So anyone who tells you that you can get a Thanksgiving meal for 10 people for $60, you should punch them in the face. No, I'm kidding. Don't actually do that. But tell them to fuck off and go to a grocery store and go look around themselves and see. Mashed sweet potatoes mixed with mashed potatoes with pepper, really good. Otherwise, I hate sweet potatoes. I can see that. I can, like, I would be okay with a little bit mixed in. But yeah, on their own, not my biggest.
Here, classic Shirley brand for $2.57. 2 pie crust, Cuba brand, $2.94 a piece. Now, you might think this doesn't look like very much.
Because it's not?
Because this is not the average American Thanksgiving meal. For the purpose of this experiment, though, this is what we've got in the cart. Take a good look. This is all you get for Thanksgiving.
Yeah, that's all you get. That's $60.
This is what we've got in the cart. Take a good look. This is all you get for Thanksgiving. Okay, so we finally got back from Walmart, and surprisingly enough, we got all the stuff that was on the list that was.
This is supposed to feed 10 people, guys. This could feed like
from Walmart, and surprisingly enough,
one family of 4 with some leftovers for the next day, maybe. No stuffing, no cheesecake. No. Well, obviously you can't afford it. You got a $60 budget. God, I miss Thanksgiving. We don't have it here. This is my Thanksgiving. I'm spending it with you. And baked potatoes are excellent, Flynn. That's the Turk in me. We fill baked potatoes up with literally everything.
We got all the stuff that was on the list that was shared by the article.
Mashallah.
It came out to $45.55.
Oh, well, I mean, you had another $15 budget. I suppose maybe you could have added some stuffing in there. Definitely not the cheesecake. Make Thanksgiving thanks again.
So you see here, based on the items listed in this article for an average Thanksgiving meal, these are the items that you got. Remember, we've got half of this bag of carrots and half of this bag of celery. All right? That actually comes down to about 5 or 6 carrots for 10 people. So you be the judge on if that math works or makes sense. It seems to me like they're trying to portray the economy as better than it actually is. Remember,
as they usually do. Meanwhile, sweet potato is my favorite, and that's because my mother makes sweet potato casserole that has marshmallow on top. Marshmallow does sound good on a sweet potato casserole. But yeah, understand, like they're lying to you. And by the way, this is much cheaper than it will be next year. Now I'm going to show you this video. I can't play the sound because it has copyrighted music in it. And obviously this is a gag, but I want you to understand something. How does it feel that Americans eat your country every year? Well, we changed the name of my country to Türkiye instead of Turkey to prevent that joke from ever occurring again. But I grew up hearing that literally every year, Stalin. So thank you for continuing the tradition. I would have felt wrong if someone hadn't said it to me this year. Obviously, this is a skit. It's not real. Obviously, the person who made it is also an asshole, though. But I want you to watch it, and I want you to understand something. If this is, you know, your family. Oh, hold on. Didn't turn the music off. You're worried about Thanksgiving. You have your shitty father, uncle, whatever it is, comes in and starts messing with you in Thanksgiving, being an asshole, I want you to know that it's perfectly acceptable. In fact, it's even more ethical, and you should do this, to not only flip off this person, this individual right here who's being the asshole and ruining Thanksgiving. I want you to flip them off, and then I want you to take all of the Thanksgiving food that has been prepared and cooked, just put it all into a bag. Doesn't matter if it mashes all together. Just grab a bag, put it all in there, leave the house, go to a homeless shelter, and give the Thanksgiving meal to people who deserve it instead of this motherfucker. In fact, I'm sure most of your family that isn't this motherfucker will join you in it. Say, hey, all right, you know what? Let's just let's take all this food to a homeless shelter. We'll go hang out with the homeless for Thanksgiving. That is the ethical thing to do. I'm here from Hassan's stream because he shouted you out. You're lying. Hassan doesn't know who the fuck I am. I'm too small for anyone to know who I am.
We've got 4 years of this.
Fears of a new Trump
4 years at least of this
trade war are being felt here in the United States and around the world. And it all stems from the president-elect's declaration that he will impose new tariffs on Mexico, Canada, and China on day one of his administration. CNN's Tom Foreman has been taking a closer look. So, Tom, explain to our viewers what these tariffs are and why they would have such a significant impact.
Tariffs, in very simple terms, are taxes. That's what you have to know. These are fees attached to the value of imported goods. The United States is the largest importer in the world, taking in more than $3 trillion worth of imports each year. And these are
I love how, like, all of this stuff wasn't on air 24/7 before the election. Like, could you imagine if all of the media, like, oh, like, tariffs are actually big taxes, and we actually import $3 trillion worth of goods why were you not screaming this shit before the election? 7 followers, no way he knows you're a socialist? Name every Twitch streamer, exactly, yeah. I mean, to be fair, I have more than 7 followers, but Hassan does not know who I am.
The top suppliers out here. Trump wants to slap an immediate 25% tariff on Canada and Mexico, and he also wants to push the tariffs, the existing tariffs on China, up by 10%. But he's also talked about an across-the-board massive tariff hike on all countries. He's argued this could pressure foreign countries to lower their prices.
I did not know that, Poetry Flynn. Thank you.
Protect American firms and pay for some of his proposed tax cuts. Alex?
So, Tom, take us through what kind of goods are being imported.
Yes, Papillion Mysterios. Yes, this is true. So if grocery prices go up due to the tariffs under Trump, and let's say, hypothetically, Trump leaves office and the tariffs get removed, the prices of groceries will not go down. They might go down, like, by the amount of the tariff, but the price of groceries that has gone up since then through the inflation that the tariffs will cause will not go down. If your eggs go up to $5 and then the tariffs are removed, then it'll be $4.50 for your eggs each, by the way. I'm not talking about like a dozen eggs. I don't actually know how much eggs cost in America, but that's been the main example everyone's using. That's why I don't know egg prices in America, because I've seen a billion different photos of it. But yeah, groceries are commodities, and commodities, when they inflate in value, they don't deflate in value. Deflation is bad. The only way to make up for the rise in prices is to raise wages accordingly.
Imported into the United States.
I'll put it in scientific terms, a lot. Electronics, computers, tablets, phones, cars, trucks, motorcycles, boats, cosmetics, pharmaceuticals, camping gear, clothes, toys, appliances.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's the thing. They want higher profit margins. All of this shit's going to cost you a ton more. If you have stuff to buy, do it now, because they're already raising the prices. Like, the fact that they know the tariffs are coming, this has already begun. It's like Black Friday right now, which doesn't really mean anything, considering it's like we live in the forever sale era. However, if you need to buy something big, like, you know, a bed, furniture, an appliance, I mean, I suppose if you're going to buy a car, I would rather you not buy a U.S. car, or a boat, really. But if you need shit, buy it now. Now. Don't wait. It's only going to get worse.
Appliances, furniture. Let me put it this way. Wherever you are in this country, you're probably either touching or within arm's length of something that is imported or partially imported. That's just scratching the surface. Many items made in the U.S. rely on imported chemicals, plastics, and other raw materials or components, all of which would almost certainly be subject to Trump's most wide-ranging vision for these new tariffs.
Another thing most MAGA people don't understand, well, we can develop it in America. Well, the stuff we need to develop it doesn't come from America. I just want food? Yeah, I know, Poetry Flynn. I'm sorry. This is what you get instead.
Or taxes, Alex.
So, bottom line, how much are these tariffs expected to impact the average American's wallet?
You know, we have to see exactly how they really play out. We don't know, but let's look at one possibility here. Let's say you're thinking about a nice big $1,000 television for the holidays or something like that, but get past when this would be enacted after Trump's in office. If you added the 60% that Trump is talking about here, that he's touted as one of his potential targets for tariffs on China.
Or rather, sorry, I said 50 earlier. It's actually 60.
TV could then cost $1,600 if all of it went there. Trump says he will somehow make China eat that cost. Or maybe the American
just like
deal.
how, you know, Mexico was going to pay for the wall and then we paid for half the wall. Yeah, China's going to eat that cost, sure.
Where you buy it from will swallow some of it. But experts say almost always consumers pay the price. And they estimate Trump's tariffs could cost, get ready for this, the typical American middle-class family an additional $2,600 per year if it plays out that way. Again, we have to find out the details.
Again, that's just for the tariffs on China. That's not counting food and, like, petroleum and material imports and precursor pharmaceutical imports from Canada. This is just China. These people obviously are not going to make it as bad as it could possibly be because they've all bent the knee. But so imagine, right? So 60% on China increases the average cost that you're going to spend in general as an American annually to $2,600 more than you were spending. Well, if this was 60% and it added $2,600, you could estimate that if you add the 25% for China and Mexico to this, and let's say you're not buying all of that stuff, let's say $5,000. Oh, wait, look, what was it saying? Was it Kamala Harris that was saying that Donald Trump's plan would cost you $6,000 more a year overall? I think it might have been. Couldn't you go over there and say, give us taxes, worked for the Philippines? Go over where? The White House? Or...
Alex, but this could be a whopper.
Because they'll just turn on the laser beams.
To go down.
No small amount. Tom Foreman, thank you so much for breaking that all down.
Not backing down, Mexico and China warning Trump to think twice about his pledge on new tariffs. Mexico's president, Claudia Sheinbaum, was vowing...
Well, yes, Poetry Flynn. It will definitely have a very negative impact on the world economy. Whether or not it crashes it, who knows? This might actually improve the economy in some places of the world. It can be our new colony, I suppose.
To respond with tariffs of her own. The Chinese embassy saying, quote, no one will win a trade war. And Harry Enten is out front. So
now, again, trade war, right? That's where the idea is. We already know, essentially, we got a little bit of a breakdown on the subject. Well, you know what else they want to do besides a trade war?
Describing sort of the pass remain in Mexico, all of these sort of programs
But
that
again,
had
Mexico
developed.
has actually put a lot more border security on its southern border.
It's really working wonders. This is
crazy. Again,
They
border
have to-
crossings are
and if
down
I were her-
75%.
and
They're
if I
back
were
to what they
her-
were under Trump.
If I were
They're
her,
back to
I
what they were
would
under
be
Trump.
prepared for my country to possibly have United States military incursions to take out the drug factories and the people who do this to
So
us.
you think
too.
we should not only have a trade war,
Yes.
we should have a military war with Mexico?
I think we have to do what we have to do to stop.
I'm glad we
the
all
drugs.
agree we should be de-escalating.
Yeah, this is insane, but yeah, I'm telling you, we're gonna invade Mexico. We're doing the Alamo again, boys.
It sounds like Remember the Alamo.
Ah, there we go.
It
for
sounds
people,
crazy.
for
Like
people who
you're
are
going to
dying
send.
in
So
Kentucky.
not
it
only are
is.
we going to send the military on people who are here in the United States, we're now going to send the military over the border to attack Mexico.
No, I think.
I mean, he's correct in what he said there. Papillion Mysterious, diversity is beautiful. With diversity, we use all the different parts and little is left to waste. This is true. America became the country that it is. Look, I'm not an American chauvinist, and I know that America has done a lot of shitty things in the world, but I do believe in, like, the good parts of American ideology, the parts that were never really leaned into enough. The idea of you can come here from no matter where you are, with no matter what financial situation you're in, and become a part of this culture and this society. I like that. I like the fact that we are all part of one, like, it's the melting pot, you know? It's just, that's real American ideology. Vizora makes me feel better about myself. I'm glad. I want you to feel good about yourself. It's not you that's the problem. None of you are the problem. In 20 years, we're going to have a civil war over the abolition of wage labor. I could see that happening, Stalin. And you should make yourself feel better about yourself. I agree. But Papillion Mysterious, you have to remember that this is a learned skill. This is not an innate ability that people are born with. And we're incentivized to not do so. We're actually incentivized to place our own, like, personal self-worth on the opinions of other people and how we interact socially. That's a thing that you need to train your mind out of, because it was trained into that, and it's not healthy.
Americans who are bringing the drugs.
I think there
90%
are
of the drugs coming
strategic
in
ways
are
to use
from
the United
Americans.
States military to control immigration here.
See how nobody cares?
Order to attack Mexico.
No, I think
It's Americans who are bringing the drugs.
I think there
90%
are
of the drugs coming
strategic
in
ways
are
to use
from
the United
Americans.
States military to control immigration here and drugs there. And Mexico needs to pay attention to this man and work with
Poor
us.
girl. I feel exactly like
or
her right
face the
now.
consequences.
Like, just, you can say all the right things, but nobody cares. No one's listening.
So this is describing sort of.
It's unfortunate. It's very, very, very unfortunate.
Tonight, Trump's border czar, Tom
Speaking of the border, let's get through some of this stuff.
Homan threatens to put the Democratic mayor of Denver in jail. This comes after the mayor, who's my next guest, talked about resisting federal forces trying to carry out mass deportations, saying, quote, more than us having the Denver Police Department stationed at the county line to keep them out, you would have 50,000 Denverites there. It's like the Tiananmen Square moment with the rose and the gun. Homan firing back on Fox News.
First of all, I lived in Denver, based of that mayor. Unfortunately, it's not going to help him much.
Me and the Denver mayor, we agree on one thing. He's willing to go to jail. I'm willing to put him in jail. We're going to enforce the law.
What a piece of shit.
And they're not going to stop us.
This guy's
All
a
right, joining me now, the Denver mayor,
fucking massive piece of shit.
Mike Johnston. So, Mayor Johnston, you heard what he said. You got something in common. You're willing to go to jail. He's willing to put you there. He says he's going to enforce the law. Are you willing to go to jail over this?
I would be.
You know, I think there are thoughtful ways to solve this problem. If they want to focus on violent criminals, we would be happy to help support pursuing, arresting, and deporting them. We've helped past administrations. We'd do that again. If they want to focus on adding more judicial capacity.
True, Stalin. We're really going back in time, aren't we?
So folks with asylum claims can have those cases heard more quickly. We would support that.
Hey, Art.
What we're not going to
Also
do is
true.
support deploying the 101st Airborne into American cities to pull 10-year-old kids out of their classrooms in handcuffs. I think that is immoral, that's unconstitutional, and that's un-American. And
I
so
think it's
if that's what they're
disgusting,
proposing,
actually.
They will find us resisting. If they want to partner on common sense solutions, we'll always be happy to partner.
So if Trump were to order ICE agents, you know, for example, right, Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents, to go into the state of Colorado to enforce federal law, would you order, Mayor Johnston, your police department to resist them? Or are you speaking at this point more of just an act of, protest resistance? Or would this actually be an order to your police department?
Look, before he answers this, I need you guys to understand that, like, there's already a plan in place to deal with dissent. Stephen Miller has talked about this, about gathering up the National Guard of red states and then using them as like a standing army to invade blue states that resist, which I don't really understand why they would need to do it that way, because, Trump could just call in the National Guard and all of the red states would be, we're ready to do whatever you want, or if there's resistance from the blue state. But like, that's kind of the plan. They're willing to go and have a full civil war throughout the country over this shit. So Stalin, you might actually get what you want depending on how things go.
Yeah, we won't use our law enforcement, and we don't think we need to. That's not what we're after. I think America's not after another conflict on this issue. They're after.
Well, yeah, it's not likely to happen, but it's possible to happen.
So
it depends on how much
Lincoln,
Democrats decide to resist, which, you know, based on what we've seen of Democrats, probably not much.
I don't think here that might makes right. We think that right makes might. And so if they are going to send the U.S. Army or the Navy SEALs into Denver to pursue folks to pull them off the job at hotels or restaurants where they're working, or pull kids off the soccer field, I think we will see Denverites and folks around the country who will nonviolently resist that, because I think that doesn't represent our value.
That's the thing. That's the danger in like hypothesizing. The point of this video is really that the border czar is like willing to put even elected officials in jail that don't abide by what he wants. This is from Channel 4 News, by the way. This is one of the, like, it's a pretty good news source. It's independent. It's not from the United States. This is I haven't seen this yet, so let's see what we can expect from deportations. And also, about Poetry Flynn, that speculation isn't even really that wild. It's based on things that these people have said themselves. That's the thing. We're analyzing their language and their rhetoric and applying it to not only their actions now, but the possible actions that they can take. Like I explained before, right? You asked, could they crash the economy by doing the tariffs? I explained last stream, they could crash the economy without the tariffs. If they were smart enough, they could essentially just take all of the money in the world for themselves and end the economy. They could switch the U.S. national currency to Trump's new cryptocurrency, which there's a limited amount of and they have full control of, default on the U.S. debt, destroy the world economy, and push crypto. Most of these people are involved in this. They could. The Treasury Secretary is also in the crypto scheme. They theoretically, now do I think they're going to? No. Do I think that they're smart enough to? No, but they could. Can we trust what these people have to say when they've gone back and forth constantly? No, you can't trust them, but you should listen to them. And here's the thing, right? When they're telling you about how good they are, they're always lying. But when they're telling you about the bad things they want to do, they're not lying. They tell the truth. When Trump says, we're going to use the military for the enemy from within, he's not lying. When he says they're eating the cats and dogs and we're going to stop them, he's lying. It's whether or not it's them being, whoever's being viewed positive tends to determine whether or not they're lying here. But generally, every accusation from the right is a confession, so.
I will launch the largest.
Oh, fucking echo. Yeah, never trust the libs to take a fascist at his word. You gotta consider these people as wild cards, every single one of them. You have to think about every possible road that they can take and prepare yourself for it. Because again, like, Trump's brain is soup, right? But the people around him are literally not like stupid. They are demons. They have plans. They've had plans that have been built for years. Project 2025 is the plan that they're going for. They literally hired Russell Vaught. We're going to go over that in a minute. This is a series of events that have been played out in their minds for years now, and they're just doing it step by step. In fact, realistically, I mean, you could just look to history. They're kind of just doing like what the Nazis did when they took power, only slightly differently, but the same. It's like they're looking at a history book and going step by step.
Donald Trump made the mass deportation of undocumented immigrants
They think they're the Joker.
of his election campaign.
Fucking edgy little incels that think they're the Joker. Yeah, that's half of his support.
But the day I take the oath of office, the migrant invasion of our country ends.
He said he'll declare a national emergency on day one and use the military to round up what he calls millions of illegals and throw them out of the country.
Just a reminder that A, 75% decrease in undocumented immigration in 2023 and 2024. Also, there's only about 11 to 12 million undocumented immigrants in the United States. He's talking about 20 to 30 million people. The number changes all the fucking time. Obviously, there's a lot going on here. They've talked about camps for the deportations. They've talked about homeless encampment camps with doctors that are going to be outside of cities. They're like, it's just labor camps. Wasn't the Joker based? Wasn't he the stereotype of a leftist boogeyman? Like, the idea of the Joker in that movie was supposed to be based, but then it got co-opted by a bunch of cringe like incels that wanted to think that like, oh, I can just watch the world burn and I don't have to care about anything. The Joker was based because he actually had a goal, and it wasn't just to watch the world burn. He wanted to take down the system, but he would have had a better idea. I mean, the man was crazy, obviously, but he wasn't just like destruction for the sake of destruction like the people that stan the Joker think so. His cat color isn't red. I know, he's wearing the dark MAGA hat today because he's talking about deportations. From the video game comics and shit, I wouldn't know, but like from my psychoanalysis of what I've seen of the character, I saw Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy. That show was like great, and the Joker in that is kind of where I'm basing this idea from. Like, the man's crazy, but he's not evil. Whereas the right just thinks he's evil for the sake of evil, and they think it's fun and based and red pilled to just like burn society down to the ground, to the cinders. Obviously, whenever this happens, the people that are already being hurt the most are the people that continue to be hurt the most. But
Get them the hell out of our country and fast.
how about we get you fucking people the hell out of our country, huh? I'd love to get you people the fuck out of our country, un-American pieces of shit. Sorry, I got a little mad there.
Or kick them the hell out of our country and fast.
And remember, these aren't idle threats. Few can forget the images of children lying in cages wrapped in foil, having been taken from their parents' arms at the border.
Remember, this was last time around, and when asked, how do you avoid this? Tom Homan just said, oh no, you just deport the whole family together. However, we can't just do that. Last time around, we had a deal with Mexico where we could deport some like people there. However, all of these people, these millions of people, need to go home. They're all not Mexican. They have different countries of origin. We have to hold them in place. We have to house them, feed them, take care of them, figure out where they're going, organize those flights, and send them home. There's already 1.5 million undocumented immigrants that have been declared, you know, ready for deportation, that are just waiting to be like deported at this point. It's not gonna be quick, easy, or good. He sounds so unenergetic nowadays. It would be sad if he wasn't a piece of shit. Well, I mean, I do like that he's a piece of shit because he's a piece of shit. I like that he's low energy. I want him to be fucking sad. And I want him to be... I mean, he's probably just dying, you know? He's like ancient. The man is 500 years old and addicted to cocaine and McDonald's hamburgers. Deport the 1%. They're a group of lazy freeloaders wasting, like, off the back of our hard work. This is true, 100%. The problem with comics is that, yeah, I don't care. Sorry.
That was Trump's first term in office.
And now we have a record illegal migration.
And the man who carried out that family separation policy is the very same person Trump has put in charge of the border.
You guys do not understand how, like, Nazi-esque these are. This is mass deportation just means ethnic cleansing. You know that, right? Like, you could just substitute mass deportation with ethnic cleansing, and the meaning would still be there based on what they actually want to do. This is disgusting. And obviously, it's all built on a lie that, again, I blame on the Democrats.
A message to the millions of illegal aliens that Joe Biden's releasing our country in violation of federal law. You better start packing now, because you're going home. You're damn right.
It's that ultra hardline rhetoric of an imminent crackdown, of police raids and packed detention centres that sent chills through
They're mass raping our wallets, our kitchens, our, like, lives. Yeah, absolutely. The bourgeoisie is the enemy here, guys. You need to understand, this is not left versus right. We're not fighting against conservatives or Republicans. We're not even really fighting against fascists. This is a class war. We are at the bottom. They are at the top. There is really only 3 ways this works. The upper class, the rich, the powerful, they get to make every decision. They get whatever the fuck they want. Then there's the middle class, the working class, us, the people stuck in their wagey cages that are working for as the minimal possible amount of money to live off of. And then there's the lower class, which literally only exists to scare the shit out of the middle class to keep working. That's the system that we're in.
Immigrant population in America, and has Democrats here in Congress scrambling to try to protect them before the deportations begin.
Mi nombre es Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. My name is
AOC, as she's known, is leading the charge, urging Joe Biden to give temporary protected status to 300,000 undocumented Ecuadorians, many of whom live in her district in New York.
We agree. Being undocumented is a problem. But our solution, instead of turning the military on our own people,
Document
is
them.
to document them.
Duh.
To document the undocumented.
Well, you guys know that, like, during the election season, if you polled Republicans and you asked them whether they preferred mass deportations or pathway to citizenship, and you actually explained these things to them, Republicans chose pathway to citizenship. And then say under socialism you have no individuality and everyone's a monolith and has no power and the elite own everything. Yeah, well, that's what they think. It's not how, socialism has to work. There are various kinds of it, and some of them aren't good.
Is Camila Ruilova Bustamante.
And helped me stay in this country.
She came across the border as a 7-month-old baby with her mother and grandmother. 23 years later, she's still not been able to get the paperwork she needs to be legal.
Do you know how fucked up it is to be 23 years to not get a green card? 23 years. I wasn't born in the US. I got my US citizenship when I was in high school. I was either 16 or 17. And I was 5 when we came to the States. So it's gotten worse. I got citizenship when I was 16. These people have been waiting 20 years for a green card.
Is imminent.
How frightened are you? What's your fear?
My fear is that I'll get deported to a country that I don't know.
That's also possible, yeah.
I was 7 months old.
Do you really think that all these people are gonna get deported to the places where they belong, or you think they're just gonna, I don't know, open the floodgates, say fuck off, and go wherever the hell you want to go?
My biggest fear, I think, would be that my family is torn apart.
We tell her story to voters, Trump voters, just an hour outside of DC to see if there was any empathy for Camilla. And there was some, but not much.
There's going to be sad stories.
She might be among them.
She might be among them. I don't know how it's all going to plan out. I would love to see,
It really sucks that we're sending the Jews to the camps, and I know some of them are children, and they're gonna get burned in the incinerators, but, you have to understand that it's for the economy. That if we don't, send all the Jews to the camps, then I won't make as much money.
She came at 7 months old. It's not her fault she was here illegally,
Her mum is with her, by the way, and is also still undocumented.
Well, her mom should go home at least, at the very least.
Oh, yeah, well, okay, but maybe we won't send the kid into the incinerator, but mom definitely needs to burn. Fuck you, you fucking Hitlers. Stupid problems usually have stupidly easy solutions. If that, who knows? What about the market? What about the market? These people don't believe in fucking reality.
Others had less empathy.
Send her home. Let her figure out how to get legal. We just got to get control over the border. And
okay, wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I just have to say.
Figure out how to get legal. We just got to.
If you're the type of person that collects these things, I think you really need some mental health assistance. Either that or back out behind the shed. But that's up to you. Your decision. But holy shit.
Get control over the border and know who's coming in here.
Did you vote for Trump?
I did.
It was one of the reasons because of immigration.
Yes. My family did it the right way, so why not go down the path of actually...
The only kind of camp that I'm okay with. Make it a nice summer camp, too. Education camp doesn't need to be fucking school. I went to summer camp when I was a kid, up in the Pennsylvania mountains. You get little cabins, you name them different things, have little competitions with each other, play games, there's a lake. You can do that in a good way.
Becoming...
what's with the motorcycles? I guess they want to look cool.
Official.
Not so simple. The Immigration Office told us it has nearly 7.8 million immigration cases currently on its books.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, they already have 8 million that they know of 1.5 million of those are already have gone to court and been declared you're going to get deported. Yeah, I know. Obviously, Lord Fluffy Art, we're joking when we say re-education camps. It does obviously carry a lot of negative connotations, and that's not something that we're actually advocating for here. Although, I will say, done correctly, it would be good. I would be for it. I'm just not going to advocate for it because people are too stupid, you know? I was never outdoorsy either, but I liked summer camp.
7.8 million immigration cases currently on its books, while other estimates put the total number of undocumented migrants at over 13 million people.
Again, Donald Trump keeps saying 20 to 30 million. Summer camp is where I learned how to shoot a gun and shoot a bow. Give them an education, you know, make them able to read. Honestly, I think a lot of these people just need to repeat school. Like, just send them back to first grade. And if they're doing really well, you know, if they're not dumb enough to be in first grade, we can up their class level. But really, honestly, most Americans just need to go back to school. However, that's not going to happen because, you know, they're destroying the Department of Education. That's the thing, you know. Even Donald Trump has said it. I love uneducated voters. I like it when you're dumb. They love it when you're dumb.
A number that's risen sharply under President Biden. And officials told us there are more than 600,000 migrants with either criminal convictions or pending criminal charges. They don't break down what the convictions are for, so it could include things like traffic violations. But that's just detail to Trump, who seized on migrant crime, and one crime in particular.
We vowed to keep Laken's memory alive for as long.
The horrific murder of a nursing student, Laken Riley, in Georgia by an undocumented...
Yeah, okay, this was really bad, right? Understand that immigrants, both documented and undocumented, commit less crimes overall than citizens that were born here or naturalized citizens, either together or separately when you adjust them for population density. Undocumented immigrants commit significantly less crime. Just understand this. But by the way, this is the tactic you're going to see with a lot of little things. They're going to start putting out little news articles of every single trans person they find committing a crime as well. Because, you know, the idea now is it's mental illness to be trans. They're going to start going after gay people like this. They're going to start going after black people like this pretty soon. Muslims, maybe Jews eventually. Does it get that far? Depends on how successful they are.
Venezuelan.
He was an illegal migrant, and he shouldn't have been in our country.
The killer was sent to prison for life, but Trump and the right has been using the case to stoke fear and legitimize a crackdown on all migrants.
This is going to become intimate, just individuals that you
They're
know.
bringing
in your
back the
community
slave codes. No, you're not wrong, you know. They really are just, this is a creation of slavery in the United States in just a different form. I mean, if your wages aren't going up, your costs are going up, your businesses are all owned by a select few. A trans person was arrested today after he walked across the street before the light turned green. Not surprising to me. Yeah, I would say if you're trans, don't commit any crimes, including jaywalking. They are looking for literally any reason to put you in prison. Any reason. Any.
that are small business owners that work in
And
your
it's the same with undocumented immigrants. It's the same with documented immigrants, by the way. Remember, denaturalization is a factor here. You think that the moment Trump's president, there ain't going to be a lot more cops just pulling over random, like, Hispanic people wanting to see, like, their documents? Yeah, national news instantly. That's so surprising, Stalin, obviously. But by the way, this is how they do the trans genocide. I've explained this to you. They're going to cut access to healthcare, which is going to lead to a lot of suicides, and then they're going to, you know, arrest all of the other non-conforming or people who manage to DIY it themselves. They're going to look for any way to put you in prison, and by prison, really, it's a labor camp, because that's what prison is. You know what the biggest rise in stocks was on election day? Like when Donald Trump won the election, do you want to know which stocks just skyrocketed? It was prison stocks. prison stocks, private prisons. Yes, where they get to keep you in a cell, you get to work and create commodities for them to sell on the market. By the way, the government pays for you to be incarcerated in the private prison. In fact, currently, we pay private prisons for empty beds. That's why there's an incentive to arrest more people, because if the bed's empty, then we have to pay for it. Yeah, you guys are like fully unaware of how scary this kind of is. I mean, the boys didn't really predict any of this. This was all kind of laid out already. That's the thing. When the last season of The Boys came out, we already knew about Project 2025. If you were paying attention, you knew.
Restaurants that go to school with your children are being removed.
A former immigration official under Biden said Trump's plans are doable, but only with thousands of extra staff and billions more dollars.
Donald Trump is talking
Trillions,
about
actually.
Between 10 and 20 million, what he calls illegal migrants. Huge number. What does that look like? I mean, it sounds dystopian.
It's going to take 100 to 200,000 federal officials, both law enforcement, logistics staff.
I've talked about this before. 200,000 law enforcement, National Guard, county sheriffs, whatever you can find. They want an army that big in the United States ready to go look for immigrants. Now understand that at the beginning of the Iraq War, we only sent 160,000 soldiers. They want more to look for immigrants in America than soldiers that we sent to the Iraq War at the beginning of the invasion.
Detention staff, bus drivers, logistics, transportation, etc., to bring that all together into a working operation.
How much do you think this costs? By the way, the camp that they need to build costs about $1 trillion. And also, how much will this be viable when we're in a war with, I don't know, possibly a war with Iran? We might not actually end up doing that now. Seems like Iran must have, who knows? We'll see. The foreign policy stuff is a mess and it's difficult to predict. However, we're probably going to do at least a military incursion into Mexico. Now, if we have 200,000 of our National Guard active, walking around, our police looking for immigrants at every point, that means all of you are going to get harassed constantly. However, on top of this, how are they going to afford any of it? Get the fuck off Grindr, no more ice cream emojis, oddly placed teas, because I guarantee that's the first place they're looking. I've never been on Grindr. I wouldn't know, but take Oxpecker's advice, because they probably know better than I do.
We're talking a military level style operation run from the White House.
So that's possible.
Anything is possible when law enforcement best practices of
Honestly, I would say try and like not put out as much information as you can. Like erase as much data of yours online. Go into like your Facebook, your old one that you haven't opened. Get rid of everything. They probably already still have it. But erase your personal data as much as you can if you're a person at risk. If you are like directly in the line of fire, disable your social media accounts and run the fuck away. Like leave now, please. Go to Canada. Go seek asylum. Whatever you need to do, do not stay here, especially in a red state. They're going to pay for it by making the U.S. go further into debt. Well, that's the thing. They might default on the debt, Lord Fluffy Art. And also, like, here's the thing, right? Our current, like, budget yearly is $6 trillion. This, on average, I've seen numbers ranging to $2.5 to $3 trillion is what this is going to cost. Elon Musk's department of Doge department, his like little meme department, which, you know, is the kids table, but Elon Musk is not also in the kids table. He does actually have some power. The department itself is the kids table, but Elon Musk gets to do some shit. And they're talking about cutting about $3 trillion from the federal budget. Now, if you look at the federal budget, they could do this. However, cutting half the federal budget can go a couple different ways, right? How can it go? Give me a chart. Give me a chart. Motherfucker, I asked you for a chart. U.S. federal budget for chart. I want a graph. Give me Oh, by the way, I replied to the you sent me on Discord. Thank you. I'll have a look at that after stream. I don't run Discord while I'm streaming because my computer doesn't like it. Come on, where's their graph? Give me a pie chart, a circle. Oh, you know what? This will work. There we go. So, yearly, we get about $4.47 trillion in revenue. As in, like, individual income tax makes up the vast majority of this. Actually, 49% of it is $2 trillion. I could, but I won't. Payroll taxes make up a bit of this as well. Corporate income taxes, by the way, being 9% is disgusting. This should be, like, closer to 70 to 80% of all of the revenue that we get, not 9%. This is disgusting, you know? Corporate tax rates, just, oh my God, they don't even pay it anyway. Who cares? So anyway, if they want to cut $3 trillion from the total spending over here to be able to use on deportation, well, what can they do? Well, they're not going to cut defense spending, $1.13 trillion. And if you don't cut defense spending, what else can you cut? Well, you can cut Social Security. You can cut Medicare. Social Security and Medicare make up about $2.5 trillion. Take out, you know, you get some public health, some transport, education, $67 billion cut straight from there. All of the Medicaid and CHIP, 633. Yes, okay. So this transfer to states, which is Medicaid, CHIP, transportation, education, child and social services, and other transfers to states, Medicare, and Social Security. Cut all of that, and you'll make enough money to be able to do what they want to do. Now, they could just cut the national defense budget. I would be very much in favor of that, and also not do the deportations. They could cut the national defense budget in, I'd say, half, and then spread it out into all of these categories. That would be based, but that's not what they're going to do.
The door, and it's just about literally the logistics of moving human beings sort of without care and compassion. You could very quickly turn around and do 20 to 30,000 removals per week.
You guys, you remember the fact that Nazi Germany originally wanted to deport the Jews for economic benefit. They were a strain on the economy, and the Jews need to be deported. Then they realized it's real fucking hard to detain, deport, and handle the transport of all of these people. It was just much easier to flick the on switch in the showers, so to say. So much of the military is just payroll and maintenance. I doubt they can really cut anything. Well, that's military budget that we know, Sid Shroom. You have to be aware that Congress doesn't even know the full extent of the military budget because a lot of it's classified. We spend a lot more money than we're aware of on the military. Off topic, but we saw AOC earlier, and I saw this and I wanted to point out. AOC is doing a mass call with the New York Democratic Socialists of America. Now, I don't know how much faith I have in the DSA. I've always said that voting third party is not going to do anything for you. But at this point, the Dems are just so fucked that Bernie Sanders has made a scathing letter about it. AOC is working with the DSA. I don't necessarily think that this is a bad idea. I don't think that we should bank on the DSA to save us. Yes, Comrade AOC. But I do think that this is good, and you should listen to this. Tune in fact. This is Monday, December the 2nd. So, honestly, might be able to cover this on stream, in fact. I'm going to save this one just in case. Because I need to learn more about the DSA, in fact. All right. Now then, I need to pee, and then we're gonna yell about Kamala Harris for a little bit because God, Democrats infuriate me. I fucking hate them so much. I hate them so much. This could be the fact that we're in the situation we're in now. Don't blame anybody except the Democrats. Don't even blame Trump voters anymore. It's just the Democrats' fault. All right, be back 2 seconds. All right, I am back. Okay. Once I fell in love with a really nice feminist, she always sounds excited to talk to me. We don't really talk anymore. Start conversation, say nice things to them. Go talk to strangers outside. In fact, that would be great. Oh, before we start this, I have to shame myself a little bit because you guys are how I'm keeping myself accountable on this. So, 9 days ago, I decided to quit vaping. I got 7 days in, and then I went out to the beach and hung out with some people and caved in a little bit. I am still trying to quit. I do have a patch on. I'm trying not to use this very much, but I brought this in here because this segment's going to piss me off, and I feel like I might need it. But I promise you guys, last one, going in the bin, and we're going back to zero again. Just to show you, you can fail when you're trying to quit a substance addiction, such as nicotine, and you can just get right back on the boat and try again.
And Tim Walz urging their supporters to keep up the fight on a call with grassroots organizers yesterday.
I know this is an uncertain time. I'm clear-eyed about that. I know you're clear-eyed about it. And it feels heavy. And I just have to remind you, don't you ever let anybody take your power from you. You have...
Bitch, you fucked off the moment you left and went to Hawaii. This is worse than fucking Scott Morrison leaving Australia in the middle of like Black Summer to go to Hawaii. This is worse than that. Relapsing can be fun, I suppose. I just think of her whenever I feel bad. I'd say cut the military by 200 billion USD since it would leave us ahead of China and would give us a lot of money for spending. Well, yeah, kinda, but also true. Coming from you is crazy. Yeah, no, absolutely. This is ridiculous coming from Kamala fucking Harris, the woman who just left, who called Trump a fascist and then peacefully transitioned power over. Did not... Remember what happened when Bernie Sanders lost in both 2016 and in 2020? Did he fuck off? Did he leave? Did he go on vacation? Did he go and hang out with his nieces? No. What he did was he said, hey, we lost. It's okay. But the movement is not about me. It's about us. It's about the movement. Go out and keep fighting. Work together. That's what Bernie Sanders did. Not her, though. This is why you can never trust a liberal. I hope she has been.
Power that you did before November 5th.
3 weeks after losing the election, Harris's team is speaking out for the first time. In a wide-ranging interview with Pod Save America's Dan Pfeiffer, former senior advisor to Barack Obama, 4 senior members of the Harris campaign discussed what they think went wrong. One major hurdle, they say, they only had 107 days. And they say
oh, yeah, because you got to look up at the stars in the night sky, Stalin. That's why.
Impacted decisions like the number of interviews she could do. Trump, on the other hand, of course, made it part of his campaign to appear across several popular podcasts.
One of the things...
The fact that she didn't go on Joe Rogan because the left consultants that she had told her that it would look bad for her. Like, these people should be fired from cannons into the sun, let alone losing their job.
I like about doing a show like this. Can you imagine Kamala doing this show?
I could imagine her doing this show.
She'd be laying on the floor.
She was supposed to do it, and she might still do it, and I hope she does.
She's not going to do it.
I will talk to her like a human being. I would try to have a conversation.
You know, Joe Rogan didn't used to be, like, crazy right-wing, right? I'll play a clip of him not being insane after this. Hawaii seems to be where everyone fucks off to when shit goes south. Yeah, just like ScoMo during the raging bushfires. I actually said that a minute ago. These consultants are straight up sus. Some of the consultants for Kamala Harris's campaign were consultants that worked for Hillary fucking Clinton's campaign. Why are they allowed anywhere near a presidential campaign after they ran Hillary Clinton's into the ground? And by the way, Kamala Harris lost worse than Hillary Clinton did.
He does, because it would be a mess. She'd be laying on the floor comatose. You'd be saying, call in the medics.
Harris's team addressed whether she should have gone on Joe Rogan's
Joe
podcast
Rogan
and
is
tried
the
to-
median voter, said Shroom. Joe Rogan is literally just a retard that will be nice to and adopt the position of whoever they're talking to. If you are a left-winger and you're talking to Joe Rogan will become a left-winger. If you are a right-winger and you're talking to Joe Rogan will become a right-winger. If you're a Christian nationalist, suddenly he's a Christian nationalist. If you are a socialist, he'll agree with you being a socialist. Like, he has no beliefs of his own.
To explain why it never happened.
Yeah, there's a lot of intrigue around this, a lot of theories. It's pretty simple. We wanted to do it. We had discussions with Joe Rogan's team. They were great. They wanted us to come on. We wanted to come on. We tried to get a date to make it work, and ultimately we just weren't able to find a date. But it, didn't ultimately impact the outcome one way or the other.
Bullshit. Again, by the way, this is what Joe Rogan used to be like, because of the people that would go on there. You have to understand that all of the media is now right-wing, including independent media. Almost all of it is right-wing. I'm a left-wing fucking streamer. There's like 5 of me. There's me, there's Hassan, there's Vosh, and that's kind of it. That all I can think of off the top of my head. Keffels isn't around anymore. But this is what Joe Rogan used to be like when people from the left showed up on his show.
Really good idea. I want free college education.
Take it easy.
Hello, Bernie.
How are you, Joe?
Wonderful. Pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I like Tulsi and I like Bernie. That's it.
Oh, yeah?
Everybody else can eat shit.
Look at you, fucking progressive.
Oh, look, another fucking grifter.
Progressive.
Yeah. I think I'll probably vote for Bernie. I think he's looking out for the interests of the working people. And I think he wants people to have a better life and do better. And I'm all for that. And if that means I have to pay more in tax, like people think, oh, you're a socialist. I've heard people say that. Oh, you're a fucking socialist, bro. Like, first of all, he's not even a socialist. He's a Democrat.
This is what happens when you put someone on the left in front of Joe Rogan. If Kamala Harris went on Joe Rogan, that would have made a meaningful difference. These people are stupid.
Democratic socialists. It's a different thing. I would like to spend more in taxes if they could fix inner city communities and take these poor neighborhoods and
We spent a lot.
If we had people constantly going on, and Joe Rogan has more reach in like one episode than pretty much all of the rest of the media combined. Like, including online individual, streamers like me. Joe Rogan just gets all of the viewers. Now, imagine if every single one of these tens of millions of people are regularly hearing about, oh, well, I'd be willing to pay more in taxes as long as, everyone can get education, because, that makes the state more money in the end, and then we get better social services, and my tax dollars goes somewhere meaningful instead of, giving billions of dollars to Israel to mulch Palestinian children with, for example. If you heard that every day from the minute you wake up to the minute you go to bed, the mindset of the American people might be a little bit different rather than, what they hear now.
Spend more, you fucking Republican piece of shit. 87% of
Damn,
scientists
right there.
said that.
Look at that. This guy, doesn't believe anything, but you can make him based.
Spend more, you fucking Republican piece of shit.
Spend more, you Republican piece of shit. True. Because it's that petty portion of America with a lot of money and the most unpopular economic opinions who insist on never shutting the fuck up. They're leading the Democratic Party. They're also leading the Republican Party. That's the thing. We need to not shut the fuck up. That's all I really want, is all of you to go complain constantly. Look at what the Republicans did for the last couple years. Look at all of the Karen memes that are going around screaming about immigrants to random people. Go be those Karens, but not scream about people. Go whinge about prices. Everyone needs to better fucking start calling increased food prices Trumpflation day one. You need to be the petty little whingy bitches all over the internet to get their attention. You need to drown out the noise. Because right now, the way that the media functions is there's so much noise that you can't find anything in it. So how do you make yourself appear? How do you, think about the idea of constant sound waves just circling out, like a pebble that falls into a lake. And there's these circular waves just drifting out of it. Though that's the sound. How do you make yourself known and make your sound go over the rest of those? Well, you make a bigger drop a bigger pebble in, and now you are the louder sound. That's what we need to do. All of you, go complain. Go make a TikTok and just whinge about shit every day. I don't care what you do. Just complain about the right and never stop. That's what you need to do. It sounds childish, but you have to remember that the median voter in America is genuinely stupid. And this is how politics works now. Be extra. Go out of your way to point out whose fault something is. Even if it doesn't matter, even if it's not relevant, just do it. Hell, even if it's not true, just blame Donald Trump for it. Doesn't matter, they'll do it. I'm not saying like lie. We don't need to lie because we have the truth. They lie because they don't have anything for us. However, I mean, like, if you really don't care enough about the person you're arguing with and you just kind of want to troll them, it's okay to lie. Fuck them. Fuck them. That's how politics works. You have to be mean, you have to be loud, you have to be extra, and you can't shut the fuck up. Donald Trump didn't shut up for 4 years since he lost the last election, and he won this time.
They say they just couldn't find a date there, and that, you know, they don't think it would have impacted the outcome one way or the other. James Carville...
Again, fire these consultants out of a cannon.
...in on this question in recent days. Let's watch what he had to say.
The vice president was thinking about going on Joe Rogan's show, and a lot of the younger progressive staffers pitched a hissy fit. If I were running a 2028 campaign and I had some little snot-nosed 23-year-old saying, I'm going to resign if you don't do this, not only would I fire that on the spot, I would find out who hired them.
Why the fuck are these geriatric dinosaurs in charge of our politics? Again, fuck the Democratic Party, guys. Like, again, I am not a third party person, but if we can actually get movement from the Dems to the DSA, that would be amazing. And by the way, the DSA is one of the only third parties that actually hold seats, just so you guys know. Yeah, fucking octogenarian. DSA held seats USA. Like, for example, we were talking about the Green Party. Remember how they are useless and you should never vote for Jill Stein because they will never win or hold a seat? You know what does hold seats? Democratic Socialists of America. Currently, there are 5 in the House of Representatives. Well, Jamal Bowman's out. We've had 8 before. These are all, like, in local state legislature races, which are arguably more important than Congress for the most part. The DSA fucking dominates. So for your local elections, Democratic Socialists of America. If we need to keep the Democrats around for like federal elections, fine. But I'm not joking. Go get involved in your local legislature, your school council, your city council, your like state. Go run with the Democratic Socialists. Go talk to them. Go phone bank for them. Hashtag progressive victory, which isn't going to work because I forgot that Nightbot doesn't work.
Fire that person on the spot. I'm really not interested in your uninformed, stupid opinion as to whether you go on Joe Rogan or not.
Fuck you. And yes, I'll support them. I'm not a Democratic Socialist either, but, you know, better than them and better than the Republicans. Most local representatives here are Republican. This is true. That's the issue. Why do you think state politics are always so much worse? Why do you think the quality of life in a red state is like exponentially worse than that of a blue state? It's because of the local representatives. It's because of the state legislature. It's because of the governors. Go run in red states. Take control of those parties. This is how the Republicans did it. You know that, right? Like, after Obama, they got a lot of young people interested in politics. They joined from the local level. They worked their way up and they changed the party from the bottom up, which I'm telling you to do. They just did it the Hitler way. I want to do it in a way that encourages good outcomes. That's really it. That's it.
So, Jaime, you have the unfortunate
good outcomes
position as being for the person who has to explain and answer for all of this for us today. What did go wrong?
Yeah. Look, I hate these postmortems, and Mike and I have been talking about this, and this is going to go on for weeks and weeks and weeks. There were a myriad of things that happened over the course of the last 4 years.
All right, you people are all fucking retards. I'm sorry. I have told you exactly why Kamala Harris lost that election. I've told you that we will never win an election again until we learn this lesson. My keyboard has metallic spring sounds, good rings to it, bugs me a little. That sounds nice.
When I read this story, I was...
Can you guys can't hear my keyboard when I'm clicking, can you? Like, so I think I have the sound thing up enough. So, we're gonna watch the Majority Report for a second. I highly recommend you watch the Majority Report, get your news from them. They are an excellent source. However, I will say one thing, and it is that both Sam Cedar and Emma Vigeland, as lovely as they are and as smart as they are, talk very slowly, and it's kind of hard for me to pay attention after a while. But that's why we put the speed up.
I was like, wait, what? Now, for the past week or two, we have been reading stories of dissent amongst the Trump inner sanctum.
Yes, I didn't introduce the story. As I said prior to the election, that if these people were to win, I expect there to be ×2 speed. Yeah, no, not time. But I'll put it to 1.5, all right? And we'll see how it goes. Just because Sam Cedar. But prior to the election, I was telling you all that there are factions inside of the Republican Party, that these factions have goals that don't align with one another exactly, and that likely it would create... Sam Cedar is not a grifter. It would create infighting in within the party. There's the Nazis, there's the Christian nationalists, there's overall just like MAGA, but then there's like Elon's cult, there's Trump's cult, there's the crypto cult, and all of these little different cults. And these people are going to conflict with each other, and we've seen this. We covered this last stream in that there was a literal argument between Elon Musk and like another member of the cabinet at Mar-a-Lago. Go to bed then, Poetry Flint.
I don't even know if we've talked about it because, I mean, at the end of the day...
The other one is... No. Emma Vigeland is not a grifter. These people are both very respectable and good journalists. Emma Vigeland was on TYT, but she is one of the very few to come out of TIT that aren't grifters. She left quite early. She's like friendly with Bosch. She worked with PV. Like, she's good. Emma Vigeland is excellent. You should follow her on Twitter too.
Hey, who gives a shit?
Little shout out to the people we're about to watch.
Excuse my language. Who gives a crap? It is not going to in any way change the trajectory of this administration. Like, I hope we've learned that lesson from last time around. Like, the Trump White House is going to be chaotic. There's going to be infighting. There's going to be people who get pushed out of the circle and into the circle and back out of the circle and back into the circle and so on and this and that. And there's no one individual who Trump needs. Bannon can be jettisoned and Giuliani can be in or whatever. It's irrelevant. They are doing demo. They are doing destruction. And one meathead can do it with another. You know, folks like Russ Vought, all they need is like a pulse in the Oval Office and a go-ahead, and nobody to actually slow them.
Yeah, not Poetry Flint. Like, literally, he's right here. All they really want to do is just take a hammer to everything and just smash it all to the bits, and then they'll figure it out afterward. That's literally the plan, by the way. Like, according to Musk, who's co-president.
Them down, and that's basically, there is not going to be anybody in that White House who's going to slow anybody like a Russ Vought down at the Office of Management and Budget. So they're going to destroy the administrative state one way or another. So, you know, we don't do those stories, but this is fascinating from the perspective of how dear leaderish this is. And this is a slightly different dynamic because Boris Epstein is a piece of garbage as far as I'm concerned. He spent his off-Trump years on Sinclair Media for, I think, at least...
Yes, who is Boris Epstein again? Oh, that was the person that Elon Musk was arguing with at Mar-a-Lago. That was what this explosion of contention between those in the administration was about. Funny, Epstein.
2 or 3 of them.
Literally the Epstein party, but, you know, not this... I mean, I don't know about this guy. This guy also might be Epstein-related, but... Fuck. I mean, they've picked so many pedophiles for the government.
You know, basically espousing BS in their 60 stations across the country or whatever it is, the owner-operated stations they have. It's right-wing local media that has been franchised out, essentially, or networked.
As loyal as a Trump loyalist gets. Let's just put that out there.
Without
Boris has been there. I remember from the interviews conducted back in the 2016 Spin Room. He was one of Trump's top surrogates, and he's been the Trumpy guy from the beginning.
And it wasn't because he's so smooth talking.
He gets like 200 views on Sinclair's uploads.
And, but he has been in like shoving matches with Elon Musk, right? And who else was he in a shoving match with?
Critical support. Howard Lutnick.
And Howard Lutnick, who was the who chaired the transition thing. And remember, Musk and RFK wanted Lutnick to be the head of wanted to be Treasury Secretary. And
you mean the Republican Party, Stalin?
Not only getting commerce, he is also a big crypto guy from Cantor Fitzgerald.
Rumble investor.
And Rumble investor. Yep. So Lutnick is very much in favor, and it sounds like Epstein is on
now
the... Now
remember, again, just pay attention here for a second, because that's a key thing that he just said right here. I'm going to slow this down because this right here is key to a lot of what they want to do and a lot of what theoretically they could do.
Howard Lutnick.
And Howard Lutnick, who was the who chaired the transition thing. And remember, Musk and RFK wanted Lutnick to be the head of, wanted to be Treasury Secretary, and ended up only getting commerce. He is also a big crypto guy from Cantor Fitzgerald. And
what have we talked about with crypto? There's a real possibility. I'm not particularly worried that they're going to do this, because I think that it is difficult to accomplish and that these people are too dumb to do it, because it's just the crypto bros. It's not the entire party. A lot of the right would be against the idea of doing this because it's literally just stealing everybody's money. But if they really had it in them, they could. The rate of speech is pad runtime in a way. Not necessarily.
Rumble investor.
And Rumble investor.
Yep.
So Lutnick is very much in favor, and it sounds like Epstein is on the outs, because the idea that Epstein has been monetizing his relationship with Donald Trump, can you believe this?
Well, literally everyone monetizes everything. It'll be linked to actual money. There's a finite amount of crypto. Well, that's why I think they want to switch to crypto, is because there's a finite amount, Papillion. It wouldn't be linked to actual money, because then they get to control the entire finite amount. We went over this last stream and we looked at how most cryptocurrency is used, and 96 or 97% of cryptocurrency is just stored as an investment. And therefore, if they manage to switch the currency of the United States to cryptocurrency, and they control the vast majority of it, and it's all sitting in a bank account for investment, that means they now run the economy, and welcome to feudalism. That could be an outcome. It's just very difficult for them to accomplish, so I'm not particularly worried about it. But you could do it. It wouldn't be, crypto boom. Well, why do you think crypto's gone up in massive amounts since Trump won? Also, Trump is launching his own crypto. There are a lot of signs here that point to this being an idea that's been talked about. Whether or not they can manage it, we'll find out.
It's shocking.
You're playing the game called capitalism.
Report by John Solomon today about Boris Epstein.
Oh, pause it.
Advisor to
I
your
should tell
father.
you, John Solomon is is he still at the AP? He was a right winger for a long time. Then I think he went to the AIE, and now maybe he's back to reporting. I don't know. Go.
Report by John Solomon today about Boris Epstein, an advisor to your father, a longtime advisor. Internal investigation by the Trump transition when they heard allegations from Scott Bessent and others that Boris Epstein was allegedly, we have not confirmed this, was trying to shake down people for access, for contracts, for money. Any comments on this tonight?
Yeah. Listen, I've known Boris for years, and I've never known him to be anything but a good human being. So, that said, I will tell you, my father has been incredibly clear. You do not do that under any circumstance, and believe me, there will be repercussions if somebody was. So, I've never seen that side of him. I've known him for a very long time, and I certainly hope the reporting's false, and I can also tell you if it's true.
Just liars.
The person
liars, liars, and liars.
All right, Eric. Report by John Solomon.
Wow,
The
there
guy
you go.
who was selling watches just a few months ago that were seemingly
Monetize me.
advertised.
He doesn't monetize me. You don't give me a kickback, and it's gonna blow back on you. That's the way. That's my saying.
So Boris didn't give him a cut?
No kickback.
Yeah.
Yes, blowback.
Yeah.
That's my new saying.
Yeah. The only bribes they take are from the Saudis after they deliver for them, and then $2 billion invested in Kushner's building.
This is going to be really important for people when you start to consume media in this era.
Yeah.
Things like, why is Trump pushing this tariff? It doesn't make any sense. It does make sense. You're just thinking about what his incentive structure is.
Okay, that's a really good point that I need you guys to understand. And I'll get to your point in a second, Papillion, Mysterioso. So, if you were looking at these decisions and you think that they don't make sense, they do make sense. They just don't make sense for the American people, because this is not the goal. You can even look at the fact that this might cost their own companies money, right? The bourgeoisie often have the idea of they want more money. more power. However, the bourgeoisie would be willing to sacrifice a degree of money, a degree of power for further consolidation of control. It is a idea that we often forget because we think of the fact that these people only ever want money, but money gets you so far, power gets you further. Having all the money and all the power is the end goal for the bourgeoisie. If there's a finite amount of crypto and it's just sitting banked for investments, does it gain value because of the fact that it becomes more in demand and less of it to go around? Theoretically, yes, but crypto doesn't work like a real currency. It's all based in hype, so who really knows? Laura Ingraham looks like a mannequin. This is true. I couldn't imagine knowingly lying through my teeth in front of millions. That's because you're not a demon, Stalin. These people that do this have no soul. It's what Bezora says every time. It's all about vibe, not what you say. It's true. It really is. Unfortunate. Like, I hate that that's the case, but...
is wrong. Oh my God, Boris Epstein. Laura Ingraham is not reporting on corruption in the inner circle of Donald Trump's inner circle unless there is a team within the inner circle.
Damn it, I still haven't been able to fix Nightbot.
Another team, and they're pushing it. And now you have a sense of which side Laura Ingraham's on, or at least which side she thinks is winning. That's all this is. That is all this is. People need to be able to, watch the media and understand why we are hearing what we're hearing.
It would drain years off your life if you were like you or me. Why do you think I'm not a right-wing grifter? If I wanted to be rich and famous, it wouldn't take all that much effort. I'm a good talker. I clearly, I'm somewhat good at this. If I had no morals or ethics, I could just be on the right. I'd be fucking Candace Owens ass type person. But the reason it doesn't drain years off their life is because they enjoy it. They gain energy from it. They siphon your happiness. They make you suffer because it makes them happy. That's the thing you need to understand. It literally makes them happy to see you suffer.
This is always the case. It's even more the case right now because it's that naked.
And there's now a secondary media ecosystem that is trying to obscure that media literacy. That's trying to take what these Trump people are saying at face value and make...
Remember when independent media was first new, Gamergate era, and we were like, oh cool, we're gonna have all these new left-wing accounts to watch and all that. Oops, sorry, all of independent media is now right-wing. Actually, it wouldn't for these people. They don't stress about anything. Yeah, they don't believe in anything. You're not black though. Her entire thing is manufacturing consent. I'm Turkish. You just manufacture consent for Arabs. If I was evil, I could just be a Zionist and be the counter Hassan because I'm also Turkish and also grew up in New Jersey. It wouldn't take much at all to switch to the grift. It's just, evil. And I'd literally rather die.
Make it as so oh, maybe they're populist and responding to the public. No. There's so much credulity that's being assigned to these Trump people the second time around that frankly is in really bad faith, I think, from both our mainstream media to our supposedly independent online space. That's really self-serving, but also and obscures the truth of the matter, which is if you see anybody calling this out and saying Trump's taking corruption really seriously, immediately know that that's a source that you should never trust again.
Hey, after pouring so much of our hope into this year's election.
True. All right, what the fuck is up with Nightbot? Because it's working on Kick, but not on YouTube. Whatever. That's PV. Join PV.
It is
now. What's next? Yes. So a couple of these people are worried about their safety, guys. Elon says he'll need a lot of security once he stops government programs that help poor and middle-class people, because a lot of people are going to be upset about that. Well, that makes sense, considering also we have Russell Vought, the Christian nationalist who's heading the White House Office of Management and Budget, expects his agenda to be so deeply unpopular that he's preparing the U.S. military to crush protests. More extreme examples show Vought at Center for Renewing America has pushed for legal justification to deploy the military domestically. Per a report from ProPublica, Vought described his plans in private speeches as efforts to ensure the military leaders do not stop a future Trump administration from ordering protests quelled. It's in part a reflection of how unpopular Vought anticipates his agenda to be. Now, part of what's so unpopular about this is they're going to cut the Consumer Protection Bureau. The CFPB cited the potential debanking of Christians that could cause substantial injury to victims, blah, blah, blah. Hold on. I have no clue what I was referring to because literally just a few months ago at Fed Social Events, CFPB Director Chopra warned the audience of Wall Street debanking conservatives without explanation. Makes sense here. So the agency cited an April letter from Kansas Attorney General describing bank is discriminating against customers based on religious or political views. Pro-life groups such as the Arkansas Family Council and Ruth Institute have similarly lost access to bank services. Well, honestly, I would be in favor of them losing their bank services. However, this is a test for MAGA types and the populist right to see whether they allow themselves to be lied to flagrantly by elites trying to manipulate them. Who do you think the answer to this is going to be? Them waking up? Nobody, except maybe Ryan Grimm. This is not a test. There's no such thing. The MAGA voters are not going to acknowledge that they're flagrantly being lied to. You saw the reaction when they understood what the tariffs were going to do, and then they were kind of sad about it, and now they just doubled down. They're back to defending it. Yeah, they got in, so now they're going to fuck us right. Absolutely. The Consumer Federal Protection Bureau put out a legitimately good rule that went after banks over debanking users based on political views. Yes, a populist left-wing CFPB had stood up for the rights of conservatives. Now, venture capitalists and Musk, who doesn't like the CFPB for other reasons, are straight up lying to people to whip them into a frenzy to defang the Consumer Protections Bureau. The amount of shit that is regulated by the CFPB, I mean, that's a video in and of itself, right? Let's just, have a look real quick at the, no, thank you for not showing my location. That'd be great. CFPB, USA, Wikipedia. Let's just have a look, a little glance at, financial, not Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. What are the kinds of things that this does? Well, independent agency responsible for consumer protection, as in you and me, in the financial sector. Jurisdiction includes banks, credit unions, security firms, payday lenders, mortgage servicing options, foreclosure relief, debt collectors. Oh, so all of the people that are going to fuck you even harder are the ones that are being regulated by this industry. Oh, what a surprise. They want to get rid of this while they want to use all of the systems that it regulates to fuck you. The CFPB's creation was authorized by the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protections Act, passed in 2010, was legislation in response to the 2008 financial crisis. As in, they don't like the fixes to the financial crisis. They would like to take us back before then. I mean, how much do you really have to say here? But, okay. Created a large number of personal finance tools for customers, which compiles plain language answers to personal finance questions, paying for college, which estimates the cost of attending specific universities based on financial aid, helped consumers understanding the risks of cryptocurrency. Oh, look, they're teaching people how bad crypto can be. Surprise, surprise, the crypto bros want to regulate it and take it down. 2016, the CFPB took its first enforcement action against a company that they alleged had failed to properly protect the privacy and security of consumer data. Oh, look, all the tech bros that love to hold and sell your data want to get rid of this agency. I mean, it's pretty fucking clear. No wonder they think that they're going to need protection afterward. And in fact, some of them might need protection now.
Breaking news, the FBI is continue to follow breaking news. The FBI is investigating a series of threats to several of President-elect Donald Trump's cabinet picks. In a statement, the agency says it received numerous bomb threats and swatting incidents involving some of his selections. CBS News is working to confirm the names of the individuals who have been targeted so far.
Now, let me just say real quick. Oh, thank you, PP. G. Let me just say, don't call in bomb threats, right? You're not the right. Don't do what they do. And honestly, there's a really good chance, like a really good chance, that these bomb threats are being called in by right-wingers that are, like, specifically like Nazis, that are bad at the neocon pics, that are mad at the fact that they thought that we were going to get Fourth Reich fascism, but really we're getting Russian oligarchy fascism instead. They're all pretty pissed about that. So there's a pretty good fucking chance that these bomb threats are from them. In fact, one of them was to Elise Stefanik, which does tend to sit with my theory here. The left should not partake in this at all. And just be aware that we're going to get blamed for it anyway. And, like, they know what they're doing is unpopular. It's even unpopular with their own people. But every time something like this happens, we'll be blamed for it. Listen, I think they need to do heavily unfavorable policies. Yeah, it's going to hurt, but it needs to... Well, so here's the thing, PPG. We thought about this last time in 2016, and it didn't necessarily work out. However, I do kind of see where you're coming from now. Like, if they fuck the economy up bad enough, hell... Part of the plan, right, is to house homeless people outside of the cities in, like, little encampments and shelters. Call them Trump bills, like we did Hoover bills. Remember Hoover bills? Remember what happened after Herbert Hoover? Who won? It was FDR. If we can make Donald Trump look like Herbert Hoover, as we as a country are hurting, that might actually be best case scenario here. So I do agree with you, PPG. We do need to hurt. And to be honest, like, the American people don't deserve this, but our politicians, like the Democrats, absolutely deserve this loss. The Republicans that are just not thinking and just voting based on vibe deserve to have a wake-up call. You know what I mean? But be safe, because from this point on, we're getting blamed for this shit. We don't really have a choice. The left in the 30s was far more organized than now, and that's the problem. A lot of that problem is because the left keeps infighting, PPG, and that's what I'm trying to work against. I don't care if your opinions are different than mine. Literally, Stalin is an ML, and we're gonna debate about it next week. I'm fine. As long as you are not a Nazi or a Christian nationalist, you are welcome in this community. I will make you into a left-winger, one way or the other. That's kind of the thing, isn't it? Learning about history, about economics, kind of just brings you to the left naturally. Don't do this shit, though, and stay safe, because we're about to get blamed for it. I will bet you anything that in this video, someone's going to say, I wonder if it's the left.
We have unconfirmed reports that Pete Hegseth, Trump's pick for Secretary of Defense, is one of the people. CBS News Homeland Security and Justice reporter Nicole Skenga is tracking these developments for us.
Pete Hegseth being one of the people, huh? That also, I mean, that could go either way, but Pete Hegseth is not popular with the Nazis. He's very pro-Israel. And who does the most right-wing domestic terrorism? So who does the most domestic terrorism in America? Oh, yeah, it's the right. It's the Nazis. So
Homeland Security and Justice reporter Nicole Skenga is tracking these developments for us. Nicole, what more are we learning?
Yeah, Lindsay, police are investigating a series of these overnight attacks that ranged...
Guys, the water bottle did it again. I literally opened it on the ground this time and lost like 50 mils of water just came out. So I think whoever said it was pressure building up in the bottom is absolutely correct. Sorry to interrupt that. I just went to go get a drink of water and now my hand's soaked.
From swatting incidents to bomb threats. And swatting is a dangerous, also an illegal scheme. Individuals...
Not advocating for this. Don't do this. However, enjoy the schadenfreude. It's quite funny that usually that we're the ones getting swatted and having bomb threats placed on us, and seeing the right having to deal with it, probably also from the right itself, is pretty fucking funny. I like that Dana Bash segment. I believe so. Yeah, I think that which segment are you talking about? Because I'm not going to make a statement if I don't totally get what you're going with that.
make these false emergency calls, trying to prompt police to dispatch SWAT teams and officers to the homes of public figures or sometimes celebrities or their enemies. And it's really intended to intimidate and harass. And law enforcement sources tell CBS News that these threats were digital in nature, relayed over email and social media to targets close to the transition. Law enforcement.
Okay. Well, again, this all looks pretty right-wing to me. I don't know. Like it's the vibe, and I'm telling you, trust your vibe. In an era where you cannot trust the media, your feelings may not always be correct, and you shouldn't just like trust your vibe blindly. However, you definitely should lean into it. Our instincts are not there for no reason. This feels like a right-winger to me. Also, by the way, please, if you're on YouTube, don't forget to like the stream. I forgot to tell you guys, that does absolutely help a lot. I need to go buy a new water bottle, so, you know, need to make some money.
Enforcement agencies in multiple states deployed to respond to these threats, including in New York State and in Florida. And in their statement, President Trump's transition team thanked officers for what they called really swift action in responding to all of these, Lindsay.
Who are these threats targeting in specific? You mentioned a couple of states, so a couple of names come to mind.
Yeah, CBS News has learned that multiple Trump appointees were targeted. The New York home of Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, Trump's pick to be U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, the home of Howard Lutnick, Trump's pick to be Secretary of Commerce. NYPD said a 911 call.
This is absolutely the right. Every single name they've listed is like the name the Nazis are the most mad about on Twitter. The left doesn't do bomb threats and fucking swatting like this, not often at the very least. If we do, it's usually to other leftists that we disagree with, which goes back to PPG's point on why the left can't manage to get anything done with all the infighting. But yeah, no, this is absolutely right-wingers.
In reporting a terrorist
Love
bomb
it. I
threat
love to
at
see them
his
fight each
home.
other.
Former Representative Lee Zeldin, who Trump has tapped to lead the EPA, also
All right,
said
Lee Zeldin, that one's a bit off the table. That one might be us.
he was the target of a pipe bomb threat, and Suffolk County Police out on Long Island confirmed that call came in early this morning. The home of a family member to Matt Gaetz, former congressman in Florida, also subject.
That could be literally anybody. Everybody hates Matt Gaetz.
To a swatting incident playing out overnight. Representative Gaetz, of course, withdrew himself from consideration for Attorney General recently, and there are indications that this list is even longer, Lindsay.
Yeah, we actually.
Look at all the right-wing violence, guys. Why is the right so violent all the time? I mean, like, they can't do politics without having to fight somebody or blow somebody up or threaten somebody. It's kind of sad. It is definitely sad.
Actually just found out minutes ago, since we've been on the air, that Brooke Rollins, Trump's pick for Secretary of Agriculture, posted on X this morning. We learned a threat was issued against our home and family, and thanked the swift efforts by.
Fuck me, I really got to get a an encrypted router. It's a Hassan video, but I uploaded it where I heard about it in stream discussion. Okay, yeah, sure, I'll check it out. Now then.
Fort Worth police.
You know what? I'll open Discord and have a look at it. So this is Tim Miller, Sam Harris, explain what actually happened to Elon Musk. Because remember, he didn't used to be this way. In my personal opinion, it's just having a trans kid that broke his brain, but
in his case, perhaps more conspicuously than any other, we're seeing the total derangement of a personality based on social media addiction.
But that
is
too.
in fact what you see with Elon. He is a Twitter addict, so much so that he felt he needed to buy the platform, and now he has this free speech evangelist gloss on what he's up to. But really, what he's up to is,
free speech evangelist gloss. The last time Elon Musk made a post about free speech, I just commented the word cisgender. Immediately get censored for hateful content.
Snorting ketamine and
that too.
Tweeting at all hours of the day and night. Right?
Look, we've talked about this. Ketamine can be good for you. Go to a doctor. Elon Musk told people just do ketamine. Doesn't matter. And his fault in reputation plus crimes divorcing him. A lot of that too. But also, like, it's the social media addiction. It's the ketamine addiction. It's the The woke mind virus, I think, actually might exist, just works the other way around. It's like the worm that was in RFK's brain. It just makes you think that woke is a thing, not makes you woke. I think that might be the issue here. I think maybe we need to scan everyone that's been in the vicinity of fucking patient 0 RFK and see if there's worms or prions in their brains.
Snorting ketamine and tweeting at all hours of the day and night, right? And that this is his influence on our politics. I mean, his behavior on Twitter is obviously, palpably, visibly deranged, right? I mean, so he signaled.
Yes, I did see that segment, Oxpecker. I'm actually pulling it up. We're gonna have a look at a bit of it in a second because this pisses me off.
Here is Dana Fash
Hey.
saying some unhinged.
Knowing who they
Hassan, I didn't ask
he
you to
knows who
start
they
yet.
are because
We're not done with the first video.
Pizzagate lunatics, knowing who they are. He knows who they are because I and others have told him who they are. And yet he has absolutely no.
I forgot. Hold on. I'm sorry, guys. But you mentioned if he's doing ketamine, imagine what else he's doing. Well, do I have some news for you? Robert F. Kennedy. I really think that I understand all of this now. Fuck everyone else. This right here is why we're in the world that we're in. Let's just have a listen real quick.
Bottom of my class, and I was at the bottom of my class. I started doing heroin. I went to the top of my class. Suddenly I could sit still and I could read, and I was at the bottom.
Yeah, so the guy who's in charge of Health and Human Services likes heroin and thinks that it made him a better student. Was this really all just a grift to get Robert F. Kennedy in a position as a like opiate addict to have unlimited, like unending access to all of the oxy in the country? Jesus Christ. Like, we have the ketamine addict in charge of cutting like federal spending. We have a heroin addict that's doing fucking healthcare. Trump is a coke addict. They're all drug addicts. Every single one of them are fucking drug addicts. Again, like the audacity. I grew up in New Jersey. All right, you know how many people I know that died from a heroin overdose when I was in fucking high school?
And I was at the bottom of my class. I started doing heroin. I went to the top of my class. Suddenly I could sit still.
In my experience, when the kids in my class started doing heroin, they started dying.
No compunction about, he thinks he's doing a service to humanity by.
Nah, he wouldn't like the black tar, Oxpecker. I feel like he's more of like the powder kind, you know? I feel like the tar might seem a little dirty for him, you know, with his purity, like mental illness thing.
By boosting to 200 million followers obvious lies and conspiracy theories and making some of the most odious online trolls even more famous. Meanwhile, just declaring war on actually normal people who, for whatever reason, he's gotten on the wrong side of.
Oops, TikTok censored me because when I turned off the camera to hit the vape, it didn't turn off on TikTok's chat. Whoopsie.
Yeah, so I guess then the question that I have
Me
about
just getting banned from everywhere.
that it's just hard for me to wrap my head around is it simply contrarianism to the dominant culture? Is it?
It's partially that, but it's also mental retardation and drug addiction.
There was an opportunity like that Trump is in some ways, a vessel.
Guys, come on, we know this. There are a very limited set of reasons why someone becomes a right-winger. You're either a liar, you're a retard, you're evil, or you're grifting. That's it. You want money, you're lying, you want like power and you're evil, or you're an idiot. That's really it. And Trump's been saying since 2018, give drug dealers the death penalty. Again, like I quoted George Carlin about this earlier. If you want drug dealers to stop being drug dealers, giving them the death penalty doesn't do anything. Drug dealers are not afraid of dying. Their lives are already shit. You want to put the death penalty on somebody to reduce drug dealing? Put the death penalty on the bankers who launder the drug money. Look how quickly the drug dealers disappear. Literally George Carlin 20 fucking years ago. I forgot Finding God? Oh, yeah, I forgot his fake Christianity bullshit. All right, let's have a look at Dana Fash as Hassan said. I saw a bit of this segment. It pissed me off. I couldn't even really watch it. But this is our media now.
About the neo-Nazi demonstrations that took place in Columbus, Ohio the other day.
True, Oxpecker.
Talk about something that happened over the weekend, not in your district, in Columbus. A group of neo-Nazis paraded through that city wearing, waving swastikas.
Oh, hold on. Hold the phone. Now, before we actually listen to this, I need you guys to understand what actually happened to this group of Nazis at this rally, because it was probably the most base thing that I have ever seen. People pulled guns on these motherfuckers, all right? A group of neo-Nazis who marched through Short North this month were not arrested because police determined they were not aggressors in a fight that broke out. In body cam, again, don't punch the fucking Nazis in public because it makes them look innocent. You don't do that. Go there, piss them off, get them to start the fight. Never hit them first. Never punch the Nazi on camera. When you're on camera and you're out there and you're trying to counter protest or something, you do not do violence. You are there to get the shit kicked out of you. That's what you're there for. And also, I agree, PPG. Now, so in body camera footage released, the neo-Nazis told the police they had never experienced a response like the one they received in Columbus. They said people pulled guns on them, threw cans and vegetables as they marched waving flags, yelling racial slurs. One officer noted the men were covered in pepper spray. This is how real Americans deal with Nazis. Yes, they are Nazis. I'm not saying don't do violence, just, you know, based on TOS and all that, but don't do it on camera. They're Nazis. They should be treated with disdain and honestly, like, based of the people who fucking pulled a gun on the Nazis. They live in an open carry state. Nazis are dangerous to your health and safety just by, like, being Nazis. You know, it's a pretty decent legal argument of, like, oh, I was scared for my life. There was people with fucking swastika flags walking around. That's fair. However, if you punch one in, like, on camera, if a fight breaks out, then the news reports this as Nazis versus Antifa, which gives the idiot average American viewing this the thought of, well, which one is the worst side? Where if you just see Nazis walking around, everyone hates Nazis. Americans hate Nazis. The right, minus the Nazis in the right, hate Nazis. You go ask your random Republican in fucking Louisiana whether they like Nazis. Show them a fucking picture of a swastika. You like this? They're gonna say no. They're probably gonna kick your ass just for showing you them. This is how Americans treat Nazis. Real Americans, historically, of course. Just don't do it on camera, because then it gives the media the idea of they're innocent. It's so true. We need to be smart with our Nazi punching. It's the same with cops. If you're at a protest, like the one I covered in Melbourne a little while ago, for the pro-Palestine rally, where they literally had, like, mounted officers that were throwing flashbangs into the crowd while they're riding horses. Your job in that situation is not to fight back. It's not the people who are picking up rocks and throwing them at the cops. Those are idiots. Your job in a protest is to get the shit kicked out of you on camera by the cops, by the Nazis, by whoever it is, because then it creates public sympathy for our side. Whereas if we're fighting, then there's not giving us, and we're fighting in the street. We're just as bad as they are in that case. Be smart. Think about it. Don't rush into it. You have time. I mean, like, I'm not saying do violence, but I mean, you can follow these people after the rally. You can confront them and have a conversation with them away from cameras, away from public, so you don't look like, you know, you're either worse than them or supporting them, or, you know, again, don't do any violence, guys. No violence at all. This is all in Minecraft we're talking about. But yeah, don't punch the fucking Nazis. That's what the forced apolitical climate does to the median voter, regardless of which side believes what. Whoever's the most energy is the worst one. Exactly. So you need to be the one that, like, we need to understand how the media works, how they portray things, how they have managed to change the discourse of any given subject. Remember, just look at the Palestine protests. Remember? There was Zionists throwing fireworks into the crowds, literal bombs on school campuses. However, not a single one of those Zionists were getting arrested. It was the pro-Palestine protesters. You need to learn how to hide yourself within their narrative. You know, camouflage yourself from the right. We can do this. They did this to us. Just honestly, you could just go look at the last 8, 9, 10, 12 years of Republican politics, look at their playbook, and follow it step by step. You will succeed. This is how they won. This is how we win. Now, I have a decent amount of like fun stuff to talk about, but let's get through some of the last of these serious segments here. Let's talk about healthcare. Now, actually, hold on. Before we get into the actual picks for healthcare, I just want to talk about a little minor thing that may be an issue. Now, I've seen a lot of people talking about bird flu, H5N1, and it having a possible pandemic risk. Well, yes, or lack thereof. Now, it would be unfortunate, but incredibly funny if we got a, unfortunate for everybody, and this would be horrible, and I don't want this to happen, but it would be incredibly fucking funny if we had a pandemic immediately after Trump, entered office. Just from, an objective point of view. And yes, just watch the alt-right playbook. In fact, I'll link that YouTube channel in a second. But let's understand what this virus is and how likelihood the risk of transmission and it being an issue is. So far, there's one teenager in British Columbia. He's dying because a single human infected with the virus for its catastrophic mortality in avian human host lies airborne isolation, lungs failing, held alive by machines. This case has already revealed 2 mutations in the virus, one making it better at binding to human cells, the other driving infection deeper into the lungs. There are evidence of virus edging closer to species barrier it was never meant to cross. This could theoretically end up like the influenza epidemic of 1918. Not to say that it will. Again, this is a possibility. The issue here is we don't know the source, so the epidemiological investigation into this case feels kind of hollow. Public health officials chased every possible lead, 34 healthcare workers, 16 close contacts, 25 animals, including birds, dogs, cats, and reptiles, and even wastewater and sediment from the teenager's home. Every test came back negative. No family member shown any symptoms, no animals infected. Even the dog recently adopted by the family, a rare possible bridge for avian flu, was cleared. So where did this kid get sick from? So the closest match is a strain found in wild cackling ducks, which, first of all, hold the fuck up. What is a wild cackling duck? I need to see this. This sounds like a hilarious looking animal. Please tell me. Oh, it's just a duck. It's just a duck. It's not an exact match, which means an intermediary host remains unidentified. Somewhere out there, the virus is still spreading. Now, in 2009, I remember this pandemic. I was in school. I didn't get it, but I remember a lot of people were worried about it. It wasn't that bad back then, but this virus with a mortality rate hovering around 50% in known human cases. So this would be worse than COVID, significantly worse than COVID. As we know how viruses work, you can either have a virus that is significantly deadlier and doesn't last very long. It spreads and it kills and then it dies. It kills the host and it does not have the ability to spread anymore. COVID, for example, was one that was less deadly and evolved to be less deadly over time, but to spread more efficiently. At this point in time, this one is mutating to spread more efficiently, but is still currently about 50% death rate in human cases. Now, good news is we have influenza vaccines. H5N1 is a form of influenza. Bad news is our Health and Human Services Department doesn't believe in vaccines, and our CDC doesn't exist anymore. Oh, and Dr. Oz is in charge of your Medicare. But anyway, the teenager's case began with conjunctivitis, a symptom so mundane it's rarely flagged as serious. Virus moved downward, infecting the lungs. This likely wasn't the first time H5N1 touched human tissue, just the first time it didn't stop at the surface. Pandemic risk. We have no universal flu vaccine. That is true. We do have influenza vaccines, but they don't work on everything. I was about to say, Pepilene, it doesn't work on literally everything, but it works a little bit. Antark, I'm gay too, motherfucker. Gays for the win. So not saying that this is going to be a pandemic, but pay attention to the idea. Maybe wash your hands, maybe act kind of like you were doing during COVID when trying to protect yourself. Just be aware. It's a possibility. It's more of a risk than it should be because of this.
The nation's top health agencies, causing concern among some doctors and scientists. As the New York Times notes, all of Trump's health nominees have pushed back against COVID policies or supported ideas that are outside, in many cases, of the medical mainstream. That includes Trump's choice to lead the CDC, Dave Weldon, former congressman and physician who has...
Just so you guys know, that this doesn't matter because remember last time around during COVID, Trump literally neutered the CDC. The CDC wasn't able to start making COVID test kits for a year because they were just getting ignored by the administration. That's literally why. It was just it. They just were, yeah, we're all going to die. Probably. I mean, we're all either going to die of disease or famine or drought or something. I mean, you guys are. I'm in Australia, so I might survive a little bit.
Has been an outspoken
But
critic
yes,
of the
washing your
Public Health
hands can save
Agency
your
and its
life.
vaccine program. He has pushed false claims that a preservative used in some vaccines is linked to autism. And Dr. Jeanette
Literal retard take.
Eshawat, Trump's pick for Surgeon General, is a Fox News medical contributor who was critical of government mandates during the pandemic. These nominations come at a critical time as the United States is dealing with several health threats, including bird flu, whooping cough, and a spike in cases of measles.
Oh yeah, by the way, there was 10 million cases of measles last year. Polio is up on the rise as well. We've had bubonic plague coming up a couple times here and there. Yeah, we own Australia. If the mainland goes, you'll starve in 6 months. That's unfortunately true. I am still hoping to affect some change here. We might have failed on my part of lobbying for the fascists to not win in our election in America, but I am still going to lobby in this election in Australia. In fact, in a couple weeks, I'm planning to go and try and get like some Green Party politicians to come onto the channel and have a conversation with me, as they're around and I know a few of them. So we're going to be leaning a bit more into Australia. Don't be mad at me, guys, but we also have an election that could really bring us right next to you, and I'd like to avoid that if possible.
Join us now, NBC News medical contributor, Dr. Vin Gupta. Dr. Gupta, always great to see you. So we can talk specifically about some of these nominees, chief among them, of course, Bobby Kennedy Jr., but just broadly.
No, Tyler the Flower, America owns Australia. We literally have 9 U.S. military bases stretched across the country, and Pine Gap is the main U.S. military base in the middle of Australia that nobody's allowed to go to. By the way, this is where we have one of our main geosynchronous satellites. We have 3 of them that sit in full orbit over the Earth. And through this building, this complex right here, we're able to see all of China, Russia, the Middle East. In fact, most of the bombs that are being dropped by Israel, the coordinates for such come from this exact complex right here. I recently had big beef, a certain Australian. Boy, it's a small world. That's funny. Yeah, Boy Boy went there. So did, that video was actually excellent, Stalin. Boy Boy and Friendly Jordies just literally tried to walk in and say, oh yeah, we work here. And then they got detained at the door. And then found out that not only that this place is an American base, but the Australians working there don't know what the fuck's going on inside. They, like, there's audio recording of like, oh yeah, what's going on in there? And the answer you get from like the Australian guards, like, oh yeah, we don't know, the Yanks do whatever they want in there. I do know a troll when I see one, PPG, but I often like to give them a second chance. And I mean, PPG has not been a troll so far, Antark. You seem like a bit more of a troll in general, but you're also not bothering me, so. I would love to watch that Boy Boy video, actually. We'll do that someday. But I'd rather go on to Friendly Jordy's video about water. Because, fucking hell. Like, floodplain harvesting is a disgusting practice that we do here. And we're going to start doing it in America, too. Of course you do, Tyler. You listen to Sky News or something.
As a physician, looking at the resumes and some of the views of the people who will dictate the way that these health agencies conduct business and some of the regulations that are upon us in this country or perhaps taken away. What are some of your concerns?
Guys, hold on, wait a minute. Since we're on the topic of Australia, no one's paying attention to this. Let me make some stuff clear. The USA would try and fight the kangaroos and would lose. You know, Australia's military lost a war against the emus, right? Like we literally did. The Great Emu War. Here we go. The Great Emu War. This was a campaign by the military. Nuisance Wildlife Management military operation. We employed Royal Australian Artillery soldiers armed with machine guns. We failed. Like, pretty fucking bad. Why is there no numbers here? I want the outcome. 986 emus confirmed killed. Minimal impact on the overall emu population. And, like, I don't care if y'all are dignified or not, Anthark. I want you to pay attention. That's all I want. I just want you to pay attention and engage in good faith. Them birds do be scary. I have had the idea of maybe to lead a revolution in Australia, we could just get a cassowary. I don't know if you've ever seen a cassowary, but they're essentially just battle emus. I would like to get me one of these. All right, hear me out. Hear me out. This is gonna sound a little wild, but bear with me. So we're gonna get me one of these guys right here. Bad picture. Give me a good one. Give me a good one. There we go. You know, they're angry, they're big, these things are huge. They are murderers. They will kill you easily. I want to have one of these armored with like sky blue squarish triangled armor, like body plates. Like, have you guys seen Aragon and the dragon armor on there? I want that on this, and I want it covered with like a gold tinge around the bright blue armor, and I want to ride that into battle with my army of emus behind me as the revolution to overtake the government. And then we'll spread to China from here. I feel like I could invade China with unflyable birds. And imagine being so cooked you lose a war to an unflyable bird. The thing is, Stalin, you don't understand. These birds were using zigzagging tactics to get away from the machine guns. They were strategic. Oh.
That these health agencies
say the mean thing. I don't care.
Conduct business and some of the regulations that are upon us in this country or perhaps taken away. What are some of your concerns?
Yeah, Willie, you know, a few things here. It depends on what they want to do. If they want to focus on things that are not divisive, that I'd say 95% of healthcare professionals agree on, they could do that. And so that's things like incentivizing primary care, Willie, and changing how we reimburse for primary care versus specialty care. They've actually talked about that. That would be a smart thing to do. Tackling chronic disease.
Not what they're going to do, though.
What does that mean? The details matter, but that would...
Hey, you think I need to lose weight? Motherfucker, most people tell me I need to gain weight.
Would be a smart thing to do in food safety. Maybe separating
I'm
the Food and Drug Administration to one.
I'm 5'9" and 121 pounds, I think, something like that. I feel like I need to gain weight.
One on food and the other on drugs. Here's the problem. We're all expecting the negatives to really dominate here. And so the big one is access to care. We are seeing, whether it's Mehmet Oz's comments on the underinsured or uninsured and the fact that they don't have a right to healthcare access, he's made that comment many times, or the fact that these enhanced subsidies for the Affordable Care Act are going to expire at the end of 2025.
All right,
we
hold
should
on.
expect...
No, we're going off topic again. This is the average size of these birds to a human. Now, not the elegant bird. This is the emu. So yeah, like a light human could ride the emu. However, cassowaries are a bit smaller. You're right. I actually thought cassowaries were a bit bigger. That's okay. We'll get me a strong one. I want Mehmet to deregulate big dick pills at least. He probably will. Mehmet Öz does not give a fuck about you. I've talked about him at length. I lived in the town that he used to live in. I went trick-or-treating at that motherfucker's house. And I thought he was a good person because he would get out full candy bars. He's done surgery on family members of mine. Like, I've met him, and he has no beliefs. None. He's a doctor. He's an actual doctor. He's not smart, though, but he's a surgeon. Surgeons have ability and skill, but he's not all that smart. Did you check the candy for drugs? No, it was Halloween and I was like 13 years old. But, or probably younger than that. But like, that's the thing. Every single person that has been picked just doesn't believe anything. It's not that they're wrong. It's not that they're, you know, lying. They just don't believe anything and will say whatever they want to say. Whatever they're told to say.
People will lose healthcare insurance by the end of
Psyduck
25,
fucked,
the end of President-elect Trump's first year in office. That's not a good thing. Cuts to Medicaid as well. It's the third biggest line item, Willie, on the budget, on the American budget in every given year. That's likely going to get going to be on the chopping block. That means fundamental things about healthcare access for the.
Loving the Pokemon emojis, guys. What did I say earlier when we looked at the federal budget and we looked at how much money they want to cut from the budget and we discussed where they could physically cut it from? Oh, surprise, surprise. Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, education. That's where the cuts are coming from. That's where the $3 trillion that Elon wants to get rid of comes from, is your money, your pension, your social services, not the military budget.
Those that they want to claim.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And
Antarctic.
support sort of a Make America Healthy Again platform. You cannot do that fundamentally if people don't have healthcare access in the first place. People will lose their access, and that's the big problem.
So, Dr.
Do you guys
Gupta,
want to understand like how much worse this is than you think it is? Because remember, he's not just in charge. Yes, I'm from New Jersey and I'm Turkish, and I've not met Cenk Hasan, but both of them grew up within like 20 minutes of where I grew up. Or rather, Hasan grew up in Turkey. Both of them lived 20 minutes from where I grew up. Look, not only is RFK in charge of Health and Human Services, he's also in charge of the FDA. Merhaba, nasılsınız? So the FDA is in charge of regulating the food industry. Now, if you have any inkling of American history, you know that the food industry is historically some of the most disgusting and harmful industries that we've ever had. In fact, muckraker, the term for like a journalist that goes out of their way to, you know, find this information and put it public. That's where this comes from. Is a Zionist, self-hating I don't know, who knows. Who sucks Zionist? Who are you talking about? No, I don't care. It doesn't matter. This is different. So, look, RFK says he's going to get rid of some shit in food. Some of this stuff is on the list. We watched the video of stuff he said he was going to get rid of. A lot of this he's not. And a lot of this is worse for you than any of the things that he's mentioned. And remember, once they cut regulations, once they cut the regulations to the food industry, and you have no health care. So let's see, what are the kinds of stuff that are in our food that make us sick anyway? That is illegal to put in your food in other countries, but we do in America. Well, first, synthetic colorings, red 40 and yellow 5. Both of these are on the list. They're going out with RFK. BHA and BHT, preservatives used in processed food to extend shelf life, are banned in Mexico due to their potential as carcinogens and endocrine disruptors. We're going to have more of these. Glycophosphate, literally in all our food, literally illegal in most countries. That's not going anywhere. Atrazine, now that was mentioned by RFK. I doubt that's going anywhere. Recombinant bovine growth hormone. Again, we've talked about why the fuck do we not use lab-grown meat when we're able to produce meat that is indistinguishable in cooking, texture, and taste to a professional chef. In an environment where we would never have to put growth hormones or antibiotics or even use anywhere near as much water to grow our food, we could just grow our fucking food in a lab for cheap. It would be expensive at first, obviously, but continue to do it, it'll get cheaper, and you don't have to do any of this. Imagine having, like, your food that is so shit that it's banned in Mexico. Exactly. It's also banned in most of Europe. Chlorine-washed chicken. Chicken is often treated with chlorine to reduce pathogens. This practice is banned in Mexico as it may mask unsanitary farming conditions. But the farmers, though. The farmers, my guy, there's like 6 farmers that are small farmers. The farmers are literally just big, massive conglomerates, mega farms. I've done videos on the subject before. There are no small farmers. The small farmers get fucked over and over and over again. And yes, we are eating chlorinated chicken. This is a doomsday cult, absolutely. You are eating chlorine when you eat your chicken. Literally. I'm like, this is not an exaggeration. Also, there's plastic in literally everything you eat. There's plastic in all the meat, all the fish, all the vegan food, all the drinks, all the water. There's plastic in your sperm right now. Like your testicles are filled with plastic and your little sperm cells are slowing down because of it. There's plastic in your brain. We're literally like the lead generation, but we're the plastic generation. Yeah, we're fucked. But don't worry, under Trump's administration, this list will get much longer. Fox News, state propaganda paid for by sociopathic billionaires will work very hard to convince people that these things are good for us. They've done this before. Glycophosphate is something we tried to get rid of. We can't. You know why? Because Monsanto produces it. You know how fucked Monsanto is? Do you know how bad they fuck farmers? Like, we pretend that farmers are these like hardworking Americans that just keep getting like screwed over by the left. That's not true. Do you know that like you're not allowed to pick up seeds after you grow something and plant them again to grow with it? Literally, you have to buy seeds from Monsanto that are genetically engineered to not produce more seeds, so that when you grow the food, you have to buy more seeds to grow it again, when for all of human history, a farmer would grow food and then plant the seeds and then it would grow again. It's all plastic. It's all chemical. Like, literally everything is fucked, guys. Dude, every time... No, I'm not even gonna read this shit. Like, come on. Atrazine, again, like, he's talked about getting rid of it. He's not getting rid of it. So understand that, like, how important your healthcare is. And this is what I mean when I tell you guys, like, learn how to cook, eat... But no, don't be sorry. It was funny. I'm just not gonna say it out loud is all. Learn how to cook. Go buy, like, cheap foods now, while they're still somewhat cheap, and learn how to make delicious meal. Go buy beans and rice. Those are, like, the two things you're probably ever going to be able to afford, and even beans are going to get more expensive. Well, that's why the degens are over here in Kick Fazora, as it should be. I hope you guys come to Twitch later, because I'm not monetized on Kick. However, understand, you know, take care of your health now. Like, quit vaping if you vape. Quit smoking if you smoke. If you're drinking, now is probably the best time. Save your money. By the way, if you like drink alcohol, you know, a lot of the alcohol that we consume in the United States is also produced in Mexico. Enjoy the higher alcohol prices. You guys are gonna end up like us with like a 1 liter bottle of vodka costing you $65, $70 like it does in Australia. Which, if you don't believe me, by the way, many people don't. Go to Dan Murphy's, make sure I'm not doxing myself here. Where are the libs gonna get their coke? The libs don't do coke. The libs do Adderall. Alright, let me just make sure that I'm not like doxing myself here really quickly. There we go. Just so you guys know, like, the location that this is showing is not me. I've, like, fucked around with it and made it entirely different. The whole point here is just to show you, this is how much alcohol costs here. Be aware that it's probably going to cost about this much eventually for y'all, too. You guys are so fucking screwed. There's going to be roadkill in Big Macs. Honestly, a lot of you might want to learn how to hunt. By the way, 75 in AUD is like 50 USD. Thank you, Papillion. No one in chat's getting any, so it doesn't matter if it's all plastic. That's true. However, I do get plenty. Day 76 of HRT. If anyone's going to slow down my sperm, it's going to be me. Well, MX Maddie, I hope that you are in a blue state or have fucked off out of the states already. If you need, like, resources to leave a red state or something, join my Discord. I have some resources there, and I've been talking to other organizations that might be able to help you out there. By the way, if any of you actually give a shit and want to make a change in the world, in Kick over there, go to PV. They're great. They are actually good. Work with them. They're fun. Phone bank. They work for actual causes that matter.
Specific about Bobby Kennedy
Maddie,
Jr.
fuck
and
off out of there.
vaccines. He's not alone, as I said, among some of these picks. In
Go to New York.
Skepticism, to put it mildly, about vaccines. Some have drawn the links, despite all the evidence.
Actually, no. Never mind. Don't go to New York. Stay in California. Just go to like a less red part of California. I forgot Kathy Hochul, because she'll bend the knee like the second there's any pressure on New York.
We've talked about for years between vaccines and autism. So for a parent sitting here this morning watching this show, should they be concerned that the vaccines they have counted on for generations?
No, they don't do anything bad to you. Oxpecker, are you trans? That would suck if you're trans in Texas. I mean, I know a trans person that lives in Florida that, like, I'm trying to get to leave Florida. I think they're actually going to manage to leave the country. But yeah, blue county in a based state. Well, based county in a shitty state, honestly.
And that have revolutionized healthcare in this country, measles, mumps, rubella, things like that. Should they be concerned that those could go away?
You know, not go away. I think we should take a look at his public comments and what he's saying. What he's doing, Willie, is he's undermining vaccine confidence.
Have I become Vosh? Has my chat just been filled with trans folk? Because, hi guys, otherwise. Not that I mind, I'm just curious.
He's saying that us doctors in white coats don't talk about safety. That's false. In 1986 law, Willie said that.
Okay, that's enough of this. I'm bored of you. Understand that all of this is just anti-intellectualism. None of these people believe in reality. Again, it's if you show them data, you're the deep state and you're lying. It doesn't matter if you're a doctor. It doesn't matter if you are fucking a scientist. Doesn't matter if you have 7 degrees. You are a liar if you show them data. You have to focus only on 5. That's all they care about. Since vaccines make you transgender. I see. Dysphoric, a code switch, quick. Portland looks pretty neat. Portland is pretty neat. Again, like, try and go to safe places. I was in Plano, Texas before Bakersfield, California. Look, honestly, getting out of Texas is hella good, but, like, I am really worried for you guys over there. How is Trump gonna... What is FUPA reductions? What are you even talking about? Agreed vibes is the only way forward with the Trump tards. It's true. Unfortunately for you trans folk, like, please go to your doctor and ask for, like, extras of your scripts. There's going to be disruptions. I've covered this before. And also pay attention to what Erin Reed has to say. Let me pull up her Erin in the morning. This is like the primary source I use for any trans related news because she's like the best journalist for this specific thing. If you follow what she says, you might have a better chance of staying somewhat safer. Now, what's next? All right, we're going to switch topics entirely for a second because I want to whinge about this. Help. What do I do? Leave a tip. It's not optional. It's rude not to. 30%, 35%, 50%. This is based. Leave a fucking tip. First of all, the fact that tipping still exists in America is stupid. In other countries, civilized countries, you might say, places like Australia, your tip is already factored into the price of everything because the service staff get paid a regular wage, a normal wage, a living wage, in fact. I believe service workers get somewhere like $26 an hour AUD in America, which would be AUD to USD, $26 to $27 is yeah, it's about $17, $16, $17, $18 an hour. So they get paid $15 minimum wage here, which is still not enough. However, I mean, really, like, the fact that I'm a fat tipper, I gamble a lot, so it'd be rude to say a little too much. That's nice of you. Good, you should tip. The thing is, what made me mad here is not help what I do. What made me mad here is some of these people are just... Where is it? I'd like to cancel this purchase. The problem with this is that many people will pay the tip to avoid being caught off guard, but then they'll avoid the place after. Not optional, cancel order and walk out. This kind of demand for a tip, shaming the customer by default. Custom tips, 0.01. Like, these people, like, it's not even the fact that people don't understand how tipping works, but they just don't like the poor. You need to tip these people in America because that's where they get their money from. They don't get paid minimum wage. The minimum wage for service workers is like $1.75 an hour. Tips are how they make money. Tips are their income. It's the entirety of their income. Oh shit, I forgot we had a Hassan video to look at. Well, let's have a look at this. Again, these are the Nazis that people pulled guns on. I want to see what the mainstream media has to say about it.
Covering their faces. This is not the
And
first
true,
time
Oxpecker.
this sort of thing has happened in Ohio in particular, and of course it's continuing to spread. We don't know what side of the
You know,
aisle.
we're seeing one of these like every 2-3 days now. Yes, this is well, Hassan never shouted me out, but this is the Hassan video that Oxpecker linked to me.
This comes from, I mean.
Yeah, you don't really? You don't know? You don't know which side of the aisle this comes from? Are you out of your dang mind? Shut the fuck up, dude.
Genuinely.
Like, how can you say that? In all honesty, like, how can you?
Well, like, so Hassan, you need to understand how you can say that is that these people don't believe in anything. They work for their master. Master says, say this, they say that. It's that simple. They crack the whip, and people like Dana Bash are like, oh, I wonder if these Nazis might be leftists.
Say that. CNN has lost their dang minds, dude. What a crock of nonsense. What a
Might
crock
actually
of
be a better place to put it.
Typically, neo-Nazis are for the far right.
Yeah.
You had protests from the far left at your house.
Correct.
As a Jewish member.
Yeah. Yeah, they slept outside my house for days. You know, my takeaway is this has got to stop. And
Maybe after we finish the Hassan video, I think I actually do like it better there.
And the surge of anti-Semitism.
We're gonna
is
keep
global,
seeing this
but
all the
it's
fucking
certainly
time.
here in the United States, and
like, imagine staring down the barrel of American fascism and just being like, let me use this as an opportunity to shit on pro-Palestinian demonstrators, many of which are Jewish themselves, by the way, but we're going to conveniently ignore that reality, you know? Psychos. They don't give a shit about anything.
I can't watch Hassan's content because I'm just gonna end up agreeing with him on this video, and there's no fun in like me just agreeing with everything that he says, you know? Let's see, what do I got next? Here's a fun one. You guys might like this. Anna Kasparian. Hassan setup also requires your family to own a media network. That's true, mine doesn't. But I am still putting my chat up here because I like it better. A bit more. There we go. All right, let's complain about Anna Kasparian, which is never ever really all that fun. Kindness from a guy named Jeff completely changed Anna Kasparian's views on Trump supporters. Quote, trying to get this bicycle up the stairs, this guy stops me, his name is Jeff. Let me help you out with that. Jeff and I became very close. He was my favorite person in the entire building. We're in a homeowners association meeting, landlord. One of the people living in the building said something about Trump that was negative. Jeff whispered into my ear, if she's gonna start trashing Trump, I'm out of here. I got to know Jeff before I got to know what his politics were. Incredible, kind guy, helps everyone in the building with everything they might need. That woke me up to not all Trump supporters are dangerous, evil individuals. I'm embarrassed admitting that. Tell a wild way, actually, of telling the world that you failed in your job as a journalist to not be able to identify from like years ago that there is a very clear distinction between how Trump supporters act interpersonally and how they act in groups. I've talked about this about 1 billion times, that like your average Trump supporter, you can sit in front of a fucking like trans person and they'll have a nice conversation. They won't be mean to them. It's about context. You can have your average like white MAGA like goes to every Trump rally guy, put him in a diner with a black guy sitting across from him in like a suit or something. They'll have a perfectly rational, perfectly respectful conversation. In fact, you'll ask the guy about it and say, oh yeah, that was a good guy. But then you see them, I don't know, talking in their groups, and it's vastly different. Interpersonal behavior does not always fit in with group behavior, and MAGA is always like this, every single one of them. Anna Kasparian has become a serious bitch, and this is coming from a TYT mega fan for more than a decade. TYT is literally what got me into politics. I was watching TYT when they were like on TV, when they were on I can't remember what the TV channel was. It was like a weird niche TV channel that not everyone had access to. It was like Freedom TV or something like that before they managed to even get on the internet. I grew up with these people. They inspired me to do this. And it's a fucking shame to watch Cenk doing Polymarket ads and Anna Kasparian like fully grifting to the right. Even Cenk's grifting to the right. There was a couple channels. It depends on, I suppose, where you lived in the US, but yeah. I saw this on USA Whole stream. I don't even know who USA Whole is, but let's have a look at the video. This is, like, it's so sad. It's just as sad as when she explained that her, like, shift to the right came from her being, like, assaulted by a homeless person, which, you know, bad. Don't, like, it's obviously not a good thing to be assaulted by a homeless person, but to be assaulted by a homeless person and then change your political views so much that you literally, like, become Adolf Hitler is... I mean, what word can you describe that with other than stupidity? You know what I mean? It's kind of wild. He didn't immediately come to my face with a potato peeler. Such a nice guy. Yeah, legitimately. If Jeff knew who you were, Anna, before you got to know each other, he probably would have hated you right off the bat because they're trained to behave this way. He liked you because he thought you were one of them. And honestly, you kind of are one of them these days. It's a shame. You were like one of my fucking idols.
And so I'm like, like trying to get his bicycle like up the stairs. And all of a sudden this man stops me. His name's Jeff. And he's like, hey, let me help you out with that. And he starts helping me out. He stopped everything he was doing to help me out. And then Jeff and I became very close. You know, one of my neighbors who I really like, he was my favorite person in the entire building. And years go by. One day we're in an HOA meeting, Homeowners Association, and one of the people living in the building said something about Trump that was negative. I don't remember what it is. And Jeff whispers in my ear, "Ugh, she's going to start trashing Trump. I'm out of here." And it hit me that he's a Trump supporter. We had never talked about politics before. And I'm like, so I got to know Jeff before I knew what his politics were.
Again, like literally anybody paying attention to politics can be like easily aware of the fact that this is how it works. They behave differently in person than they do online. They behave differently in social groups that they feel like they fit into. It's insane.
Incredibly kind guy. He helps everyone in this building with anything they might need.
Literally like 99% Papillion. Blonde, white looking lady? Yeah, absolutely.
And so that woke me up to, wait a minute, not all Trump supporters are like dangerous, evil individuals. And yes.
No shit. None of us think they all are. None of us think that they're all dangerous, evil. Like, I think that they're mostly just fucking stupid. That's it. That's really it. I just think that they're pretty stupid.
It was stupid that I thought that to begin with. Like, I'm embarrassed admitting that.
You should be.
But it's just how I believed. And that kind of was one of the moments where it's like a light bulb went off and something was telling me, you need to scratch beneath the surface a little more because
it's infuriating to see these people have like the correct ideas and apply them in the entirely wrong direction.
You don't have a realistic view of what's going on here.
All right. I want to read you guys something. I'm going to read you this because I can't play the video because it's copyright and I don't own it. I would love to. I've been on a little bit of a George Carlin kick the last couple days, all right? Also one of my like inspirations and idols. Man was prescient. Man, stuff he said 20 years ago is still relevant today. I just want to read you a little bit about this, right? Now, this ain't just ranting and raving. This ain't just blowing off steam. I got a little evidence to support my claim. It seems to me that only a really low IQ population could have taken this beautiful continent, this magnificent American landscape that we inherited. Well, actually, we stole from the Mexicans and the Indians, but like, hey, it was nice when we stole it. It looked pretty good. It was pristine paradise. Have you seen it lately? Have you taken a good look at it lately? It's fucking embarrassing. Only a nation of unenlightened half-wits could have taken this beautiful place and turned it into what it is today. A shopping mall. A big fucking shopping mall. You know that? That's all you got. That's all you get here, folks. Mile after mile after mall after mall. Many, many malls, major malls, mini malls. They put the mini malls in between the major malls. And in between the mini malls, they put the mini marts. And in between the mini marts, you've got the car lots, the gas stations, the muffler shops, laundromats, cheap hotels, fast food joints, strip clubs, and dirty bookstores. America the beautiful. One transcontinental commercial cesspool. And how do people feel about all this? How do people feel about living in a coast-to-coast shopping mall? Well, they think it's just fucking dandy. They think that it's as cool as can be because Americans love the mall. They love the mall. That's where they get to satisfy their two most prominent addictions at the same time: shopping and eating. Millions of semi-conscious Americans, day after day, shuffling through shopping malls and eating. Shopping and eating, especially eating. Americans love to eat. They're fatally attracted to the slow death of fast food: hot dogs, corn dogs, triple bacon cheeseburgers, deep fried butter, dipped in pork fat, cheese whiz, mayonnaise, smoked barbecue, mozzarella patty melt. America will eat anything, anything, anything. Shit, if you were selling sauteed raccoon assholes on a stick, Americans would buy it and eat them. Especially if you dipped it in butter and put a little salsa on them. This country is big time, pig time. Forget the bald eagle. You know the national emblem of this country ought to be? A big bowl of macaroni and cheese. Big bowl, because everything in this country is king size. King size, extra large, super jumbo, especially the fucking people. We're not done yet. Like, this guy is, he's not been wrong at all, by the way. Like, have you seen some of the people in this country? Have you taken a good look at some of these big fat motherfuckers? Like, okay, this part doesn't even really matter because we're not the fattest country in the world anymore. And by the way, like, people will say this is fat shaming. It's not. It ain't fat shaming. It's just God's honest truth. But let's get to a bit here. Jesus, Lord, protector of all that's good and holy, deliver us from fat people in short pants. They got short pants, big bellies, fat thighs, dumb kids. Short pants, big bellies, fat thighs, dumb kids. Every one of them got two dumbass kids with them. The whole family's wearing t-shirts and every one of them has the same t-shirt. I'm with stupid. Apparently in this country, stupids are an extended family because wearing the t-shirt, everyone in the family's got a backpack. They got a backpack strapped to their backs so they can carry lots of stupid shit. And the reason they got to carry this stupid shit strapped to their backs because their hands must remain free at all times to hold food and to get that food up to the mouth where it gets shoveled in with the rest of the disgusting shit that they ate that day. Another reason for the backpack is that people are going to buy even more stupid shit. They ain't got enough stupid shit at home. They've just had a stupid shit sale. They're going to buy more. They're going to go out to the parking lot, stuff this stupid shit into a big, fat, ugly, oversized SUV that's got plenty of room in it. Plenty of room for stupid shit. Lots of room for left over for these big, fat, ugly motherfuckers to get in them, to get home. Stopping on the way, of course, for a jelly roll and fried dough. Carlin was not wrong. But we're not even at the important part of this yet. This is just the lead up. These people are efficient, professional, compulsive consumers. It's their civic duty, consumption. It's the new national pastime. Fuck baseball, it's consumption. The only true, lasting American value that's left. Buying things. People spending money that they don't have on things that they don't need. Money that they don't have on things that they don't need. So they can max out their credit card, spend the rest of their life paying 18% interest on something that costs $12.50, and they didn't like it when they got home anyway. Not too bright, folks, not too fucking bright, but if you talk to one of them about this, if you isolate one of them, you sit them down rationally, you talk to them about the low IQ and the dumb behavior and the bad decisions, right away they start talking about education. That's the big answer with everything. Education. They say we need more money for education, more money for books, more teachers, more classrooms, more schools, we need more testing for the kids. You say to them, well, you know, we've tried all that and the kids still can't pass the test. They say, don't you worry about that. We're going to lower the passing grades. And that's what they did to a lot of these schools now. They lowered the passing grades so more kids can pass. More kids pass, school looks good, everyone's happy, the IQ of the country slips another 2-3 points, and pretty soon all you'll need to get into college is a fucking pencil. This was literally what happened under Bush's administration. The No Child Left Behind literally just resulted in this. Get the fuck in there. It's physics. Everyone wonders why 17 countries graduate more scientists than we do. Education. Politicians know that word. They use it on you. Politicians have traditionally hidden behind three things: the flag, the Bible, and children. No child left behind. No child left behind. Or really, it wasn't all that long ago you were talking about giving kids a head start. Head start, left behind. Someone's losing fucking ground here. But there's a reason. There's a reason for it all. There's a reason that education sucks, and it's because the same reason that it will never, ever, ever be fixed. It's never going to get better. Don't look for it. Be happy with what you got, because the owners of this country don't want that. I'm talking about the real owners now. The real owners, the big wealthy business interests that control things, that make all the important decisions. Forget the politicians. They're irrelevant. The politicians are there to give you an idea that you have a freedom of choice. You don't. You have no choice. You have owners. They own you. They own everything. They own all this important land. They own and control all the corporations. They've long since bought and paid for the Senate, the Congress, the state house, the city halls. They got the judges in their back pocket. They own all the big media companies. And so they control just about all the news and information that you get to hear. They've got you by the balls. Carlin was never wrong. I would love to just play this video, honestly, but I feel like a lot of you need to hear this. Like, that's the thing. This is not original. I'm not making this up, but this shit is important. This man was correct. They spend billions of dollars every year lobbying to get what they want. Well, we know what they want. They want more for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. Hey, look, the thing that I tell you to do literally every day. They don't want well-informed, educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them. That's against their interest. That's right. They don't want people smart enough to sit around the kitchen table and figure out how badly they're getting fucked by a system that threw them overboard 30 fucking years ago. They don't want that. You know what they want? They want obedient workers. Obedient workers. People who are just smart enough to run the machines and do the paperwork and dumb enough to passively accept all these increasingly shittier jobs, lower pay, longer hours, the reduced benefits, the end of overtime, the vanishing of pensions, the disappearing... that disappears the minute you go to collect it, and now they're coming for your Social Security money. Hey, look, they're literally doing it right the fuck now. Yes, it is George Carlin. This is prescient. This was 20 years ago. They want your fucking retirement money. They want it back so they can give it to their criminal friends on Wall Street. And you know something? They'll get it. They'll get it all from you sooner or later because they own this fucking place. It's a big club and you ain't in it. You and I are not in the big club. By the way, it's the same big club they used to beat you over the head all day long when they tell you what to believe. All day long, beating you over the head as the media is telling you what to believe, what to think, what to buy. The table is tilted, folks. The game is rigged and nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care. Good, honest, hardworking people, white collar, blue collar, it doesn't matter what color shirt you have on. Good, honest, hardworking people continue. These are people of modest means. Continue to elect these rich cocksuckers who don't give a fuck about them. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't care about you at all. At all. At all. At all. They hate you. I've been screaming this for like months. They hate you. The fact that Americans will probably remain willfully ignorant of the big red, white, and blue dick that's being jammed up their asshole every day because the owners of the country know the truth. It's called the American dream because you have to be asleep to believe it. George Carlin, folks. The, most correct a comedian has literally ever been. Ooh, sorry, I need a breath after that. One's a very long one. I mean, like, go look at old George Carlin videos. Man was incredibly based. All right. Now we're gonna move on to a little different topic. We're gonna talk about Jackson Hinkle being Jackson Hinkle, Tulsi Gabbard, and Mike Flynn being glazed by Russian media. I just need to get a drink of water real quick, and we'll get right back from that. One step away from calling for the revolution. I really am, Stalin. I'm not that far off from you, I'm telling you. I just don't think a violent revolution will end up working for us. I think revolution done in that way is only going to encourage like a new class structure, as, you know, it did in the past. And by the way, George Carlin was calling for the revolution. The man said we should, to deal with, someone said earlier that Trump wants to give drug dealers the death penalty. George Carlin's idea was we arrest the bankers that, you know, launder the money, not just give them the death penalty. He wanted Monday Night Football crucifixions of these bankers, upside down. People place bets on how long the banker gets to live during Monday Night Football crucifixion at halftime. So I think he was actually calling for the revolution. It's like listening back to All Stars by Smash Mouth. They're calling for help and out the need for climate change. Again, like if Al Gore had won in 2000, we would live in a vastly different world. Just got back from eating dinner. I was at a dinner table with a Gen X Trump supporter, a Gen X Kamala supporter, and a Boomer Bernie supporter. We didn't get into politics. Based Bernie supporter. All right, now, We've talked about at length that Tulsi Gabbard is a Russian agent, and Mike Flynn is not only a Russian agent, but he's Q. He's literally like the Q for QAnon. It was made for him through MAGA 3X. We've covered this quite in detail before, but I just do want to talk about the fact that Russian media is glazing these people. How actually Jackson Hinkle went to Russia, and am I even allowed to play this? Because I know like this is banned Russian media, right? But this is a Russian media monitor. The whole point of this is provide translations and curated clips broadcast by state media for the purposes of analysis of the state-controlled media as well as coverage of newsworthy information. This is not me supporting anything that's said in this video. Just to be very, very clear. I'm going to turn chat off for this one just because it'll, actually, no, it won't. Never mind. Actually, we might need to for the closed captions. Whoopsie. We'll see. We'll see how it works.
Доброе утро, дорогие друзья.
Where do I move myself to not be in the middle of the closed captions? Let's have a look. Well, I can do that and do that. And then we can move, oopsie, wrong side. Move me up on the top. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work.
Сложный день, потому что после удара орешником идиоты ничего не поняли и нанесли демонстративный удар атакамсами по аэродрому в Курске с нулевыми.
All right, hold on. This is going up on speed because holy shit. Like, I thought Russians talked fast.
Результатами реально там из 6 атакамсов 5 сбиты.
I'm going to skip past all of the, like, war propaganda lies to where we get to Jackson Hinkle. Here we go.
50 миллионов за 2 недели. Таковы были наши амбициозные планы. Спасибо всем.
And they're already doing closed captions. Here we go. Sorry about that. Well, got it. At top left corner, I got it.
Все плевать, мы будем продолжать делать тот ужас, который делаем. Напоминаю, мы продолжаем сбор. 50 миллионов за 2 недели. Таковы были наши...
50 million rubles in 2 weeks. Hold on. I know we're about to watch this, but I just have to point out that this is what the ruble is looking like right now. Because Russia stopped buying its own currency to protect it. Oh, really? Fine. Hold on. Russian ruble. It's not looking good. It's really not looking good for the Russian ruble right now. So just keeping that in mind.
Амбициозные планы. Спасибо всем, кто нас поддерживает. Напомню, что каждый рубль, который вы...
Purchase. Point your camera at the QR code. Here we go. American journalist Jackson Hinkle. A journalist is a really funny word to call Jackson Hinkle, but...
Американский журналист Джексон. Сплэша.
Джексон, для меня большая честь. Спасибо. Надеюсь, Третья мировая война не начнется во время нашей сегодняшней программы.
World War III won't start today during today's program, though it would be cool. Interesting way to start this program.
Было бы здорово, конечно. Но это не то, чего мы ожидаем прямо сейчас, потому что после этого ничего не останется. Как так получается, что США не хотят слушать? Там есть вообще с кем говорить? Но должны...
So, the U.S. doesn't want to listen, as in the U.S. won't back down and won't concede to literally every demand that Russia gives. That's $500,000 USD. What is $500,000 USD? Like the Russian ruble? The 1 ruble is not $500,000 USD.
Остаться люди, например, генерал Майкл Флинн.
Remember, he was also arrested and charged with being a unregistered foreign agent and is also literally QAnon.
Занимал серьезную позицию в администрации Трампа. Знаете, необходимо провести импичмент Байдена. Байден не понимает, где он находится. Он не понимает, что у него было на завтра. Да, статья 25. Статья 25. Профессор из Иллинойса.
Do you guys want to just turn the sound off? Because I don't think any one of us actually speak Russian, and it's not helping to hear the English and the Russian and trying to hear the subtitles at the same time. Let me know if you guys want the sound back on. So, what he's saying here is literally the same thing that they say, like, in the US. we need to, like, we should have impeached Biden. Biden doesn't know where he is. Tulsi Gabbard stating that it was an act of treason for Biden to allow Ukraine to use ATACMS. Is that true? Hold on. Can't trust anything these people say. Tulsi Gabbard calls Biden action treason. Let's see. This has not happened. That's a total lie. Oh my goodness. She called him an authoritarian in 2022, but straight up lie. Good to know. Oh, 50 million rubles is $500,000 USD. That's fucking hilarious. But not for peace, but to destroy the United States. We're trying to destroy the United States. Of course we are. Understand that the media environment that we have and the media environment that the Russians have are not all that dissimilar and are going to become incredibly similar. This is what I said earlier when I said a lot of the Nazis are mad because they thought we were getting Fourth Reich fascism, and we're actually just getting Russian oligarchy fascism. It's just wild to see an American who is a conservative and has influence on conservative politics in Russia, on state media, not only glazing Russia, talking shit about America, but glazing two other Russian agents that are in the government, Michael Flynn and Tulsi Gabbard. It's kind of fucked. Now, we don't actually need to watch all of this, but understand that the world is aware of these risks, and we're not backing down. Fuck Russia. We're not afraid of you. Top NATO officials call on business leaders to prepare for a wartime scenario. Based. Not say transition to a war economy, but be aware that we need to figure out distribution and production lines that are not vulnerable. A top NATO official called on Monday urged business to prepare for a wartime scenario and adjust their production and distribution lines accordingly in order to be less vulnerable to blackmail from countries such as Russia and China. If we can make all crucial services and goods be delivered no matter what, then it is a key part of our deterrence. This is true. I don't want war either. I don't want war. However, it seems like that's kind of what's going to happen. I don't think we're going to be involved in it, though. It seems to me that that's kind of just Europe at this point. America wants to back out of NATO. The UK has said if we back out of NATO, then they will enter the war with like actual soldiers. They'll send boots on the ground to Ukraine if we exit NATO. And if America leaves NATO, that is the best case scenario that I can think of, is the UK sending troops into Ukraine. So World War III is going to happen? I don't think it'll be World War III. I don't think it will be. I don't think it will be World War III, because this implies that there will be this like large group of allies that Russia has that comes against us. I think if Europe goes to war with Russia, it'll be because of Russian aggression first. The UK is not going to fire the first shot. If America backed out of NATO and the UK sent its soldiers into Ukraine, it's not like those soldiers would be sent to the front lines. They would be manning the back so the Ukrainians could go hit the front lines. And then one of them will die, and then Europe will come together and they'll enter the war. However, what are Russia's allies that are willing to fight in this war right now? North Korea, and I don't think China will back them. I don't think Iran has the ability to back them right now. They have their own problems to worry about. China is currently just observing. China wins in the end here because China owns Russia, but they're not going to help them. And China, as much as Trump is like yelling and screaming about hurting China, Trump loves China. Belarus, okay, as if Belarus counts. China isn't going to allow their own Italy get overrun. No, they will, because China actually likes what's going on here. China likes Trump's rhetoric. They like each other. Trump just pretends to be harsh on China. Russia has no one that will help them in the case of them instigating a war with Europe. China's already told, like, Putin to chill out with the nuclear threats. Xi has said, no more of that. Like, there was photos, there was, like, conferences. We didn't get, like, the exact audio, but, like, you could see the vibe between them when they took their photo. It's, I don't think any of those countries would side with Russia on this unless they were forced to. China is on the political theater. Yeah, they're in the political theater. They're watching. They're waiting for whoever comes out on top so they can, you know, do that. Maybe Syria. Syria is not even a real country anymore. I think you're Me? You think I'm crack piking right now? Okay. Well, look, I think that is a real possibility. I might be wrong on that. I might be like, I don't fully know what the CCP thinks. I just, based on what would be best for China, I think this could work out in their favor. Because it's not like Europe would want to occupy all of Russia. If the Kremlin fell, Russia would just break off into like 4, 5, 6 different ethnic group related mini-states. And the ones on the side of China could just be absorbed and annexed by China. It gives them territory. I don't see why they would be against it. And I mean, look, who knows what's going to happen? I don't think we're getting World War III. Don't pull out of NATO, don't go into World War III. I mean, true. That is probably the better option. Just, I do think we're probably going to pull out of NATO. In fact, didn't like J.D. Vance say that if Europe starts censoring Twitter, that we'll pull out of NATO? And that we'll, like, it's wild. Anyway, Europe is preparing.
Our science segment today, we're going to take a closer look at the so-called bunker plan that's been launched in Berlin in response to fears of a possible widespread conflict.
This is very similar to South Korea, if you're familiar. Will this help in the case of a nuclear strike? No, but again, I really don't see nuclear weapons being used in this conflict. Even in a full-out like war between Europe and Russia, maybe as like a last case scenario. The fuck is Canada gonna do in this situation? Nothing. Canada's America's bitch. Canada does whatever we say. Except for, like, you know, Trudeau until he's out.
In Europe. The plan aims to identify all shelters or bunkers that are capable of identifying the population in the event of an attack. To discuss this, our science editor, Julia Seeger, is with me. And Julia, why are we talking about this right now?
So the information actually came from a press conference, a spokesperson of the German Interior Ministry that announced the launch of this so-called bunker plan. Now,
that's what Canada is. America with healthcare for now.
What this plan is that Berlin is actually drawing up a list of public and private buildings that could serve as a bunker if one day it's needed, and that includes car parks and underground train stations and state buildings. And the idea is to then draw up a digital directory of all of those emergency shelters for people to be able to search that if it's one day needed. Now, currently, Germany has 579 emergency shelters with a total capacity of 480,000. That's not a lot compared to its population of 83 million. And that's why also the German Civil Protection Authority a couple of days ago asked for the construction of several new shelters that would be able to accommodate more than 5,000 people each. Now, the launch of this plan was just several days ago. It was on Monday, but actually Berlin has been preparing for this for quite a while. When Russia invaded Ukraine in February 2020, it immediately halted and stopped selling fortified structure that it had in its possession. Since 2005, they had been selling those bunkers to people, Trump. And when the war started, they ended that immediately.
Okay, so that's Germany, but we also have news coming out of Sweden and Finland. People there, the government...
Switzerland is the country that has like 400,000 nuclear bunkers, right? Like every Swiss citizen has like their own personal nuclear bunker.
They're encouraging their nationals to prepare for a possible conflict as well.
That's right. Finland has launched a website, but Sweden went so far as
well, that's the point I'm trying to make, Stalin. They're preparing for war because they actually believe that it's coming. And honestly, there's war coming. Believe me, I believe that there's war coming. Whether it's World War III or not is a whole other story, but I don't necessarily think it will be.
And this 32-page
but this is terrifying. Understand, like, you should be fucking terrified that this is what we're talking about on the news.
that goes into the details of how to
The
prepare
French
for a crisis
news, in
or
fact.
a war, and it's really well done. It includes practical tips on how to cope with a lack of sanitation, a lack of heating, or a lack of refrigeration as well. They give locations of bomb shelters and how to stockpile on food and water, and they also give you advice on how to identify reliable information sources. And here on page 2, for instance, they say, if Sweden is attacked, we will never surrender, so any suggestion to the contrary is false. And that's one of the issue when you're in a crisis, is to know which information to listen to. And they advise to prepare a survival kit. That's actually what the Red Cross has been saying for quite a while, but more having to do with coping with natural disasters, but it's always the same survival kit.
So yeah, this is kind of like the tips that I gave you guys when I made my video of how to survive like fascism. A lot of these tips are the same as preparing for a natural disaster, so you should do them anyway. I mean, climate change, guys. You guys are going to get fires, hurricanes, tornadoes, earthquakes, tsunamis. Be prepared for arguably worse, yeah. You got to be prepared. And so, like, take a look at this, like, little frame and make sure you have all of those things in, like, a go bag. Go make sure that all of your IDs are updated. Go make sure that you have extra medication in case that you're not able to get it, especially if you're, like, diabetic or something. Go get, like, water purification tablets. They cost, like, not all that much for a pack of them that you could just drop into some water and then now it's drinkable. There's a lot of stuff you can do to prepare. I'm not saying be a doomsday prepper, but I'm saying you should at the very least be able to, leave your house. Nah, you're fine, Lord Fluffy Art. War with Russia isn't gonna affect you. You are Russia now. Remember, you live in the USSA. God bless President Putin. This is for Europe.
With, for instance, identity papers, warm and waterproof clothing, food for several days, we say in general for 72 hours, flashlights, and I think also what's very important, what people forget, is having a radio. So this is quite a sophisticated radio. It's a solar...
None of you are fucked. You guys need to chill the fuck out. Like, it's not over. We're not all gonna die right now, right? There's more to it than this. And just chill out. Because again, you gotta remember, these people are idiots. They're all idiots. Every single one of them. The people planning it, the people talking about it, the people doing it. Everyone but me is a fucking moron. Just, I'm kidding. But like, it's not Jover just yet.
Solar powered, and it has a crank behind it. But all you need is actually a radio, a battery radio that can really pick up on short waves for you to be able to keep in touch with authorities.
Hey, it's Black Friday, guys. Before electronics go up in price, might want to get yourself like a $20 radio real quick.
You're isolated and you just don't have access to a phone. The brochure also explains on how to behave during an air raid, how to recognize the different sirens and what to do, and how to take...
Okay, yeah, Stella, now I agree with you. They are fully like in it. Like if we're talking about how to stay safe during an air raid, so America's gonna do isolation while there's the largest conflict in Europe since World War II. Yes, or we're gonna join the bad side. I can't tell. It might just be we side with the bad people. It depends on how Jover it is for us. Well, Art, I know you can't afford it, but like I'm not talking to you. You know this. This is for the general public. You know what you need to do until you're able to do the rest of the things. Ain't no way.
Cover as well.
Ain't no way to what? Being the isolationist or joining in on like the Russian side from the US? Because both of those, I feel like it's a coin flip right now. Like, I would say I'd lean more towards isolationism, but it depends on how much control they actually manage to take from us. You know, once like the administration comes in, once we get Truth Plus, the state media channel, once we lose any semblance to reality, who knows what they'll do, you know? It might start off as isolationism, then we might join in later. I don't know. Could you imagine 2 years from now when no one has any news because it's all state media? We need to go to war with the French because they're Nazis. Ship Americans off to fucking France. I can see it happening. It's not likely. I really fucking hope it doesn't, but anything is possible right now, which is why I don't really like hypothesizing on the future Trump administration's decisions. I mean, we did do this twice. True. It's just, you know, which side we were on. I don't want to make predictions right now because they haven't settled in yet. We don't know what is happening over there because they keep fighting with each other. We need to see which faction ends up winning and taking the main control. Invade France now, get it off the maps. No. The French are like the only real ones that are fighting here, I guess. I mean, the British too. The Germans, not really.
Here in France, Julia.
Well, here in France, the government's website provides a little bit of information.
The
but nothing
Germans are
having
going to
do
fall
with
to
war
Russia too in actually like a couple months anyway, so we can't even rely on Germany now.
Precisely. In terms of shelters, France has about 1,000 military nuclear shelters, and knowing that 300 to 400 of them are actually privately owned, that's actually nothing compared to the other side of the spectrum, which is Switzerland. They have
300 to 500 privately owned shelters, meaning get the fuck out of my shelter. You're not allowed in here. Go die on the street like you deserve, you peasant. That's what that means.
1,000 for their population. That's 110% of protection with those bunkers. Now, for the general population here in France, we still have bunkers, for instance, dating back to World War II. Some of them, and actually most of them, are underneath very important monuments here in Paris, underneath the Élysée Palace. There's a commandment post that the president actually still uses.
Russia can't win against Ukraine because we're funding them. If we stop funding them, and I don't know, maybe we start funding the Russians, do you really think that like Russia isn't going to make money from the Trump administration? Maybe they chill out and they take the ceasefire with Ukraine, couple years, build up their military again. 2027, they invade Europe. There are ways for this to occur that are. There's too many different ways to predict, and there's too many different variables. But, like, right now, Russia is dog shit. Their military is dog shit. They're collapsing. If we keep the pressure on them, they'll collapse on their own. We don't even need to fight a war. All we need to do is to just keep funding Ukraine, and they will expire. No, we don't fund them. I didn't say we do. I said we could. I said we might. Not to say that we do not fund Russia in any way. We sanction the fuck out of Russia. But let's say maybe we remove some sanctions from Russia. That's a thing that can be done, for example. I'm just saying, like, don't underestimate the ability for these people to fuck you over. And don't underestimate how much influence the Russians have in our government. Not to say that, they actually, like, I'm euphemistic when I say, we live in the USSA, President Putin, all that. I'm making a joke, but like there is a real chance of them being able to gain enough power to make meaningful change to affect their goals in a positive way. But no, right now, that's not how it works. Just clarifying. Sorry if I misspoke before.
There's a huge network also of shelters underneath the train station of Paris Gare de l'Est. But I think what's important here is just to understand that everything I've just said, it's true for war, but it's also true for any type of emergency, any type of natural disaster as well. And perhaps the most important point is to at least think about what would be your plan and where you could actually take shelter.
True. Again, climate change alone should get you thinking about this kind of stuff. Stalin, do you like... Are we on the same page now? I'm not saying that, like, that's how it is. I'm saying that there's a chance of this is how it could end up being. Poland won't let them get to Berlin. Poland is going to be a pain in the ass for Russia. This is true. It doesn't mean that they won't lose, though, if the conditions are right. Just so you guys know, if you weren't aware, this part of Idaho is probably one of the worst parts in the country. This is, like, extremists, meth labs, Nazis, white nationalists, like, it is the worst of the worst places you can go. It's where Pete Hegseth goes on vacation. Meth, militias, and Nazis. Hell yeah, that's exactly what is existing right there. Yeah, now I'm just showing you some memes that I found because they were funny. Alright, this is ridiculous to me. They really do just be making shit up. And, like, I understand they've been making shit up for a while, and none of, like, it doesn't matter whether it's true or not, but, like, come the fuck on. Vaccine passport to leave your house. Not a single human in the planet, not even in, like, China had to deal with something like this. I mean, Stalin, you're not wrong. It's not gonna happen, but like, you're not wrong. That's the thing with these people, is they're incoherent and they're irrational. So trying to predict their plans doesn't usually work out because we're trying to think rationally and they don't do that. This is their mind. This is their brain. You can't reason with somebody who thinks like this. This never happened. Doesn't matter. No. What else is there? Oh yeah, apparently being a it's so exasperated. Poland and the Ukraine and the Baltics are the speed bump that lets Western European militaries properly mobilized to prevent them from getting into Western Germany. Well, the Baltics have all fallen to the Nazis, my friend, and Poland is not that far behind. Now, Poland is Nazis, but they're anti-Russian Nazis, weirdly, for the moment, so who kind of knows? Oh, did you also report me, Tyler? Are you the reason I got banned? I'm kidding. I know who did it. I've seen like the screenshots and shit. It doesn't matter. It was an incel who was mad at me and couldn't cope that I was right and wanted to take the attention away from me. They won't get through Poland, let alone Lithuania. I fucking hope so. Fucking hope so. Switching gears a little bit. Apparently it's gay to be a wife guy now, according to I'm gonna get myself banned again. Jesus Christ. I almost slurred them with the same slur that got me banned from Twitch. These two men who have never consensually been able to touch a woman, let alone be near one, think it's gay to be a wife guy. I mean, who fucking cares? Baltic states have such hot guys. So Baltics and like Russians, they're hot when they're young, but when they in like their 30s, they look like they're 50. It's interesting. Former East Germany might fall, but they'll get stopped when they enter West Germany. I sure as fucking hell hope so. East Germany fell a long time ago. We didn't denazify them properly, all right? That was the issue. All right, I'm gonna switch gears one more time because there's this one guy on Twitter who's a right-wing troll, right? And this right-wing troll keeps dressing in women's clothing and pretending like they're trolling trans people, right? However, this is about the like 15th time that he's done this. Also, first off, like tacky nails with that colored like dress, Jesus Christ. But like they just keep doing it. At this point, just be trans. Of course, they're gonna hide all of it under like a billion fucking tweets. I've seen about 15 variants of this guy dressed up in a skirt. Just be trans. Just be trans. It's not that hard. You don't have to fake it. You don't have to dress up 15 times in the last month and go out there and start talking about like how much you hate trans people. Do you know what the replies that they've been getting from trans people are like, welcome to the community, you're okay. Not in this, one obviously, but for some of the first posts, we're like, oh, you know what, you're fine. We welcome you. We don't hate you. They always pick the ugliest dresses and have again, fire red nails with a fucking teal blue dress. She low-key kind of hot. I mean, whatever floats your boat, mate. Like, I don't yuck anybody's yum. But, Jesus Christ, just be trans. Or don't, because, bad news. Fortunately, East Germany doesn't fucking matter, and it's full of tankies or Nazis. True. I think he did it at first, the transphobic thing, and now he just... literally, that is what it is. First, he was trying to be a troll, and then he realized that he likes it. He's probably not a he. Maybe a they, maybe a she, maybe a Z. That's the thing, guys. When you start exploring your sexuality and gender, sometimes you find things that you're not particularly aware of.
Made rolling back transgender rights a key issue in his campaign. Republicans spent more than $200 million on ads targeting trans individuals, while Trump himself promised to limit access to gender-affirming health care and to prevent trans athletes from participating in school sports.
Oh, and also banning trans people from the military again, because trans people are too dangerous to be in the military.
Trump back in February of 2023.
I will sign a new executive order instructing every federal agency to cease all programs that promote the...
When I don't know somebody's pronouns, I just default to they. I don't know about you. I don't really care. And before, like I've said before, like pronouns only matter if someone asks you to use a specific pronoun. If no one's asked you to pronoun somebody, or to gender somebody specifically in a way, it doesn't matter. Well, I mean, you can, Oxpecker. And then when they ask you to stop, then stop. It's that simple. It would be incredibly funny as a trolling tactic. I'm not joining the military. Good, don't join the military. Except, you know, you might have to, because they might end up doing a draft. And if you're in school, you're going to see a whole bunch of recruiters popping up. But again, like, going back to the trans folk thing, just understand, if someone hasn't asked you to call them a specific pronoun, it doesn't matter. Just call them whatever you think. And if they correct you, then do the thing. For some reason, it's not letting me post a link. Post it in stream discussion in Discord, Lord Fluffy Art. I have it open right now. Oh, no, you're trans now? Okay, yeah, fine. You can be trans. I mean, you'll end up in the camps, but you're not going to the military. I'm kidding. You're not going to the camps. Don't freak out, all my trans viewers. You're just not going in the military. I got the idea to try and convince Turkish people to do this, to get out of military service. It turns out it doesn't exactly work when you live under an authoritarian government.
Of sex and gender transition at any age. I will then ask Congress to permanently stop federal taxpayer dollars from being used to promote or pay for these procedures and pass a law prohibiting child sexual mutilation in all...
Thanks, Sart. I'll have a look at that and see if we can play it after this.
50 states.
His election has communities of trans people and their allies fearful of widespread discrimination and a loss of health care access. Polls show that more than 60% of Americans support protecting transgender people from discrimination. But they've also found that 55% believe support for trans rights has, quote, gone too far. We spoke with...
Again, all of these polls, the answers depend on how the questions are asked. Most Americans don't give a flying fuck about trans people. Trans people are 1% of the population. The reason Americans care is because they're told from the moment they wake up till the moment they go to bed that trans people are evil groomer pedophiles that are trying to, like, do surgery on your children in school. That's why they care. That's the only reason.
With 3 Americans, a parent of a trans daughter, the executive director of a trans crisis hotline, and a two-spirit activist and parent to a two-spirit kid. That's a term used by Indigenous people that acknowledges the diverse nature of gender and sexuality.
I'm Sarah Adams. I am a proud Choctaw person. I live in Oklahoma, and I'm two-spirit.
My name is Beth. I am a parent of a trans child.
Hi, my name is Kai. My pronouns are he, they. I'm from Los Angeles, California.
799% of people are trans. This is true.
I'm the executive director at Trans Lifeline, a grassroots nonprofit that supports trans people in crisis all across America.
There's an overwhelming sense of fear. We've had lots of conversations about the need for access to health care, to gender affirming care. I work primarily with youth, and so that is a big, big concern. Safety in schools is a huge thing.
We saw over 800% calls increased on that day, the day of the election results. That was a very sobering number.
I mean, I think that there's a portion of Americans out there that just don't want to learn and stay ignorant whenever.
Joe Biden is trans. He actually has a vagina. He's just flat as fuck. Or he got top surgery. When percentages go past 100%, I get confused. That's because they're meaningless when they go past 100% in most cases.
When it comes to gender, they are very black and white whenever they're like, there's only boys and girls.
We're scrambling to find resources and trying...
Guys, how many times have I tried to explain the distinction between sex and gender on stream and had, like, at least an hour of brain damage? I did a 5-hour debate that resulted in us not being able to get past the very first line of the distinction of sex and gender, like 3 months ago. These people are dumb as, like, a sack of bricks.
To figure out a way to maintain
Not these people, obviously.
To very, very basic services. much less, services to thrive, right? It's about survival right now.
We continue to be told that our bodies are not ours, that we don't get the right to decide how we...
No, see, honestly, this is going the entire wrong way. This is very lived up. It's not, you're not being told your bodies aren't yours. You're being told that you are mentally ill and you don't deserve to live. If you've gone on Twitter for like half a second and looked at any discourse about trans people, I would do it, but I'm not sure I could show you the comments because of TOS. Like, they want to exterminate you. Daleks, like Doctor Who, exterminate. That's what they want to do. Like, understand this in your mind and understand that it is not interpersonally, it's as a group, which is why I tell you, go talk to your neighbors. As long as they're not, like, violent towards you and a risk to your safety, like, overtly, even if they're right-wingers, even if they're cops, go make friends with them. Because when the jackboots come to town looking for you, you might get to be Anne Frank. Because the police department might actually be like, oh, that's a sweet person. I don't want them to get sent away. That's what, like, literally understand that we are in a position now where you have to prioritize your safety. No, it's not Stalin. It was in the DSM-3, it got removed in the DSM-4, now we're in the DSM-5. Gender dysphoria is not a mental illness. For example, if something says that the amount of gay people has increased by 125%, it means it doubled. Also understand that the increasing rates of like LGBT people, ADHD, autism, any of these in the population, they're directly correlated with when we started testing more for these things. It's not that they're new. It's not that we're introducing like chemicals into the body that's making you this way. We have always been this way. We've only just started testing and recording the data. It's really that simple. I mean, you can go and look at the statistics because we know trans people existed 3,000-4,000 years ago in fucking ancient India. We know gay people existed for thousands of years. But once we started testing for these things, getting analysis, census numbers, once we started testing for ADHD and autism, we realized, oh shit, quite a lot of the population already has this. ADHD is heritable. If your parents have ADHD, you have a 90% likelihood of getting it yourself if one parent has it. It's like, again, going back to anti-intellectualism and anti-science. Now let me see what Art sent me. This is a video from a right-winger, so brain damage a little bit, prepare, about the possible Russian-American alliance that could happen. Now, I've claimed that this was possible. This was back when I was leaning more towards we're getting Fourth Reich fascism, but let's have a look at what the right has to say about it. I imagine this will be somewhat like watching Fox News.
The United States and Russia, despite the recent history of rivalry, could potentially stand as one another's most valuable allies in the next few decades. Most political analysts...
The Greeks, do I have to explain the gay capital of the world? The Greeks only liked gay guys. They didn't like lesbians. I mean, like, they had Isle of Lesbos, Sappho, and all that, but, like, lesbians were looked down on in ancient Greece. It was gay men that were accepted. Again, it's always been women are on the bottom rung of society. Always, always, always.
Would probably break down the chief alliances of the modern day along eastern and western lines. That is, first and foremost, the United States and European Union on one side, and Russia and China on the other. Perhaps with the inclusion of some Pacific powers for the West, and some Middle Eastern powers for the East. These relationships, however, quickly appear to be reaching
Yeah, no,
their
I figured that this would be a Nazi. Solid. Like, believe me, the moment I saw the thumbnail for the video, my brain went, oh, this is a Nazi. I want to know what they're thinking. This is a Nazi. Don't believe any of this shit. I'm gonna make sure, yeah. No, like, there's virtually no fucking difference at this point between super far right and Nazi. It's either a Nazi or a Christian nationalist. First of all, if that's your logo, looking a bit, you know, sus to me already. This is a Nazi. This is a Nazi. Genuinely, this is just a Nazi.
terminus, feeling dependent upon them in an increasingly less militaristic and more economically driven geopolitical landscape. where in which they themselves feel capable of standing as an essential equal to the US. This soft schism between Europe and America has understandably led to clashes of policy and a dialing back of meaningful collaboration against the larger rivals of China and Russia, who have respectively become the prime rivals of the US and EU individually. That is, that with the fall of the Soviet Union, American interest in Russia as an adversary
disagree
has...
that the EU and China are individually they're saying the US and China are like the main enemies and the EU and Europe are. That's not how I see this map. Russia is an enemy to both. China is a financial enemy to the United States, not a military one. They're a risk to our global hegemony, but they're not a risk to our safety. China isn't our enemy. China's trying to win the economy. They're playing capitalism, and they're playing better than we are. That's the only difference with China. Russia is the enemy.
...waned, as the Russians are now largely relegated to a regional power, whilst the United States has become increasingly focused upon the rising power of China, who already stands capable of threatening American interest in the Pacific.
No, I don't care already. Sorry, Art. I mean, there's only so much I can listen to a Nazi, and that was my limit, clearly, today. Speaking of women being on the bottom rung earlier, Altist abandons alt history for modern society analysis. Who else has done this? What if Altist? Really? I thought, what if Altist like a right winger? I always got the vibe, but I wasn't totally sure on that one. Saw this today, and I advocate heavily for this. Honestly, it doesn't matter whether you're a dude or not. Be if you're man, woman, child, I don't care. Oh, holy shit. Do this if you are in a situation such as this.
Do you know that feeling when you feel like you're in danger because someone is following you, but then you remember you're the danger?
That laugh gets me every fucking time. Hold on.
Do you know that feeling when you feel like you're in danger because someone is following you, but then you remember
you're the danger.
You're the danger.
Oh, the cackle is great. He's a conservative crack pipe enjoyer. Fair enough. I don't really watch any news. I don't watch YouTubers like that. If I'm watching video essays, they're from specific accounts on specific topics. This, by the way, what if Altist and Monsieur Z started as alternate history YouTubers, but now they just produce fascist propaganda? Tracks. They were consumed by the grift like everyone else then. I posted this in the Discord saying this is what it feels like for me to argue with a right-winger, and this is true, but also this really gives me the vibes of that old Vine of she came down in a bubble, Doug. If she was the Wicked Witch, then that's the Wicked Witch of the East. Well, actually, I have to find the video because I can't fucking quote it because it's been so long. Are you gonna look at me and tell me that I'm wrong? This video has the exact same vibe.
Hold on! This is my favorite. Hold on! Her sister was a witch, right? And what was her sister? A princess! The Wicked Witch of the East, bro! I'm gonna stab him. You're gonna look at me and you're gonna tell me that I'm wrong? Am I wrong? It's my favorite. She wore a crown and she came down in a bubble, dog! I'm not fighting with you. Grow up, I'm not fighting with you. Grow up! Get educated, bro.
So that video and this video feel the same to me.
The eyes on the side. Guess what? 1/2 plus 1/2 is 1 whole head. You fucking moron. That's for one fucking side of the head. Hey, dumbass! Look at this X-ray. For one side of the fucking.
They are arguing whether a hammerhead shark has 1 or 2 heads. This is what it feels like to argue with conservatives.
Oh my god, you're fucking stupid. Hey, dumbass! No, that's the brain. No, right there. The yellow line is. You fucking pretentious fuck. That's green. You colorblind little fuck.
And so when we talk about the median voter, I need you to realize these are the types of people that we're talking about. Most alternative history YouTubers aren't right-wing or grifters. Monsieur Z and what used. Well, yeah. So that's the thing. It's not that they start out that way. Most content creators don't start out as grifters. They get consumed by the grift over time as the offers for money roll in. Do you know, like, I get emails all the time of like sponsorship offers from like phone games. I'm not taking one because I hate the phone game industry, and also like I don't want to take a sponsorship. I've said before, I would only ever take one if it was like I need it to eat and live, and I'll still somehow tell you not to buy that product anyway. But like, a lot of people can't say no. Like, if you right now got offered $10,000 to say a thing in a video, just like one thing that's bad, but in one video, would you do it? Probably. Most people would. All right. In the alternate history community, abandon alternate history and just doing what they want. Well, yeah, good. I mean, like, don't give these content creators your attention. Don't give them your views. Don't give them your ad revenue. All right, that's it for today. Happy Thanksgiving to y'all for today. Thank you for joining me, and happy Thanksgiving to y'all for tomorrow. I will be on tomorrow. I don't expect a lot of you to be here because, you know, it's evening during Thanksgiving for a lot of you. But tomorrow we are starting Capital. We're going to read Marx tomorrow. Won't go too deep into it. Obviously, you still want to get some of the political definitions out of the way next week. But easy day. I feel like there won't be too much news. We'll just read a bit of Marx. We'll chill out. And after this week, you guys voted on Discord for it to be Mondays. So not this coming Monday, because this coming Monday, you know, it's first day back on Twitch. I'd like to have some fun differently. But the week after, we'll do Marx 101 on my